Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 897. Elsewhere, in the underground of an icy planet, Star Fox put down his gadget and looked into the distance. The black-masked assassin and the childlike assassin were both there. Over the past half-year, the Great Yu Empire has taken away too much of our information. Their goal is self-evident. They want to use this information to develop spies so that they can conquer the outerverse in the future. Are we really going to let this person join us? Star Fox couldn't help but ask. The black-masked assassin replied in a low voice, "Let him do whatever he wants. Our goal is to protect Aegis, and we need to rely on him before we can fully protect ourselves. With the Hall of Honor as a protective talisman, we can act boldly. But I also feel that this Lu Yin isn't simple. We're relying on his position in the Hall of Honor, but he's only using our information. This person's ambition is greater than the heavens," the childlike assassin said. Star Fox agreed. Even a child in the outerverse knew of Lu Yin's ambition. He wanted to unify the outerverse. The black-masked assassin's gaze was cold, but there was a complicated look in the depths of his eyes. There was also some helplessness. Aegis was one of the 4 major corporations in the outerverse, an existence that combined both spear and shield. They had countless mercenaries and assassins under their command, and they dominated the outerverse in an overbearing manner. This was just what outsiders saw, but who could see the helplessness in the assassin's eyes? Lu Yin had seen it, so he had taken advantage of it. All they could do was cooperate. And this was what a true leader was like. So what if he was just an explorer? He could do whatever he wanted. If he could unify the Eastern Weaves, then he could unify the entire outerverse. Joining the Hall of Honor was very attractive to him, but there was one thing that he didn't want to admit. In the future, they would have to rely on Lu Yin, and this person's future was incomparably bright. At some point in time, the situation in the universe had changed. What used to be separate weaves had gradually become unified. They were like large ships, and Lu Yin was one such ship. From the moment they had agreed to let him join Aegis's first management team, they were also part of Lu Yin's ship. Once they boarded, they couldn't get off. Sometimes, the situation is like an arrow released from a bow. Once it's been released, there's no turning back. Let's just wait for him to come. The black-masked assassin said indifferently. Star Fox and the childlike assassin fell silent. Assassins were always cold. Aegis's headquarters planet was frozen all year round, and it was a remote location with dangerous weather. Few people could find it. Lu Yin followed the star map that Star Fox had given him and found the seemingly ordinary white frozen planet. There weren't many rune lines on a planet, and it could even be said that there weren't any at all. After joining the first management, Lu Yin had immediately learned of Aegis' method of concealing rune lines. It came from a strange mineral called aura concealment stone, which could completely restrain star energy and turn it into a stone. This kind of stone was very rare, and even Aegis only had a few. Only the top 10 assassins were qualified to use it. Lu Yin also wanted a piece this time. The exterior of the spaceship was covered in solid white ice. As the spaceship slowly descended, the cold white air currents along the way formed a passageway, gradually sealing it in ice. With a rumble, the spacecraft landed on the ground, and the cabin door opened. Lu Yin exhaled, and the air that flowed out of the cabin was actually frozen. It was very cold, but fortunately, it was not harmful to a cultivator like him. In the distance, the white color spread out endlessly. Only a smear of black could be seen. That was the entrance to the underground. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already at the underground entrance. He stepped on the stone stairs that were gradually being sealed in ice and walked down. Before long, he arrived at the place where the black-masked assassin and the others had sealed themselves. Suddenly, Lu Yin's scalp went numb as an icy killing intent locked onto him from within the darkness. Behind him, a cold glint flashed past. Lu Yin casually waved his hand to redirect the cold glint, but countless other cold glints flickered and pierced towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze transformed into runes that flashed, weakening the cold glint's rune lines. He tapped out with a finger, and the void froze. Many of the cold glints shattered with a bang. His finger hit nothing, and there was only emptiness in front of him. These attacks seemed to originate from the void, but that was not the end. All of the cold glints condensed together and transformed into an indescribable killing intent. More than 200,000 points of strength had gathered together, causing the void to distort and tremble. This attack had the power of an enlighter. Lu Yin sneered and took out a walnut from his cosmic ring. He then leisurely tossed it in the air. "Stop!" the black-masked assassin shouted. He walked over to Lu Yin's side and stared at a nearby corner. The underground lights were brightly lit, and in the corner, a childlike assassin stared at Lu Yin in shock. "Little Zheng, come over here and apologize to Alliance leader Lu," the black-masked assassin barked. His gaze was stern, and his face was pale. The childlike assassin's fingertips dissipated, revealing several chips. He put them away and walked over to Lu Yin before bowing. "I'm sorry, Alliance leader Lu." Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked at the black-masked assassin. "Is this how Aegis treats its guests?" Before the black-masked assassin could reply, Star Fox walked over from the other side. "You're not a guest. You're one of us, and we need to know how strong you are." Lu Yin nodded and put away the walnut. "All right, do you know now?" The black-masked assassin relaxed when he saw Lu Yin put away the walnut. The moment that walnut had appeared, his entire body had gone cold, and the terror that had come from the depths of his cells had almost caused him to flee. That thing was definitely a terrifying weapon, and he was certain that he would not be able to escape. "I'm sorry, Alliance leader Lu." The black-masked assassin personally apologized. Lu Yin waved a hand and looked around curiously. He saw 5 frozen cabins that resembled coffins. Aegis had originally had 5 founders, but now, only the 3 of them remained. It seemed a little miserable, but in terms of strength, only the Hall of Tai Mo, the Dark Phoenix clan, and Wan Qianqing could compare to them. The black-masked assassin was Aegis' true foundation. "So this is where Aegis made its fortune. It looks like you guys were hiding here during the assassin world's calamity," Lu Yin said. The black-masked assassin replied, "Yes, that calamity swept through the entire Outerverse, and any assassin organization with a bit of influence was affected, including the Great Eastern Alliance's Mafioso planet. However, Mafioso planet was able to withstand the calamity and survive. Most of the other assassin organizations disappeared." Lu Yin recalled that the Lemeter Mistchild had mentioned that Mafioso planet's inherited power vessel had been used. It seemed like that had been the case during the assassin world's calamity. Mafioso planet's survival was not only due to the power vessel, but also because its influence was limited to the eastern weaves and did not exceed the 7 filaments. Thus, it did not have any information on the truly important figures. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand the calamity. "Right, isn't he supposed to be helping out at the border? Can he come back in half a year?" Lu Yin asked curiously. He was referring to the assassin who looked like a child, and his name seemed to be Little Zheng. "We're assassins, not mercenaries. There's not much point in helping out at the border, and we can come back once we apply." Besides, the black-masked assassin looked at Lu Yin. "We also belong to the Hall of Honor, and we only take orders from Alliance leader Lu. As long as there's no war at the border, we can choose not to help out." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm just here to confirm something. As a member of the first level of management, do I have the right to mobilize all of Aegis manpower, resources, and even financial resources. The black-masked assassin and the other two looked at each other, especially Star Fox. His gaze was extremely cautious, but there was nothing he could do. The black-masked assassin nodded. Yes, you have the authority to make the decision. That's good. I need to mobilize Aegis's strength to track down Cha Weirong's whereabouts. Also, I need to know the background of all the members of the second level of management as well as their reasons for joining Aegis. You can organize this information and send it to Anya, Lu Yin said. Alliance leader Lu, I hope that you understand that we are an independent organization, Star Fox could not help but say. Lu Yin looked at him. You have the right to refuse. Star Fox was about to speak, but he was stopped by the black-masked assassin. Alliance leader Lu's request is not excessive. We will do as you say. Many thanks. Lu Yin smiled. He and Aegis were each taking what they needed. It would have been fine if he had not joined the Hall of Honor, but once he did, it would be impossible for Aegis to leave. Lu Yin did not stay for long before leaving. He wanted to go to Shenwu continent, as it had been a long time since he had last seen Ming Yen. Before he left, Lu Yin asked for an aura-concealing stone. Underground, Star Fox could not help but say, we clearly had an agreement back then that we only belonged to him in name. In reality, Aegis doesn't need to listen to his orders, and he doesn't have the right to mobilize Aegis's strength. It's only been half a year, and he's already shown his true colors. If we're going to play, then we'll go big. At worst, we'll start all over again. Little Zheng rarely spoke, but he was usually straight to the point. The black-masked assassin agreed. That's right. Since we're already on this boat, there's no reason for us to just watch the captain row the boat. We'll take action as well. If he wants people, we'll give him money. Let's see how far he can go. Star Fox sighed helplessly. Aegis had indeed changed. It had changed the moment Lu Yin had joined, and they had become Lu Yin's assassin organization. The only thing he was worried about now was money. He understood Lu Yin very well, and he knew that this person loved money dearly. He had even specifically mentioned financial resources, so this guy was definitely eyeing their money. Star Fox's guess was correct, as Lu Yin was indeed eyeing Aegis's resources. However, he had been too embarrassed to ask for them just now. There was no rush, and he would take things one step at a time. Aegis was one of the 4 major corporations, and it was a money bag. It would not be easy to use its name to join the Hall of Honor. Wan Qianqing had been stationed on other planets before heading to the Endless Weaves after the battle at the border. After the battle at the border, Wan Qianqing had been severely damaged, but fortunately, its foundation had not been damaged. Many cultivators had used nearly half a year to restore Wan Qianqing to its original state. Many of the city's original sceneries had disappeared. However, Wan Qianqing's reputation had also increased because of the battle at the border, as it could unleash an attack with a power level of over 500,000. This shocked many outerverse powers, and even more people rushed to Wan Qianqing. Now, more and more people wanted to settle down in Wan Qianqing. Wan Qianqing was huge, and every street was packed with people. There was a large house in the corner of the northern side that had been deserted for a long time. Half a year ago, when Wan Qianqing had been renovated, there had been quite a few people living here. The people who lived here were from the Wei family. The Wei family's army had been defeated in Armament Weave, and their family had been annihilated. Wei Baichuan and Wei Dan had been captured, Wei Xan was on planet Hydrodink, and Wei Rong had gone missing. Many other important members of the Wei family had come here. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 898. This mansion was the Wei family's escape route. In the current universe, no one dared to say that they could exist forever. Since ancient times, many colossal entities had disappeared in the long river of history. The Wei family was very smart, and they had prepared more than one backup plan. The path of retreat could only guarantee their safety. It would be too difficult for them to make a comeback. The atmosphere in the residence was oppressive. Ever since the members of the Wei family had arrived, they had rarely left the residence. This was because there were many eyes staring at them from outside the door. These people were from the Great Eastern Alliance. The Wei family was the bait, and Lu Yin would catch whoever took them in. It was precisely because he had seen through this that Wei Baichuan hadn't fled, causing Lu Yin's plan to fail. The members of the Wei family in Myriad City were also bait. The Great Eastern Alliance would never let them go free. I can't take it anymore. They've been hiding like rats all day. I'll fight them to the death, roared one of the Wei family's youths. He wanted to charge out but was stopped by the others. We don't even know if the young master is alive or dead, and the Great Eastern Alliance didn't use the family head's life to threaten the young master. This is a blessing in disguise. We can't let the Great Eastern Alliance take advantage of this opportunity, the Wei clan's elder said angrily. The people around him lowered their heads and looked sorrowful. The dignified Wei clan had fallen into such dire straits. No one knew where Wei Rong was, except for one person, Cheong Shi. She was the one who had hidden Wei Rong. Wei Rong was not as dejected as the outside world thought, and his expression was still quite good. Although the Wei clan was in ruins, Wei Baichuan, Wei Axian, and the others were still alive. Many members of the Wei clan had hidden themselves in Myriad City. As long as he had the ability, he could rise to power at any time. Are you really not afraid that Lu Yin will attack the Wei family? Your father is right under his nose, and he can exterminate him at any moment. Cheong Shi glanced at Wei Rong, feeling somewhat annoyed at his calm demeanor. Wei Rong smiled. Lu Yin won't do that. The biggest difference between us is our bottom line. He can be ruthless enough to kill all of his enemies, but he's rarely ruthless enough to kill those who can't resist, especially when those people are still useful to him. Cheong Shi sneered. He's still dreaming about subduing you. Wei Rong looked at Cheong Shi seriously. You might think that it's impossible, but that might not be the case in his eyes. This is a difference in breadth of mind. He has the ambition to unify the outerverse, so he won't be unable to tolerate a small loser like me. He's confident that he can accomplish anything, and that's a good thing. Wei Rong's lips curled up. But it's also a bad thing. Cheong Shi propped up her chin with one hand and looked at Wei Rong. You didn't even have the ability to deal with Lu Yin when the Wei family was around, but now you're confident. Wei Rong shook his head. It's not confidence, it's luck. I'm waiting for the day when his luck weakens, so I'm sorry, but I might have to hide for a very long time. Cheong Shi rolled her eyes. Whatever. I'm only hiding you because I don't want you to die so early. You're worried that Lu Yin will target Million City, so you're just looking for someone to help you think of a solution, Wei Rong said. Cheong Shi snorted. If you want to look for me, look for Wang Wen. Wei Rong's eyes flashed, and he solemnly looked at Cheong Shi. It's best if you don't. Wang Wen will definitely follow Lu Yin. Why? Cheong Shi was baffled. She was a genius in business and was extremely intelligent. She could stand side by side with Wei Rong and Wang Wen, but in terms of boldness and breadth of mind, she was still lacking. Wei Rong frowned. I don't know. I have a feeling that once Wang Wen finds out that I'm hiding in Myriad City, Lu Yin will find out as well. I have a feeling that Wang Wen will become Lu Yin's brain sooner or later. Cheong Shi face-bombed. This is so annoying. How can such a person appear in the outerverse? Unifying the outerverse. Only he could think of something like that. Wei Rong looked up at the sky. Even if Lu Yin had not appeared, he would have taken action. The innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and this was an unprecedented opportunity. Cheong Shi was about to leave when her gadget beeped. She glanced at it, and her expression changed. One of the 10 arbiters has appeared. Wei Rong was shocked. What did you say? Cheong Shi solemnly looked at Wei Rong. The 10 arbiters, the divine fist, has appeared. He's come to the outerverse. This sentence caused Wei Rong's thoughts to change. The innerverse and outerverse can be connected. Cheong Shi shook her head. I don't know. I don't know anything. All I know is that the divine fist has led a group of experts to the outerverse. Not only that, but a group of experts has also appeared in the Western Weaves. Rumor has it that they should be from the Sea King's dome. Wei Rong's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head in thought. Cheong Shi did not leave, as her heart was in a mess. To the average person, this matter would not affect them much, but it was different for the younger generation. The 10 arbiters were the rulers of the younger generation, and they had the authority to judge, supervise, and even punish. This was publicly acknowledged throughout the universe, and the appearance of the 10 arbiters was like the heavens to the younger generation. Even if the outerverse situation had changed, the 10 arbiters were still existences that could not be ignored. More importantly, the 10 arbiters had brought a group of experts with them, which was the guarantee of their authority. The two were silent for a long time. Wei Rong let out a long breath. Lu Yin is in trouble. Cheong Shi looked up. The 10 Arbiters' Council. Wei Rong nodded with a playful look in his eyes. With the innerverse and outerverse separated, the Outerverse Youth Council is basically crippled. Lu Yin has appeared out of nowhere and become the #1 person in the Outerverse younger generation. Now that the 10 arbiters have appeared, they will definitely restore the council's authority. There will definitely be a dispute between them. At this point, Wei Rong looked at Cheong Shi. Let's get straight to the point. You're also worried that Lu Yin's ambition will grow too big and annex Myriad City, and I also hope that someone can restrain him. Since that's the case, we'll have to do something about the conflict between the 10 arbiters and Lu Yin. I won't do it. Even if Lu Yin really does unify the outerverse, it has nothing to do with Myriad City. He can't touch us. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. Do you still remember what happened underground during the battle at Myriad City? Cheong Shi's expression changed. Everyone lost their memories. That's right, so you don't know what happened either. How can you be so sure that Lu Yin doesn't have a way to deal with Myriad City? Wei Rong asked sternly. Cheong Shi stared at Wei Rong. Don't scare me. He won't have any memories either. Wei Rong laughed. As long as there's even the slightest possibility, I'll kill it, especially when it's Lu Yin. Cheong Shi thought about it for a long time. What are you planning to do? We don't need to do anything for the time being. They'll face each other on their own. You can spread some news about the tragedy at East San Dios, and the Divine Fist won't remain indifferent. Whatever happens next will have nothing to do with us. Cheong Shi looked up at the sky. The outerverse had changed yet again. News of the 10 arbiters' Divine Fist appearing in the outerverse quickly spread. Most people did not even know who the 10 arbiters were, but the Divine Fist's name was enough to shock them. 10 days later, Lu Yin arrived at Shenwu Continent Space Station. The Day-Night Clan had already evacuated. During the war at Armament Weave, the Day-Night Clan, Sword Sect, and other innerverse powers had all interfered. Now that Lu Yin was so powerful, they were afraid that he would settle accounts with them later. They had finally realized that Lu Yin was someone who feared nothing, especially after the border war in Endless Weave had ended. He had started a war against Armament Weave's Wei family, and his background was frighteningly powerful. The Hall of Honor had clearly shown his support, and the Day-Night clan did not dare to stay behind. Currently, there was an unfamiliar hunter overseeing Shenwu Continent's space station. His name was Arel, and he came from Dark Mist Weave. He had personally applied to the Great Yu Empire to oversee Shenwu Continent's space station, and he had received approval from the cabinet. Although Shenwu Continent was located in Dark Mist Weave, the Great Yu Empire had the final say. This was the current power of the Great Yu Empire. When Arel saw Lu Yin arrive, he was startled and hurriedly bowed. Lu Yin waved a hand. "Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter Shenwu Continent." "Yes, Your Highness," Arel replied respectfully. Soon after, Lu Yin entered Shenwu Continent and appeared not too far away from Mingdu. He looked around, determined the direction, and then headed towards the city. Within the imperial study of Mingdu's palace, Ming Yan was reading through memorials and reviewing them from time to time. Below her, Bei Hong was standing respectfully. After an unknown amount of time, Ming Yan finished reviewing a pile of memorials and looked up at Bei Hong. "Act according to the memorials," Ming Yan said. Her tone was gentle, but it was much more dignified than before. Bei Hong accepted the memorials. "Yes, Your Majesty." He then respectfully retreated. Ming Yan had everyone else in the study leave. She tiredly propped up her chin and rubbed her head. The sun shone in, and it was very warm. Unknowingly, she had already been in this position for more than 2 years. Ever since Lu Yin had left, he had not appeared. "Have you forgotten about me?" "No." A voice sounded from behind Ming Yan. She was shocked and turned around. When she saw Lu Yin, her eyes lit up with joy. "Brother Lu." Lu Yin looked at Ming Yan and hugged her. "I'm sorry. I had too many things to do and couldn't come see you." Ming Yan blushed. She had a dual personality, and she was currently innocent. Although her 2 years as an empress had made her decisive and dignified, in front of Lu Yin, she reverted back to that little girl. If not for Lu Yin, she would have broken down back then. Only when he hugged Ming Yan did Lu Yin feel complete. Although he had not seen this woman much, she held an extremely important place in his heart. Ming Yan quietly lay in Lu Yin's embrace with her eyes closed. Only in this person's embrace could she feel at ease and let go of everything. There was no need for words. A hug was enough to feel the other person's feelings. Lu Yin lowered his head and kissed Ming Yan. Suddenly, a cold gaze focused on them, and Ming Yan's hair turned white. "How dare you? Do you think I won't bury you?" Lu Yin subconsciously let go and coughed. Ming Yan snorted and stared at him. "If you dare to be rude again, I'll bury you." Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "You can't beat me." Ming Yan raised her brows. "What did you say?" Lu Yin laughed dryly. "Nothing. Aren't you supposed to come out at night?" Ming Yan coldly replied, "She's too weak. She can't even resist you. Who knows what you'll do? You have ulterior motives." Lu Yin was speechless. The white-haired Ming Yan frowned and sniffed hard. She then looked at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. "Do you have that kind of poison?" Lu Yin did not understand. "What poison?" "The poison that turned me into this," she said expectantly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 899. Lu Yin was taken aback when he heard the white-haired Ming Yan's words, and then he took out the upgraded poison of life. Ming Yan was delighted. Give it to me. What for? Lu Yin was on guard, as he had not forgotten that Ming Yen had swallowed the poison herself. If not for Mr. Mu's secret technique, she would have died. I can absorb this poison to increase my strength, said the white-haired Ming Yen. Lu Yin blinked. Absorb this poison. Ming Yen nodded. Give it to me. Lu Yin gripped the poison tightly. Are you sure you can absorb it? You won't die, right? Ming Yen grew impatient. No, give it to me. Lu Yin did not want to give it to her as he did not want to take the risk. Ming Yen helplessly closed her eyes, and her hair turned black as she returned to being the original Ming Yen. Seeing this new Ming Yen, Lu Yin felt much better and impatiently hugged her. Ming Yen blushed. Brother Lu, give me the poison. Lu Yin gulped. Is she telling the truth? You can really absorb it. Ming Yen nodded. Don't worry, are you afraid that I'll kill myself? I would have done so long ago if I wanted to. I didn't need to wait for you to appear. Lu Yin thought about it and gave the poison to Ming Yen. This was the Neo-Human Alliance's life poison, and it cost 120,000 star essence to upgrade it once. Lu Yin had upgraded it twice, and it had cost him 420,000 star essence. It was a rather expensive item, and Lu Yin was not even willing to use it for himself. However, it would not be bad if it could really increase Ming Yan's strength. Furthermore, she could absorb this poison, which would be the bane of the Neo-Human Alliance. Thank you, Brother Lu. Ming Yan was delighted and kissed Lu Yin. Lu Yin was delighted, and when he lowered his head, he was met with a pair of cold eyes as his hair turned white once more. How dare you be so rude to me? Ming Yan rebuked. Lu Yin was furious and kissed her again. Ming Yan's eyes went wide, and she did not react to the kiss. She only reacted after a few seconds and pushed him away. She wanted to scold him, but her hair turned black once more. Ming Yan looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. She. Lu Yin was speechless, and he felt depressed. Half a day later, Lu Yin and Ming Yan sat in the back garden. Ming Yan's hand was held by Lu Yin, and she felt very comfortable. Big Brother Lu, I have something to tell you. Ming Yan hesitated. Lu Yin was amused. What is it? Ming Yan pursed her lips and met his gaze. I went to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Lu Yin's expression changed. The base of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ming Yan nodded. The bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light has been sealed, and there's nothing inside, Lu Yin said. Ming Yan shook her head and gently replied, I went into the seal. Lu Yin was shocked. Back then, he had tried his best to enter, but had failed. You can enter the seal. Has the seal been removed? No, no one else can enter. Only I can, N. Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin and whispered, I received an inheritance from a senior called Gu Yu, and he gave me a battle technique called Moonstar. Yu Xingqin. The monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he held Ming Yan's hand. There's no danger under the seal, right? Ming Yan smiled. It's not dangerous to me. I've already taken Gu Yu as my master. How did you get in? Lu Yin was puzzled. Ming Yan looked confused. I don't know either. About a year after you left, I went to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light out of curiosity, and I just went in. The seal didn't hinder me at all. Lu Yin released his domain and swept through the entire capital before descending upon the Tower of Resonating Light. He quickly reached the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light and bombarded it with his domain, but the seal did not budge. He still could not enter, which was strange. Big Brother Lu, The 5 sealing planets above our Shinwu continent were moved here by Master Gu Yu. He seems to be a lockbreaker, Ming Yan said. Lu Yin was not surprised. In fact, he had seen the sourcebox array in Iron Blood Weave and Source Peak Planet, so he had already guessed that the 5 sealing planets were sourceboxes. Although such large sourceboxes were rare, it was not impossible for a peerless powerhouse to set them up. Right, wait for me. Ming Yan left Lu Yin's embrace and quickly walked out of the imperial study. It seemed like she was going to retrieve something. Monkey, have you heard of Moonstar? Lu Yin asked. Moonstar is a battle technique that shocked an entire era. Gu Yu was a powerhouse of that era. Rumor has it that he was framed and died mysteriously. I never thought that he would be buried on Shinwu continent. It's no wonder why this continent has 5 sealing planets and why even a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 can't do anything about it. It's no wonder why there's such a powerful seal at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. A battle technique that shocked an entire era. How does it compare to Night's End, Daybreak? Lu Yin was curious. The monkey thought about it. I don't know, but it should be about the same. They don't belong to the same era, so we never fought against them. However, they are both terrifying battle techniques that shocked an entire era. According to the records, Gu Yu was a genius who was at the peak of both combat and lockbreaking. It's a pity that he died too early. Otherwise, he might have been able to reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin had never thought that Shinwu continent would have hidden the inheritance of such a powerhouse. It was no wonder why there were so many experts on this tiny continent. Martial power was also slightly more powerful than star energy. It was all related to Gu Yu. As he thought about it, he looked up at the 5 sealing planets. Back then, everyone had thought that Ming Taijung had moved the 5 sealing planets, but it was actually Gu Yu's power that had moved them. Ming Taijung had probably borrowed Gu Yu's power to do so. A dead person could protect an entire continent from being invaded. That was a true powerhouse. Lu Yin wondered how Yan Yan was compared to Master Yuan. Ming Yan had actually been blessed by Shinwu continent. She had been able to absorb the poison of life while Ming Yan had been able to obtain Gu Yu's inheritance. 7th bro, ask your woman if she can teach you Moonstar. Once you learn it, you'll be much more powerful. It's a battle technique that can change the universe, the monkey said excitedly. Lu Yin was not as excited as the monkey. Ignoring whether or not he could learn Moonstar, even if he could, he would not be too excited. Although he did not know who had created the 9-yang cauldron transformation, this battle technique had been around for far longer than Gu Yu's, and it had even appeared in the Daosaur sect's ruins. It was said to be invincible when the 9 battle techniques were combined into one. This battle technique was definitely one of the best in the world, and even in history. Lu Yin already had the 9-yang cauldron transformation, and it would take him a long time to cultivate it. He also had the Dream Finger, Serious Art, Overlaying Stacks, and so on, so he no longer had much desire for battle techniques. What attracted him the most about Gu Yu was lockbreaking. Although he had some talent for lockbreaking, and his eyes had been modified by the Serious Art and the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, allowing him to see far more clearly than others, his progress was still a little slow. Of course, he did not spend much time on lockbreaking, but he still hoped to improve quickly. If he could obtain the help of Gu Yu's inheritance, it would save him a lot of time. Iron Blood Weave, Shinwu Continent, Source Peak Planet, and many other places had proven the importance of lockbreaking. Lockbreakers who could control sourcebox arrays were even more terrifying, and Lu Yin would definitely encounter such people in the future. He would never forget the scene of Source Peak Planet sourcebox array being activated. Very soon, Ming Yan returned with a yellowed handwritten letter. Brother Lu, this is for you. Lu Yin curiously took it and looked at it. His eyes lit up. Lockbreaking experience. Lu Yin was excited, as he had been waiting for this moment. What he had hoped for the most right now was Gu Yu's lock-breaking experience, and he had not expected that it would appear here. The letter was made of an unknown material and had a few dozen pages. The first page described the discerning elementary lock-breaking experience, while the second page described how to use sourcebox arrays. There were also notes on how to control star energy and how to cultivate it. Lu Yin was so happy that he kissed Ming Yan. Yan, you've really helped me a lot. Ming Yan was embarrassed, and her face turned red, but her eyes were filled with joy. I'm glad that you like it. Lu Yin laughed and hugged her as if he was hugging the entire world. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. Master has ordered that I cannot pass Moonstar to anyone else unless it's my own disciple, so... Ming Yan apologized in a low voice. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Silly, there's no need to apologize. Brother Lu doesn't need to learn Moonstar. You can learn it yourself. Ming Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yin and grunted in acknowledgement. Her heart was filled with sweetness, and she was very happy that Lu Yin had not forced her. She was very clear about how tempting an ultimate battle technique was to a cultivator. She felt that Lu Yin was sincere in not forcing her to hand it over. This man would be her man for the rest of her life. After cuddling for a while, Lu Yin's eyes turned, and he coughed and swallowed, as if he was making an important decision. Ming Yan blinked and looked at him blankly. Lu Yin did not dare to meet her eyes. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice, Yan, tonight. But before he could finish, he was speechless when he saw that Ming Yan's hair had turned white. A familiar voice then said, Let go, or I'll bury you. Lu Yin face-bombed. Dual personality was too scary. He had just decided to do something tonight, but what was he supposed to do now? It was easy to get sick. I like obedient Yan, Lu Yin could not help but say. He was met with a cold glare. Lu Yin stayed on Shenwu continent for 7 days. During this time, he did not show his face in front of anyone else and stayed with Ming Yan the entire time. No matter if it was the black or white Ming Yan, he would stick to her. No matter how much she mocked him, it was useless. 7 days later, Lu Yin left Shenwu continent. The continent's greatest secret had been unearthed, and if there were any other secrets, it would be the 5 sealing planets. Since there were 5 source boxes, as long as one could successfully unlock them, they would be able to obtain something. A source box as large as a planet was something that could not be seen even in Iron Blood Weave. Lu Yin did not know what he could obtain by unlocking it. Only a boundless advanced lockbreaker would be able to unlock such a source box. Lu Yin covetously looked at the 5 sealing planets one more time before leaving Shenwu Continent Space Station and preparing to return to the Great Yu Empire. On this day, the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist appeared to appoint new members of the Outerverse Youth Council. East San Dios originally had 5 members, but now, only Lu Xiaoga and Wendy Yushan were left. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 900. Within the East San Dios Tower, Lan Si looked outside with his hands clasped behind his back. He knew what these people were waiting for, but they had no idea what he was doing. Lan Si had initially admired and recruited Lu Yin, but now, he viewed Lu Yin as someone on the same level. This person had shocked Lan Si too much, and it was unwise to make an enemy out of this person. Lan Si had been able to leave the Starfall Sea alive thanks to this person, but some things were unavoidable. 3 people stood behind Lan Si. One was Tai San, who had once competed with Lan Si in the gravitational landmass. The other 2 were also from the Jishan Dojo, and they were Lan Si's juniors. Although Tai San had lost to Lu Yin, he was still from the Jishan Dojo, so he was not weak. He was not even 40 years old, so he could still be considered part of the younger generation. Even if he was not on the top 100 rankings, he was not far from it. The other two's auras were not weak either. The sudden addition of 3 new counselors filled up all of East San Diego seats. This represented Lan Si's absolute control over East San Diego and the entire Outerverse Youth Council. Before the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Lan Si had only been able to influence West San Diego. His influence in East San Diego had not been much, but now, he could single-handedly control the entire Outerverse Youth Council. Wendy Yushan and Lu Xiaoge entered the tower and looked at each other before slowly walking to the top floor. Arbiter Lan. Arbiter Lan. Lan Si turned around and smiled at the two. His gaze lingered on Wendy Yushan for a moment. Please take a seat. Wendy Yushan and Lu Xiaoge did not stand on ceremony and sat down. Lan Si sat down as well, while Tai San and the other two stood behind him. I understand the current situation of the Outerverse Youth Council. As counselors, do you have anything to say? Lan Si asked. Wendy Yushan had always been cold and did not speak much. Lu Xiaoge smiled. After the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, the Outerverse Youth Council's influence has plummeted. This is our incompetence, so please punish us, Arbiter Lan. Lan Si waved his hand. Without the 10 Arbiters' Council support, what you can do is limited. I know that, so I'm here to restore the Outerverse Youth Council's authority. Do you have any questions? With Arbiter Lan's leadership, of course, Lu Xiaoge smiled happily. Wendy Yushan coldly looked at Lan Si. What do you think of the Great Eastern Alliance, Arbiter Lan? Lan Si's eyes flashed. Why do you ask? Wendy Yushan coldly replied, the situation in the Outerverse has changed, so I hope that Lan Ju can understand more about it. Lan Si smirked. I already understand. Don't worry, Counselor Wendy. Wendy Yushan's gaze was sharp. At that moment, Lu Xiaoge spoke up. When does Arbiter Lan plan to make an official announcement? By the way, these 3 should be East San Diego's new counselors, right? Lan Si replied, the announcement has yet to be made, but it won't take long. These 3 are my junior apprentice brothers, and they're the new counselors. Wendy Yushan looked up and wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Lu Xiaoge once more. In that case, we would like to thank Ju Lan for once again leading us to the glory of San Diego. Thank you, Ju Lan. Wendy Yushan frowned, but she didn't say anything. Lan Si did not care about Wendy Yushan's attitude. Instead, he took a few more glances at Lu Xiaoge. He knew this person, as Lu Xiaoge had been recommended by Night King Jinwu to join East San Diego. Back then, Lu Xiaoge's goal had been to keep Lu Yin in check. Lu Yin had originally thought that these two would not cooperate well, but he had not expected them to be so cooperative. Soon, Lan Si left with Tai San and the others, leaving only Wendy Yushan and Lu Xiaoge in the tower. Wendy Yushan coldly stared at Lu Xiaoge. Don't think that you can hold on to Lan Si. Although he's one of the 10 arbiters, he doesn't have much of an advantage over Lu Yin in the current situation. You're too impatient. Lu Xiaoge smiled. Impatient? What's there to be impatient about? Wendy Yushan disdained to talk to him. Lu Xiaoge mysteriously smiled. You're the one who's too impatient. Some things are destined to happen, so there's no need to be impatient. Let's wait and see. Also, his expression turned serious. I understand the 10 arbiters better than you do. They didn't just rely on strength and background to reach their positions. Don't underestimate them. Wendy Yushan frowned. She did not understand Lu Xiaoge, but she did not mind. She had already tried to contact Lu Yin several times, but to no avail. she continued to call him. At that moment, Lu Yin had just left Shenwu Continent Space Station when he received a call from Wendy Yushan. "What's up, Wendy?" Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan heaved a sigh of relief when the call finally connected. "The divine fist of the 10 arbiters has appeared. Did you know about it?" Lu Yin grunted. "I was the one who brought him to the Outerverse. Or rather, I fled here. He's currently in East San Dios, and he's announced that the Outerverse Youth Council has been reopened. He's also reinstating the authority to supervise, judge, and adjudicate the Outerverse younger generation. At the same time, he's about to appoint a new member. You should hurry over to East San Dios." Lu Yin's expression changed, as he had forgotten that the 10 arbiters were members of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin's appearance was the greatest support for the Outerverse Youth Council. After the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Outerverse Youth Council had gradually declined due to the lack of support from the 10 arbiters. It had been a few years since there had been any news of them, but now that the 10 arbiters had reappeared, it was natural that they could reopen. To others, this was just a show, and the reopening of the Outerverse Youth Council was meaningless to them. However, it was different for Lu Yin. East San Dios was equivalent to supervising the younger generation of the entire Great Eastern Alliance, and they could intervene in the war at any time as long as they wanted. It was just like how Lu Yin's status as an acting member of the Outerverse Youth Council had prevented the Firesmelt planet's army from appearing and destroying it. This was an unstable factor that could break free from Lu Yin's control at any time, and this factor could affect him at any time. Lu Yin frowned and immediately headed towards East San Dios. No matter what, he would not allow anything out of his control to happen in his territory, and neither would the 10 arbiters. The Outerverse was in an uproar, and countless media outlets gathered at East San Dios and the Prairie Flame Continent. It had been a few years, and the Outerverse Youth Council had long since declined from its former glory. Now, with the appearance of the 10 arbiters, the Outerverse Youth Council had once again risen to the peak, perhaps even surpassing any other time. This was because the 10 arbiters had not been present in the past, but now, the 10 arbiters had appeared in East San Dios. Countless people went crazy, as they all wanted to catch a glimpse of the 10 arbiters. Currently, Lu Yin was the most dazzling person in the Outerverse. He had helped destroy the Wei family and intimidated the entire Outerverse. No one in the younger generation dared to challenge him, and even the older generation's powerhouses were no exception. However, the appearance of the 10 arbiters was different. The 10 arbiters were the true pinnacle of the younger generation, and they could supervise the younger generation of powerhouses in the universe. Lu Yin was one of them. Countless people smelled the news that an irreconcilable conflict between the 10 arbiters and Lu Yin was bound to occur. Either Lu Yin would submit to the 10 arbiters' supervision and acknowledge East San Dios status, allowing the younger generation of the Great Eastern Alliance to be supervised and judged, or the 10 arbiters would be replaced and Lu Yin would truly stand at the peak. The 10 arbiters were not just a title to everyone in the universe, but also a symbol of status. Once Lu Yin replaced the Divine Fist as one of the new 10 arbiters, his status in everyone's hearts would undergo an earth-shattering change. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, countless people would dare to follow him without worry. A person's life was full of surprises, so it was important to have insurance to deal with any future worries. Lu Yin's glory in the Outerverse was resplendent, and his influence spread throughout the Outerverse. However, in the end, this was only the Outerverse. Many people were worried that he would be a short-lived flash in the pan. Although he could leave his name in history, that was the extent of it. Thus, many people had their misgivings, but once Lu Yin replaced the 10 arbiters, these misgivings would be greatly reduced. Within the Great Eastern Alliance, Meng Tianlong, Mu Nikhang, Gong Ling from Tai Mo Palace, and the others were all paying close attention to all of this. They did not contact Lu Yin, as they were waiting to see what he wanted to do and what he could do. This was an unavoidable conflict. East San Dios, Prairie Continent. Many spacecraft were hovering in the periphery of the outerverse. Countless lights shone as they waited for the important moment. The 10 arbiters were mysterious to many people, and they were not only waiting for the news of the 10 arbiters reinstating the Outerverse Youth Council, but also for the 10 arbiters' faces to be announced to the entire Outerverse. It did not take long to travel from Shinwu Continent to the Prairie Continent, and when Lu Yin arrived, he saw countless spacecraft hovering in the sky. East San Dios had previously been a desolate wasteland, and no one had visited it. Now, it was bustling with activity. Lu Yin's arrival caused a sensation, and all of the media and spies from the various great powers turned their attention to Lu Yin. Lu Yin stored his spacecraft away and stepped into East San Dios. The gatekeeper of East San Dios raised a hand. "I'm sorry, but the 10 arbiters have ordered that no one is allowed to enter until the new counselors have been appointed." Outside of East San Dios, countless lights shone on Lu Yin as they waited to see what he would do. At the same time, countless places in the Outerverse were watching the live broadcast of Lu Yin being stopped. Ever since Lu Yin had unified the Great Eastern Alliance, he had never encountered such a situation. In the Outerverse, he had become an emperor. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he looked at the gatekeeper. His gaze was indifferent, and this indifference caused the gatekeeper to tremble. He had seen Lu Yin's ruthlessness before, and he had also seen him deal with Puyu. He knew that Lu Yin was a ruthless character, especially since Lu Yin was like the sun in the midday sky and had suppressed the Outerverse with his might. Although the gatekeeper was a hunter, Lu Yin had killed several enlighters before. The more he watched, the more terrified he became. His face paled, and he slowly lowered his hand. He then took a few steps back and respectfully lowered his head. Lu Yin's gaze swept past, and he calmly stepped into East San Dios. But before he could take more than a few steps, another person blocked his path. This person was from Zhongshan Dojo, and he was one of the elites who had escaped from the Outerverse with the others. He was also a peak hunter and could be considered an expert who was second only to Elder Iron from Zhongshan Dojo. This person did not recognize Lu Yin, as Lu Yin had changed his appearance when he had entered the Innerverse. Only a few people recognized him, and this person was not one of them. "Step down. The 10 arbiters have ordered that no one is allowed to enter until the new counselors have been appointed." Countless people watched this scene nervously. Within East San Dios, Wendy Yushan and Lu Xiaoge also saw it. Lan Si and the 3 disciples of Mount Tzu Dojo standing behind him naturally saw it too. The person blocking Lu Yin was an expert from Zhongshan Dojo, and it was up to him to decide what he wanted to do. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 901. Lu Yin paused in the face of the expert's obstruction. Just as the peak hunter from Mount Zhuang Dojo thought that Lu Yin would retreat, Lu Yin lifted his foot and walked forward. The hunter from Mount Zhuang Dojo was furious, as he did not care about a mere explorer. No matter how high this person's status was in the Outerverse, he was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Thus, he had been merciless in his attack. However, with so many people watching, he could not afford to affect his young master's image. The peak hunter from Mount Zhuang Dojo took a step to the right and bumped into Lu Yin's shoulder. He wanted to use the most inconspicuous method to force Lu Yin back. He could not give off the impression that he was bullying the weak, but he also wanted Lu Yin to know who he was and who he had to listen to. Their shoulders collided, and shock waves shot out in all directions. The peak hunter had thought that Lu Yin would dodge, but he had not expected Lu Yin to meet him head-on without any hesitation. Furthermore, Lu Yin had actually withstood the attack, which annoyed the peak hunter, and he increased his strength. There was a thump, and shock waves shot out in all directions. The peak hunter was shocked, as Lu Yin had not been forced back. He had immediately used the overlaying stacks technique. As an expert from Mount Zhuang Dojo, everyone knew how to use the technique. He had directly used 10 stacks, and he wanted to force this puny explorer back by 10 steps as punishment. However, his expression suddenly changed, as this person had actually used 10 stacks as well. He snorted, as this person had overestimated himself. He had directly used 50 stacks without any misgivings, but what greeted him was the same 50 stacks. The peak hunter was stunned. A puny explorer could actually use 50 stacks. Impossible. How did this person do it? How could his body withstand it? Lu Yin looked up, and his pupils flashed with runes. The peak hunter's strength inexplicably weakened, and he did not have much time to think. A pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged forward, and Lu Yin directly used 70 stacks to force the peak hunter back by dozens of steps. Every step left a deep footprint on the ground. Although it took a long time to describe, it happened very quickly. In just a single clash of shoulders, the hunter had been forced back. Countless people were shocked. Although they knew that Lu Yin's strength was astonishing, he was still an explorer. He had actually relied on his own abilities to suppress a peak hunter. Wasn't it said that he could kill hunters and enlighters by external means? Countless people in the outerverse felt their scalps go numb. It was unimaginable for an explorer to suppress a peak hunter, and this only proved that this person's innate gift was too great. His future was unimaginable. At this moment, no one was more shocked than the peak hunter who had been forced back. His pupils shrank, as he did not understand how he had been forced back. Furthermore, this person had used 70 stacks, and he was just an explorer. Suddenly, he recalled that there had been an explorer who had ascended to the 10th level of the gravitational landmass at the Heavy Mountain Dojo, breaking the young master's record. At that time, he had been on the 9th level. Could it have been this person? Lu Yin looked towards the interior of East San Dios and saw Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin walked in. The peak hunter still wanted to stop them, but Lan Si appeared and waved a hand to dismiss him. Lan Si's eyes met Lu Yin's. Lu Yin looked back at him. This display of strength isn't very clever, Lu Yin said indifferently. Lan Si clasped his hands behind his back. I'm not trying to intimidate you. I'm just exercising my authority. This is the authority of the 10 Arbiters. This is the territory of the 10 Arbiters Council, and you're trespassing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Dao Master Lan's corpse hasn't even turned cold, yet you're here to cause trouble instead of mourning. Behind Lan Si, Tai Sen angrily shouted, "How dare you speak to the 10 Arbiters like that?" Lan Si did not mind, as he already viewed Lu Yin as someone on the same level. After we were born, our fathers told us that being a normal person would guarantee us a carefree and happy life. If we chose to cultivate, we could face death at any time. These words were the same for him. The universe is cruel, and only the fittest survive. Do you think you can survive today? Lu Yin laughed. At the very least, you can't decide my right to live. Lu Xiaoge walked out and stood about 10 meters behind Wendy Yushan. He watched with interest. Barley and the rest also walked out and watched this scene uneasily. Ever since the 10 Arbiters had arrived, they had known that this moment would happen, but they had not expected it to happen so quickly. You're very confident, Lan Si commented. Lu Yin stared at him. I heard that you're going to reorganize the counselors and restore the supervision of the Outerverse younger generation. Does that include the Great Eastern Alliance? Lan Si's lips curled up. Not just the Great Eastern Alliance, but also you. Wendy Yushan's expression changed, as this was a declaration of war. Lan Si wanted to suppress Lu Yin. Outside of East San Dios, countless people were so nervous that they found it hard to breathe as they watched this scene unfold. One Lu Yin represented the Great Eastern Alliance, and his influence spread throughout the Outerverse and even reached the Hall of Honor. The other one was one of the 10 Arbiters, who represented the power behind him and was at the peak of the younger generation. The competition between these two was not only related to the Outerverse Youth Council, but also the entire universe. When Lan Si had fled to the Outerverse, Master Yuan had appeared and ignored him, as he had the ability to do so. The Sea King's dome had Elder He, who could similarly ignore Lan Si. However, if Elder Big Drum and the others had appeared, then things would be different. The 10 Arbiters' influence was not at the level of an emissary, but it surpassed that of an ordinary enlighter. Wan Qianqing, Cheong Shir, and Wei Rong were all watching. At this moment, even Wei Rong was somewhat nervous, as he did not know how the situation would develop. People from the Great Yu Empire, the vast Earth Sect, Taima Palace, Iron Blood Weave, and even the distant Southern Weave were all watching. Lu Yin smiled. You really don't understand the current situation, and you don't understand me either. You can talk about it, Lan Si calmly replied. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he raised his head. His tone was sharp as he said, in the current Outerverse, if I want San Dios to have influence, then it will have influence. If I don't want it to have influence, then it won't have influence. This has nothing to do with the 10 Arbiters. Countless people's hearts were raised, as this was a declaration of war. Tai San and the others were furious, but they did not dare to interrupt. They could tell that their young master respected this person greatly, even if he was just an explorer. Wait, an explorer. Tai San knew who this person was, as there was only one explorer who could receive the young master's respect. There were not many freaks like that in the entire universe, and it was already a miracle for one to appear. It had to be that person. Ha 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 ha. Lan Si laughed heartily. It's a strange feeling. Ever since the 10 of us became known as the 10 Arbiters, no one in our generation has been able to challenge us. Lu Yin, you're the first. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin shook his head. If you can eliminate others, then I can naturally eliminate you. Well said. You want to replace me as one of the 10 Arbiters? Lan Si shouted. Lu Yin clenched his fists. I'm not replacing you, I'm expelling you. His tone was unpleasant, as Lan Si wanted to suppress him and even wanted to supervise his trial. If the Innerverse and Outerverse had not been separated, Lu Yin would have been able to live his life with his tail between his legs. But now, not only had the Innerverse and Outerverse been separated, but Lu Yin had even unified the Great Eastern Alliance and even the Hall of Honor. Lan Si's words were an insult. Lan Si grew excited. Alright, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can defeat me, you'll be one of the 10 Arbiters. But... Lan Si's expression turned solemn. If you lose, not only will you have to accept the Youth Council's supervision, but you'll also have to give up an identity. Lu Yin frowned. An identity. The Hall of Honor, Lan Si slowly said. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked at Lan Si seriously. He finally understood, as Lan Si's goal had never been the Outerverse Youth Council. Although this organization had great authority over the younger generation and could influence the war to a certain extent, it was not very useful to Lan Si unless he wanted to unify the Outerverse. But as someone from the Innerverse, it was impossible for him to unify the Outerverse. The reason why Lan Si had reorganized the council and appointed new members was because he had been waiting for Lu Yin to appear. He wanted to use this as a condition to force Lu Yin to give up his position as the Hall of Honor's law child. Lan Si's true goal was the position of the Hall of Honor's law child. Everyone in the upper echelon of the Hall of Honor could only select one law child, and not even all of the 10 Arbiters could become a law child. After all, they were not from the Neoverse, which was why Lan Si had set his sights on Lu Yin. The Law Child was not only a representative of status and authority, but he could also compete for the Star Tower and obtain the inheritance of the mountains and seas, which was also a progenitor's inheritance. No wonder this person wanted to come to East San Dios. His actions could not be explained at all, and it was only now that everything was clear. Lan Si's eyes burned with passion, as his goal was the position of Law Child. Before the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, he had tried all sorts of methods to contact the upper echelons of the Hall of Honor in hopes of becoming a Law Child. His ultimate goal was naturally to compete for the mountain and sea inheritance. Not only the Hall of Honor's Law Child, but also the Sirius sect and the Mavis family, who were qualified to compete for the position of Law Child, but he had failed. He had never thought that the outerverse would have a powerhouse like Master Yuan. When he had first seen Master Yuan after escaping from the innerverse, Lan Si had known that his opportunity had come. Master Yuan had spent most of his time in the outerverse and often sealed himself in ice. Not only did he have the qualifications to determine a Law Child, but he also did not have one yet. Thus, Lan Si had immediately sought an audience with the upper echelons of the Hall of Honor. But in the end, he discovered that Master Yuan had already bestowed the position of Law Child to Lu Yin. Lan Si had been too late. He had thought about it for a long time, especially after studying Lu Yin's experiences over the past 4 years. Only then had he decided to reactivate the Outerverse Youth Council and use it as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would not have made an enemy out of Lu Yin just because of the Outerverse Youth Council. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and even if Lan Si obtained the position of Law Child, he might not have the opportunity to compete for the mountain and sea inheritance in the Neoverse. However, as long as there was a sliver of hope, Lan Si would not give up. Only by becoming a mountain and sea inheritor and becoming one of the 5 astral children would he have the chance to become a true powerhouse in this universe in the future. He might even be able to step into the progenitor realm. This was the lifelong dream of countless cultivators, and Lan Si was no exception. The others did not know what Law Child was, and the media had never even heard of it. Only a few people knew about it. When they found out that Lan Si's goal was the Law Child of Honor, many people finally understood his actions. "So that's your goal," Lu Yin slowly said. These 10 arbiters had not relied on their background or strength to reach their current positions, and their schemes were not shallow. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 902. Lan Si stared at Lu Yin. "So, do you dare? If you defeat me, you'll become one of the 10 arbiters." Lu Yin sneered. "Do you think I'll agree on a whim? But if you agree to my use of external items, I can agree." Lan Si shook his head and laughed. "Forget about external items. The 10 arbiters never use external items. That's the rule, and you have to fight for it with your own abilities. Of course, I know that a battle between us isn't fair. You can choose the time, and I can wait until the day you challenge me. The 10 arbiters' position will be used as bargaining chips. Do you dare or not?" Lu Yin met Lan Si's gaze. "I'm already a glory method, and your position as one of the 10 arbiters isn't worth much to me. As long as I have the strength, I can challenge any of the 10 arbiters at any time and take their position. Don't forget that I'm a member of the Council of Astral Academy and a member of the 10 Arbiters Council. My position is second only to the 10 arbiters." Lan Si nodded. "What do you want?" Lu Yin seriously replied, "I'll set the time, and we'll have a fair battle. If I win, you'll have to support me unconditionally, including your Lan family." Lan Si's eyes narrowed. This condition was too great. "You know what being a glory method means. It represents a possibility for you to step into the realm of legends. Without this status, you won't be able to find the Star Tower even if you go to the Neoverse. Think about it, Lu Yin tempted. Lan Si smiled. Alright, I agree. You can set the time. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Before the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, we'll definitely have a battle. Lan Si raised a hand and struck out with a palm. Lu Yin also raised a hand and struck out with a palm. The two palms collided in the void, distorting the void and slowly spreading outwards. This represented a promise. Countless media outlets recorded this scene, as this was the only time that the 10 Arbiters had issued a challenge since their birth. Before this, no one even knew what the 10 Arbiters looked like. Lan Si had paid a great price for his status as a glory method. With Lu Yin's promise, Lan Si left East San Dios. As for the Outerverse Youth Council, he didn't care too much. Lu Yin looked at Lan Si's departing figure, as if deep in thought. Lan Si seemed to be very confident that the Innerverse would be able to stop the Sixth Mainland's attack. When Lan Si left, the various media outlets immediately followed suit. However, Lan Si had already achieved his goal, and they could no longer obtain any more news. As for Lu Yin, as long as he didn't want to, they wouldn't dare to go overboard. Are you confident? Wendy Yushan couldn't help but ask. This was Lan Si, the divine fist of the 10 Arbiters. He was an innate genius who was on the same level as White Knight. Although she had never fought against Lan Si before, she knew that he would be easily defeated even if he used a secret technique. Although Lu Yin was strong and had improved quickly, he was still far from being able to challenge one of the 10 Arbiters. Don't worry, there's plenty of time. I've only been cultivating for less than 10 years, and I'm already at this level. Give me a few more years, and my strength will definitely double. Wendy Yushan frowned. The 10 Arbiters' reputation is built through fighting, and no one knows the 10 Arbiters' true strength. You have to be careful. You're not the only one who has a secret technique. He might not have one as well. Lu Yin nodded. In the Starfall Sea, there were only 2 people in the younger generation who could fight against an imprinter. One was the Grand Marshal Realm's Realmling, Bai Ling, and the other was the Divine Fist, Lan Si. Lu Yin was an exception, and there were only 3 of them. It was precisely because he had fought against an imprinter that he understood how terrifying they were. Star energy was useless against them, and regardless of whether it was battle experience, reaction speed, understanding of power, or even control of time and space, an imprinter was too terrifying. Lu Yin had barely been able to fight against an imprinter by relying on the true scripture of Aeon evolution, which was a progenitor's inheritance. One could imagine that only someone at that level could fight against an imprinter. Lan Si definitely wasn't able to do so just by relying on the overlaying stacks technique. It was a pity that he hadn't observed Lan Si during the fierce battle in the Greyweed continent, or else he would have known. Of course, Lu Yin wasn't afraid of Lan Si. He had the Yu's secret art, the true scripture of Aeon evolution, the 9-yang cauldron transformation, and a spiritual force that could rival the 10 Arbiters. Given a few more years, Lu Yin was absolutely confident that he could fight against Lan Si. He couldn't avoid this battle. If he did, his image would be ruined, and it would be detrimental to his future plans. All of the benefits he had gained would disappear, and he would have an additional enemy in the Jishan dojo. It would be very troublesome. He turned to look at the smiling Lu Shaoge. This was a fox, and he was becoming more and more like Silver. No one knew what this person was thinking, but Lu Yin was very wary of him. Lu Yin emphasized to Barley again that Lu Shaoge was not allowed to leave without permission, and he brought Wendy Yushan back to the Great Yu Empire. Lu Shaoge didn't speak to Lu Yin the entire time, and it was as if he was watching a show. It had been more than half a year since Lu Yin had returned to Xenu Star, and he missed it quite a bit. The battles in the Innerverse had been too bitter, and Lu Yin missed his peaceful days on Xenu Star. When they returned to King Zishan's palace, Bei Qing had already been waiting for a long time. The mainland auction house hadn't auctioned any premium items in half a year, and many people were waiting. Lu Yin passed Gui Bing's cosmic ring to Bei Qing, as there were quite a few things inside. Since Gui Bing was an imprinter's disciple, he had quite a few good items, but Lu Yin wasn't interested in them. Thus, he decided to auction them off as premium items. Of course, Lu Yin also gave Bei Qing 3 pills. These pills had been upgraded before, and their rune lines were close to that of an enlighter's. They were extremely effective, and they were the final items of the auction. Each pill had cost 20,000 star essence to upgrade, but now, Lu Yin directly set the price at 30,000 star essence. Bei Qing happily left, and he even gave Lu Yin the rest of the money from the previous auction. The mainland auction house was now considered one of the top auction houses in the Outerverse, and they only accepted star essence, which raised the level of the auction house. Every auction house was filled to the brim, and this greatly satisfied Bei Qing's vanity while also enriching Lu Yin's wallet. The Mavis Bank suffered the most, as the Mavis Bank's branch on Xenu Star would often transfer star essence over to the mainland, which made the person in charge very depressed. He had discussed this matter with Bei Qing many times, hoping that the mainland's auction house would be able to use star crystals, but Bei Qing had refused, as he didn't dare to make the decision. Lu Yin checked his net worth and saw that he now had 280,000 to 90,000 star essence. He was too rich, and if he spent all of it on his dyes and enhance, he didn't even know where he would end up after fusing. Would he end up outside of the upper 3 gates? He was actually looking forward to it. After Bei Qing left, Zhao Ran happily entered and poured a cup of flower tea for Lu Yin. "Your Highness, this is the flower tea that I gave you last time. I've improved it a bit, so why don't you try it again?" She looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin looked at Zhao Ran's chest strangely, where a red invitation card was fluttering. He couldn't help but ask, "Whose invitation is this?" "Your friend's getting married." Zhao Ran glanced at it. "Ah, I almost forgot. A girl gave it to you, Your Highness." She quickly took it off and handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted it and opened it. His expression changed slightly when he saw that it was an invitation from the Amethyst Trading Company. Zirong and Zishue were getting married. His eyes flickered. Zishue was actually getting married to Zirong. He didn't know what to feel, but Zishue was definitely Bai Shui. He didn't have any feelings for Bai Shui, but Bai Shui was clearly not in the right state of mind. This wedding made him feel uncomfortable, and his heart felt stifled. Lu Yin's gaze trembled when he saw that there was a hidden layer within the invitation. He tore it open to reveal a single piece of paper with only 3 words written on it, "Save Bai Shui." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Zhao Ran. "Who gave me the invitation?" Zhao Ran scratched her head and thought for a long time, but she couldn't remember who it was. Lu Yin immediately summoned Case. Case respectfully replied, "It was the celebrity, Luoshin." Lu Yin was stunned, as he hadn't expected it to be her. That meant that she was the one who had secretly sent the invitation. She knew that Zishue was Bai Shui, and she wanted him to save her. What did that mean? Lu Yin guessed that Bai Shui might have asked him for help through Luoshin. Lu Yin fell silent for a moment, and then he left King Zishan's palace and headed towards the Amethyst Trading Company to look for Zi Xianxian. In the same office, Zi Xianxian was sitting on a pink sofa and leisurely browsing the internet. The door wasn't even closed when Lu Yin arrived. She glanced at Lu Yin. "You're back." Lu Yin raised a brow. "You knew that I went out?" "Of course." Don't underestimate our Amethyst Trading Company's intelligence network, Zi Xianxian said proudly. Lu Yin found it funny, but he didn't harp on this point. Instead, he asked, your second brother is getting married to Zixue. Zi Xianxian grunted. If I hadn't been waiting for you, I would have left long ago. It's good that you're back. Call Kai Jinxiang, and we'll go together. I remember seeing them at the border warfront. Their relationship wasn't very good. Why are they getting married so quickly? Lu Yin asked curiously. Zi Xianxian rolled her eyes and stared at Lu Yin. She just stared at him without saying anything. Lu Yin felt uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Zi Xianxian snorted. What do you mean? You don't want my second brother to get married to Zixue. I already told you that Zixue isn't Bai Shui. Lu Yin replied, I know, I'm just curious. Zi Xianxian clearly did not believe him. I'm considering whether or not to discuss this with my family. I won't be inviting you. Lu Yin raised a brow. You really can't make that decision. Zi Xianxian rolled her eyes, as she really couldn't make that decision. With Lu Yin's status in the Outerverse, if Amethyst Trading Company did not invite him, it would be the same as looking down on the Great Eastern Alliance, and the consequences would be too severe. At the very least, it would be more serious than the conflict between Aegis and the Great Eastern Alliance. Aegis had clashed because of their own interests, but Amethyst Trading Company had simply embarrassed the entire Great Eastern Alliance. I'm warning you, don't cause trouble when the time comes. My second brother and sister Zixue are truly in love, so don't you dare try to steal the wedding, Zi Xianxian threatened. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not interested in Zixue. Don't worry, I already have someone I like. No one said that you can only marry one person, Zi Xianxian grumbled. She then thought of something and looked at Lu Yin with interest. I heard that you went up against the divine fist of the 10 arbiters and even made a bet. Lu Yin casually sat down nearby. Sell me everything you know about Lan Si. The price is negotiable. Zi Xianxian shook her head. I can't make that decision. Who can make that decision? Lu Yin asked. No one can. Some people's information must always be kept to themselves, or else it will bring about disaster. However, I can remind you of one thing. Of course, you have to promise that you won't cause trouble at my second brother's wedding. Lu Yin nodded. I promise. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 903. Zi Xianxian frowned. It would be a lie if he agreed too quickly, but she could only choose to believe him. According to our speculations, the Divine Fist Lan Si has been experimenting with some sort of battle technique, but no one knows exactly what it is. That's as good as not saying anything, Lu Yin grumbled. Zi Xianxian's eyes widened. Don't underestimate this information. It means that Lan Si hasn't cultivated that battle technique, and it also means that you can grow if you give him time. If he's given time, he might grow even faster. Many things can be analyzed from a single piece of information. Lu Yin muttered to himself. She was right. Let me ask you, does Lan Si often go into seclusion? Does he disappear for about a month at a time? Is that frequent? Zi Xianxian shook her head. I can't talk about anything else, but the 10 arbiters aren't simple. I don't think highly of your battle with him, but if you're allowed to use external items, then I still think highly of you. Although the Divine Fist is backed by the Starfall Sea and the Greyweed Continent, he definitely can't compare to you in terms of external items. Lu Yin did not stay at the Amethyst Trading Company for long. After returning to King Zishan's palace, Yi stayed there for a day before heading to the Amethyst Trading Company's headquarters with Zi Xianxian and Kai Jinqiang. Planet Tianmao was a commercial planet, and it could also be considered a commercial fortress. It was mobile, and it was equivalent to an enormous shopping mall. The Amethyst Trading Company in the Outerverse was modeled after Planet Tianmao, but it was many times smaller. Planet Tianmao was a collection of all the brands in the Outerverse that one could name. There were only things that one could not afford, and there was nothing that one could not find. Planet Heavenly Lush happened to be located in the Middle Weave. With the speed of a radiant great aurora and the military express route to Armament Weave, it only took them 2 days to reach the Middle Weave. They then arrived at Planet Heavenly Lush on the afternoon of the 3rd day. From a distance, Planet Tianmao was brightly lit, like a city that never slept. Even from such a distance, the atmosphere of commerce could be felt. Lu Yin sat in the spacecraft and looked into the distance. Planet Tianmao was filled with countless rune lines, and there were enlighters among them. They should be experts hired by the Amethyst Trading Company, such as Mr. Yi, who had participated in the border war. Lu Yin believed that the Amethyst Trading Company had more than one Mr. Yi, but he could not find any other experts based on the rune lines. However, there were quite a few hunters. The wedding was in a few days. Amethyst Trading Company had sent out invitations to the outside world half a year ago, right after the end of the border war. Now, most of them had arrived, including the Dark Phoenix race, Wan Qianqing, Shamrock Enterprises, and so on. Of course, there were also people from the Nalan family, Endless Shipping, and Aegis. The resplendent merchant city stood tall in the starry sky, illuminating a corner of the universe. Battleships patrolled the surroundings to prevent any accidents. To the Outerverse, even a single weave might not be able to produce an enlighter. Thus, the Amethyst Trading Company was a colossus. Zi Xianxian had long since notified the headquarters of Lu Yin's arrival. The person who welcomed him was the chairman of the Amethyst Trading Company, Zi Rong, Zi Xianqian's father, Zi Tianchuan. Lu Yin had long heard of Zi Tianchuan. This person had displayed an unparalleled talent for business since he was young. Ever since he became the head of the firm, he had always held great power in his hands. He had complete decision-making power over all matters of the Amethyst firm and was a powerful figure. Unfortunately, his cultivation had weakened, and he was only a cruiser. With Zi Tianchuan's status, even a normal person would not dare to underestimate him, let alone a cruiser. Welcome, Alliance Leader Lu. I am Zi Tianchuan, and I'm here to welcome you. Lu Yin walked out of the space station, and Zi Tianchuan immediately came forward to greet him warmly. Lu Yin hurriedly replied politely, "You're too courteous, Director Zi. I'm friends with Zi Rong, so it's only right for me to address you as Uncle Zi." Zi Tianchuan smiled. "I wouldn't dare. It's my son's wedding, and I've troubled Alliance Leader Lu to personally attend." "That's too abrupt." He then looked at Kai Jinqiang. "If I'm not wrong, this must be the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, Kai Jinqiang." Kai Jinqiang smiled, as he liked it when people called him a lockbreaker. "You're too courteous, Director Zi. Your arrival brings light to Planet Tianmao's humble dwelling. This way, please." Zi Tianchuan seemed very happy. Lu Yin and Kai Jinqiang followed him out of the space station, where a hover car was already waiting. Although they could easily tear through the void to travel anywhere, this was someone else's territory, and it would be rude to do so. "Father, did you not see me?" Zi Xianxian was very displeased and complained loudly. Zi Tianchuan glared at Zi Xianxian. "How rude. Let's talk about this when we get back. Let's welcome our esteemed guests first." "What kind of esteemed guests are they?" "We're already so close," Zi Xianxian grumbled. Zi Tianchuan glared at her, but he quickly smiled and led Lu Yin and Kai Jinqiang into the car. The Z family treated their guests very well, and they had their own procedures. Lu Yin and Kai Jinqiang were personally led around planet Tianmao by Z Tianquan. It had to be said that Z Tianquan, as the head of the Amethyst Trading Company, had given them a lot of face by personally showing them around. However, with Lu Yin's status, this was not strange. The Great Eastern Alliance encompassed a fifth of the Outerverse, and Lu Yin was also a disciple of the Hall of Honor. Although this information had not been completely publicized, the Z family had naturally been able to find out, so their attitude towards Lu Yin was reasonable. At this time, even if Cheongshan Si, Gong Ling, and the others came, they might not receive more attention than Lu Yin. The next day, Z Tianquan had Z Xianxian receive Lu Yin while he went to receive the other guests. "Where's your second brother? Why don't I see him?" Lu Yin asked. Z Xianxian replied, "He's so busy, but he should be together with Sister Zixue. He's like that, and he can't leave Sister Zixue for the rest of his life." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. "Right, why was Luoshan the one who sent me the invitation? She just happened to come to Xenia Star to play with me. Maybe she wanted to thank you for saving her, so she personally sent the invitation, but you weren't there." Z Xianxian did not seem to mind. "Is she on planet Tianmao?" Lu Yin asked. Z Xianxian nodded, but just as she was about to speak, she frowned and looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. "Don't tell me you still like Luoshan." Lu Yin was speechless. "Don't make wild guesses." Z Xianxian was pleased. "It's not strange. Luoshan is so beautiful, and she's the goddess of jade in the hearts of countless people. She's kind, so it's normal for you to like her. Why, when are you planning to propose marriage to my family?" Lu Yin pursed his lips and decided not to argue with her. Over the next few days, an endless stream of people came to planet Tianmao to congratulate them. Some needed Z Tianquan to personally receive them, while others only needed Z Xianxian or her brother Z Fong to receive them. Z Xianxian accompanied Lu Yin for 2 days before leaving to attend to her own matters. Kai Jinqiang's whereabouts were unknown as well. Lu Yin strolled around planet Tianmao by himself, and he saw someone familiar, Star Fox. However, they did not greet each other. He also saw Cheongxier, who was dressed very neutrally. She hugged her own maid and flirted with her, completely ignoring the strange gazes of the people around her. Zhu San followed behind her, and he stared at the maid with a jealous expression. He also saw many heirs from the Weave's great powers, and they all recognized Lu Yin. Some were wary, some were envious, and some worshipped him. Of course, there were also those who viewed him with hostility. Regardless of their attitudes, these people did not dare to act impudently in front of Lu Yin. Even those from the Western Weaves, who looked down on the Great Eastern Alliance, were especially wary of Lu Yin. His background was too great, and he could ignore the Hall of Honor's rules. This made everyone's hair stand on end. Bang bang bang. Countless fireworks bloomed in the sky, lighting up the night sky and forming all sorts of congratulatory images and words. Light shone in all directions, and everyone had many shadows, some of which were very long. There was a very long shadow under Lu Yin's feet, and it seemed to have been following him for quite some time. Lu Yin walked into an alley and stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around and saw a youth with a cold expression. He had noticed this person for a long time, and ever since he had accidentally bumped into this person while shopping, this person had been following him and keeping an eye on him. This person was very strong, and although his rune lines were only at the cruiser realm, Lu Yin felt that this person was not ordinary at all. He actually made Lu Yin feel a sense of danger. Aside from the 10 arbiters and realmlings, only the top 5 or even the top 3 on the top 100 rankings could make Lu Yin feel this way. You've been following me all this time. What do you want? Lu Yin asked. Although this person was very strong, Lu Yin was not afraid of anyone in the outerverse aside from Master Yuan. The youth's tone was indifferent. My name is Lu Phineas. Lu Yin's expression changed, as he was not unfamiliar with this name. Lu Phineas was ranked 23rd in the Endless Weeds, and he was able to reach such a high ranking as a cruiser because he had killed Enlighters. Although he had also relied on external items, being able to kill Enlighters was still very frightening. Wei Rong had also mentioned this person before, saying that this person was the greatest genius in the history of the Dark Phoenix clan. The Dark Phoenix clan had high hopes for this person, and he might even be able to challenge the 10 Arbiters in the future. Lu Yin had deeply engraved this name in his mind, and he had never expected to meet this person face to face here. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Lu Phineas, Lu Yin said cautiously. Lu Phineas looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Many people say that you relied on external items to reach your current level. I believed them back then, but I don't believe them now. You're stronger than me, much stronger than I am. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You're not weak either. You're indeed the greatest genius in the history of the Dark Phoenix clan. Lu Phineas was curious. You made a bet with the Divine Fist. Are you confident? Why do you ask? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Phineas was very straightforward. Through you, I want to sense the depths of the 10 Arbiters so that I can challenge them in the future. Lu Yin sized up this person with a strange expression. This person was different from the Dark Phoenix clan members that he knew. How should he put it? Lu Phineas seemed a little sincere. Perhaps it was because of their innate gifts, but the Dark Phoenix clan members were all somewhat dark or extreme. This person, on the other hand, was too calm. Wei Rong had said that this person had been in dire straits before the age of 30, but after that, he had awakened his innate gift and become famous. It seemed like his personality was related to his experiences. You're not thinking of fighting with me, are you? Lu Yin asked. Lu Phineas looked at Lu Yin seriously and thought for a moment before shaking his head. There's no need. When you fight with the Divine Fist, I'll naturally be able to see the difference between us. There's no benefit in fighting with you. He then turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to look at Lu Yin. Actually, I don't like the Dark Phoenix clan either. He then left. Lu Yin muttered to himself. What did he mean by that? This person couldn't be thinking of cooperating with him, right? I've been too busy at the end of the year. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 904. He wandered around Tianmao planet for a bit before finally arriving at the Z family's ancestral home along a wide river. The ancestral home wasn't very large, and there were countless cultivators patrolling the area. Both the sky and the ground were sealed off. Z Rong and Z Shua were also there, along with other members of the Z family. Outsiders weren't allowed in yet, as the ancestral home was very small and couldn't hold that many people. Lu Yin was stopped. He wanted to see Z Shua, but he wasn't allowed to. However, due to his special status, he was treated well, and the Z family's guards notified the higher-ups. Not long after, Z Xianxian arrived with a cautious expression. I knew you were going to cause trouble. What do you want, Lu Yin? Let me tell you, the Z family isn't to be trifled with. Don't even think about stealing the bride. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I have nothing to do with Z Shua, so why would I steal the bride? I just want to see her and have some things to say. I'm sorry, but Sister Z Shua can't see you. She's about to marry my second brother. Do you think it's appropriate for her to see you now? Zi Xianxian said bluntly. Lu Yin looked past Zi Xianxian and towards the ancestral home, but he remained silent. Zi Xianxian became even more cautious. Mr. Yi is here. Don't even think about stealing her. Lu Yin was speechless. All right, then I'll be leaving. He simply turned and left. Zi Xianxian stared at Lu Yin's back. He was leaving so easily. Although it was strange, Zi Xianxian could only hope that Lu Yin wouldn't cause trouble. She couldn't just find someone to capture him, even Zi Tianchuan wouldn't dare. Zi Xianxian also wanted to find someone to monitor Lu Yin, but after some thought, she decided against it. This person's strength wasn't something that just anyone could monitor, and even Mr. Yi might not be able to do so. Lu Yin wasn't giving up, but he had no other choice. He couldn't just barge in, and he didn't know Bai Shue's exact situation. As for Luotian, she was also in her residence, so he couldn't see her. It seemed that he could only wait until the day of the wedding. Actually, he didn't have much to do with Bai Shue, and for the sake of Earth, he could help her if she was in danger. However, if he didn't even know what kind of danger it was, then it wouldn't be wise for him to make an enemy out of the Zi family just because of Luotian. Lu Yin's reputation in the Outerverse was very good with the media, but it was very bad in the hearts of the various powers. Countless people saw him as an invader, and if he made any more enemies, he could easily cause a backlash. This was especially true since the Zi family had too much information. Another 2 days passed. On this day, the Zi family's ancestral home was open to some people, and Lu Yin was one of them. However, he still couldn't see Zi Xue, nor could he see Luotian. Those girls were all in the inner courtyard, and only girls could enter. As for him, ever since he had arrived at the ancestral home, Zi Xianxian had been watching him like he was a thief. Zi Tianchuan's attitude towards him had also changed a little. Perhaps he had heard something and was a little vigilant. Lu Yin met Zi Fang, the first successor of the Zi family. He looked normal and cultured, but he gave off a sinister vibe. This person did not have a good impression of Lu Yin. Back when the Great Eastern Alliance had been at odds with Aegis, Zi Xianxian had given Lu Yin information, which had resulted in her being reprimanded by this person. Later on, in order to capture Deng Pu, this person had also sent people to act, and Lu Yin had also sent people to act. This could be considered to have foiled this person's plans, so they were indirectly considered enemies. Lu Yin didn't care about him. If this person really dared to make an enemy out of him, then Lu Yin could change the heir of the Zi family. Zi Xianxian was a good candidate, even though she was always on guard against him. Lu Yin was drinking tea in the courtyard of the Zi family's ancestral home when he heard a commotion nearby. "Scram, I don't want to see you. Get lost, you're so annoying." Qiongshi appeared with an impatient expression. Lu Yin blinked and was dumbfounded. Behind Qiongshi was Zhu San, who was dressed in female clothing. He looked rather frightening, but his gestures and movements were quite feminine. Lu Yin hurriedly covered his face, afraid that he would be recognized. He was the one who had tricked Zhu San into pretending to be a woman to get close to Qiongshi, which had set a bad example for Wanqian City. Now, wherever Qiongshi went, there would be men pretending to be women. Every man wanted to marry Qiongshi and become the son-in-law of Wanqian City. Qiongshi had been interested at first, but now she only wanted to vomit. However, Zhu San was very persistent, and he persisted. Don't resist. I know you like me. Come, let's have a good chat about life. Right, what do you think of this color of foundation? Zhu San's tone was strange as he imitated a woman's voice. He had completely let go of himself. Many people around them were stunned and had strange expressions. The people from the Zi family wanted to stop him, but he wasn't doing anything. Furthermore, he was someone with status, so they were in a difficult position. This was too embarrassing. Cheongshi was about to collapse. She didn't know if it was a coincidence, but when she saw Lu Yin, her eyes lit up and she ran over to pat him on the shoulder. "Brother Lu, so you're here. I've been looking for you for a few days." Lu Yin laughed dryly and quickly looked around. I still have things to do. You guys go ahead." He then turned to leave. Cheongshi hurriedly pulled him back. "Brother Lu, tell me what you have to do. Let's solve it together. I'll help you." At that moment, Zhu San arrived and stood behind Lu Yin, glaring at him fiercely. "You can't bully your friend's wife. Brother, you have to understand this eternal truth." Lu Yin's hair stood on end. Even a battle with an imprinter wasn't this scary. A man dressed in women's clothing and wearing heavy makeup standing behind him could easily give him nightmares. I'll leave first," Lu Yin said anxiously. Cheongshi grabbed his clothes tightly, looking like she was going to face this together. She whispered, "You were the one who told this bastard to pretend to be a woman. If you want to be disgusted, then let's be disgusted together. Who told you to have such a weird personality?" Lu Yin blurted out. Cheongshi snorted. "That's not a reason for you to be disgusted with me. Didn't you like it a lot back then? That was just perfunctory. I think you enjoyed it. You should be disgusted with me too. You can't stop me." Lu Yin reached out and flicked the back of Cheongshi hand with his middle finger. Cheongshi let go in pain, and Lu Yin slipped away. Cheongshi was furious and snorted. She was clearly a beautiful woman, but her gaze was always on another woman. When Zhu San saw Lu Yin leave, she nodded in satisfaction and tried to please Cheongshi once more. However, Lu Yin soon returned and sat down across from Cheongshi with a calm expression. Cheongshi and Zhu San were puzzled. "Why are you back?" Cheongshi was curious. Zhu San's gaze was extremely cautious. Lu Yin replied, "Nothing much. I heard something and wanted to share it with someone." Cheongshi and Zhu San looked at him. Lu Yin asked, "Do you know what a woman looks like when she reaches the pinnacle of beauty?" The two shook their heads, and Cheongshi-er's gaze burned with interest. Lu Yin pointed at the sky. "Like white clouds. You can see them, but they're very ethereal. Like a hibiscus rising from clear water, a natural sculpture. Like the goddess of the Luo River, they're as beautiful as a painting." Cheongshi-er's breathing quickened. "You saw her. Who? Is she as beautiful as Starsabil?" To many people, Starsabil was the most beautiful woman in the world. She was just too famous. Lu Yin nodded. "I saw her. She's the woman who's going to marry Zirong. Her name's Zi Shui, and she's just too beautiful. In my opinion, she's even more beautiful than Starsabil." Cheongshi did not believe him. "Impossible. How can there be such a beautiful woman?" Lu Yin sighed. "What a pity. Such a beauty is going to marry that boor Zirong. No one will pity her in the future." Cheongshi rolled her eyes and stood up to leave. "Where are you going?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "To see a beauty." Cheongshi-er's tone was excited and a little impatient. She liked beautiful women. Zhu San stared blankly and then looked at Lu Yin with a blank expression. Lu Yin asked, "Why aren't you chasing after her?" "I can't. Men aren't allowed in that courtyard." Lu Yin laughed. "Be careful. Your she-er might be taken away. I heard that Zi Shui likes both men and women." Zhu San's eyes turned red when he heard this. Cheongshi-er liked both men and women, and she was so beautiful. If she met an even prettier person who liked both men and women, what could he do? This was a love rival, even if it was a woman. Zhu San could no longer sit still and hurriedly chased after them. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled as he watched the two leave. Go ahead and cause a ruckus, the bigger the better. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a commotion to erupt outside the courtyard. Zhu San first tried to sneak in, but he was discovered as a man. He then started shouting and making it sound like a confession. He even said that Zi Shua liked both men and women, which attracted a lot of attention. The Zi family couldn't do anything to him since the Zhu family was not a small family. When Zi Tianchuan found out about this, his face turned green with anger. At the entrance to the courtyard, Zi Rong, Zi Xianxian, and even Zi Fang appeared. Zi Rong's face darkened, and he grabbed Zhu San and was about to throw him out. Zhu San angrily shouted, don't be with that woman. You won't be happy. Within the courtyard, Cheongshi-er face-bombed, feeling rather helpless. She hadn't even met Zi Shui yet, and the only person in front of her was the apprehensive Luoshan. Luoshan could tell from the girl's words that there was something wrong with this girl's personality. Cheongshi-er sighed and looked at Luoshan with a burning gaze. What a beautiful girl. Was she Luoshan? She had heard of this name before. Little girl, I heard that you're very good at dancing. I know a little too. How about we dance together? Luoshan took a few steps back and shook her head. No, there's no need. At the entrance to the courtyard, Zi Rong ordered someone to tie up Zhu San. Throw him out of Tianmao planet. Brother, don't be rash. He's the heir of the Zhu family. Don't be rude, Zi Fang said. Zi Xianxian frowned. I think he's drunk too much. Take him to the bar and sober him up. Zhu San was restrained, and he couldn't speak. His face was red with anxiety. Hold on. Zi Rong suddenly thought of something and approached Zhu San. He whispered, who told you that Zi Shua is that kind of person? Zhu San was released, and he blurted out, Brother Lu said so. Which Brother Lu? Zi Fang was puzzled. Zi Xianxian and Zi Rong exchanged glances and knew who it was. Zi Rong's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed into the courtyard. At this moment, Lu Yin was facing Zi Shua in a room within the courtyard. You really don't have anything to say to me. Just say the word, and I can save you, he said as he stared at her. Zi Shua was indifferent. Alliance leader Lu, the wedding is imminent. This is not appropriate. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I've already done everything I can for you. I'm only doing this because we're both from Earth. Since you don't have anything to say, I'll let you go. Zi Shua looked outside and fell silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 905. At that moment, Zi Rong suddenly pushed open the door and glared at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, you've gone too far. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Zi Rong. My apologies. We're from the same hometown, so I'm just here to see you. A long blade appeared in Zi Rong's hand, and he pointed it at Lu Yin. You're slapping my face. You're slapping the Zi family's face. Zi Xianxian and Zi Fang appeared from behind, and the void distorted. Mr. Yi also appeared and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's actions were no different from cuckolding Zi Rong, which infuriated the entire Zi family. Zi Tianchuan appeared as well, and his gaze was icy. Alliance Master Lu, although you control the Great Eastern Alliance and have the Hall of Honor behind you, you cannot insult my Zi family like this. My Z family has done nothing to offend you. Lu Yin calmly replied, it's my fault. Brother Zirong, you can vent your anger on me. I won't retaliate. Zirong's eyes went wide, and he gripped his blade tightly. Zi Tianchuan pressed down on Zirong's shoulder and stared at Lu Yin. He spoke in an unpleasant tone, Alliance Master Lu, please leave the ancestral home. You are not welcome here. Alliance Master Lu can attend the wedding as usual, but please forgive the Z family for not treating you well. Lu Yin nodded, and his figure flashed as he tore through the void and vanished. Zirong hurriedly ran over to Zi Shue's side and asked her about something out of concern. Zi Tianchuan warned in a low voice, no one is allowed to speak of this matter. He then stared at Zi Fang. Especially you. Zi Fang hurriedly complied. Zi Xianxian was furious. I'll go ask him. Stop. Who are you and who is he? Who are you to ask? Zi Tianchuan angrily barked. He was in an extremely bad mood. Don't cause trouble for me. He then left. Mr. Yi stood in place and muttered to himself. He seemed to have thought of something, but it also seemed like he hadn't. He seemed to be at a loss. He was Mr. Yi, an enlighter. Although he wasn't too strong, he was the most respected person in the Z family because he had studied at the Starsibil sect. Although he couldn't predict the future like Starsibil could, he had still learned a few things and could sense certain situations within a limited range. For example, he had a bad premonition right now. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Zirong comforted Zi Shui and then looked at Mr. Yi, who was still in the room. Mr. Yi was startled, oh, it's nothing. Then, he left. He had a feeling that this wedding might not go smoothly, but he did not say anything. The moment he saw Lu Yin, he had a strange feeling that he could not afford to offend this person. He absolutely could not afford to offend him. Who set history? Who created time? Was it just an environment or a phenomenon? No one could say for sure. However, some people could use certain methods to cross the river of time to see and feel something. These people called this method divination. Divination was mysterious and unfathomable, incomprehensible, but it still existed. The development of history was made up of time. If a timeline was fixed, it would develop to 100 years later, 1,000 years later, 10,000 years later, or 1,000,000 years later. If the timeline was solid, some people could walk on it and see the future. Perhaps there was something in the universe that could touch the timeline, and the only people who knew about it were those who could divine it. However, seeing more might not be a good thing, and Mr. Yi was scared stiff. He would rather die than offend Lu Yin. Lu Yin was depressed. He had risked offending the Z family time and time again to talk to Bai Shui in an attempt to save her, but she refused to say anything. Not only had he failed, but he had also offended the Z family. If not for the fact that they were both from Earth, Lu Yin would not have helped her. Now that the wedding was imminent, Lu Yin did not want to interfere anymore. Everyone had their own path, and as he had said, he had done all he could. At that moment, his gadget buzzed. Lu Yin looked at it and his expression changed slightly. He looked around and then disappeared. Soon, he appeared on a wooden bridge beside the river. Luotian's white robes fluttered in the wind, and her soft golden hair flowed down to her waist. She exuded a noble aura, and her expression was tranquil. She looked like a girl next door, but her golden hair made her seem like a high and mighty queen. "You're looking for me?" he asked. Luotian turned around and saw him, joy flashing through her eyes. "Yes, brother Lu. Please save sister Bai Shui." Lu Yin shook his head. "I tried my best. How am I supposed to save her if she won't say anything?" Luotian fiddled with her hair uneasily, seemingly hesitant about something. Lu Yin walked over to her side and looked at the river. It was so clear that he could see the bottom, and fish swam about peacefully. There was also an old man fishing in the distance. This was planet Heavenly Lush, and those who could survive here were either born here or moved here from the outside. Although planet Heavenly Lush was not as safe as Myriad City, it was still one of the safest places in the Outerverse. The people here were very carefree and did not lack money. Anything here could be sold for a high price. Compared to any other place in the universe, planet Heavenly Lush was a local product, even a fish. Coincidentally, one of the fish jumped into the air and spat at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled and casually grabbed it, tossing it to the old man. The old man thanked him from afar. "Brother Lu, I don't know why Sister Bai Shui didn't tell you, but I do know that she's in trouble." "She probably doesn't even know about it herself," Luotian said softly with a resolute gaze. Lu Yin was curious. "Go on." "It's true that Brother Zirong likes Sister Bai Shui, but there's another reason. He wants to absorb her innate gift." Lu Yin frowned. "Absorb her innate gift? What do you mean?" Innate gifts were innate to everyone, and aside from the Lingling clan, he had never heard of anyone absorbing another person's innate gift. Even Lu Yin's possession, was merely borrowing someone else's innate gift. Luotian's face paled. "Actually, it's not really absorbing her innate gift. Sister Bai Shui's innate gift is blue ice, and although it seems to be an icy innate gift, it has a very mysterious property. It can contain a person's spiritual force." Brother Zirong used some method to merge the spiritual force of many people into Sister Bai Shui's innate gift. It seems like he's helping her, but in reality, he's using her innate gift to help himself. Lu Yin was shocked. "How do you know?" Luotian whispered. "Brother Zirong sometimes loses his mind. I accidentally overheard it." "Does Bai Shui know?" "I don't know. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. Brother Zirong has never told her anything. He's only been helping her increase her strength so that she can use her innate gift to absorb spiritual force." Lu Yin stared at the surging river, his thoughts unreadable. "Brother Lu, Sister Bai Shui is too good to me. She was the one who gave me the title of Luotian, and she's also protected me many times. I don't want Brother Zirong to torture her like this," Luotian pleaded. Lu Yin replied, "Even if Zirong absorbs her innate gift, it doesn't mean that she'll be tortured. Didn't you say that he likes her?" Luotian hurriedly shook her head. "Once her innate gift is absorbed, she won't be able to cultivate for the rest of her life." Brother Zirong said this to himself when he lost his mind. He's also in pain, but he said that he had to do this for the sake of transcending. "I don't want Sister Bai Shui to be an ordinary person for the rest of her life. She's very beautiful right now, and Brother Zirong will like her, but once she becomes an ordinary person, she'll be old in a decade or so. To a woman, looks are everything. Big Brother Lu, please save Sister Bai Shui." Lu Yin frowned. Why didn't Bai Shui say it herself? "I don't know, I really don't know." Lu Yin sighed. This was troublesome. He didn't know if Luotian was telling the truth. He had interacted with Zirong a few times, especially that time in the Great Yu Empire when he, Zirong, and Kai Jinxiang had been drinking together. Zirong's forthrightness had left a deep impression on Lu Yin, and he didn't seem like someone who would sacrifice his loved ones to increase his own strength. If Zirong was such a person, Kai Jinxiang would have been able to tell. After all, they had known each other for so many years. Actually, Lu Yin's impression of Zirong wasn't bad. A person's appearance and heart could be deceived, but their strength couldn't be hidden. Zirong only knew one technique, the 1,000 army slash, but it showed great perseverance. It was this perseverance that had changed Lu Yin's mindset. He admired Zirong and hoped that he wasn't such a person. "Brother Lu, you don't believe me?" Luotian asked nervously, pursing her lips. Lu Yin didn't try to hide it, you're making it sound too mysterious. Only the Lingling clan from the inner verse can absorb innate gifts. Zirong shouldn't be able to do it. Luotian gritted her teeth and seemed to be struggling with something. In the end, she gave Lu Yin a small listening device. I'll prove it. With that, she headed towards the Z family's ancestral home. Lu Yin stood in place and watched silently. It didn't take long for the old man to leave, but before he left, he expressed his gratitude to Lu Yin. Everything was peaceful as he sat by the river. Sometimes, fishing was a good hobby. Lu Yin thought of the astral river. Fishing in the astral river wasn't a bad hobby, but it was easily dragged down. In the sky, Zi Xianxian flew past with an angry look on her face. She seemed to be searching for something. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh, she was definitely looking for him. Not long after, Chungshir also flew past, followed by the shameless Xu San. Powerhouses flew past one after another, and from time to time, there would be people heading towards the Z family's ancestral home. It was very lively. Lu Yin was the only one resting by the river, and no one could find him. He activated his gadget and contacted someone, Zhang Dingtian. It was Bai Shue's wedding, and everyone on Earth was considered her family. Lu Yin naturally had to inform Zhang Dingtian. In the Z family's ancestral home, Zirong's anger had yet to subside, but he was also worried that Lu Yin would come looking for him again. Luotian came looking for him, Brother Zirong, I want to talk to you. Zirong was surprised, about what? Speak. Luotian hesitated and looked into the room, let's go somewhere else. Zirong was amused, there's no need to hide it from me. We don't have anything to hide. Speak. It's about Sister Zishue's innate gift of blue ice, Luotian whispered. Zirong's eyes went wide, and he stared at her with a ferocity that he had never seen before. What do you know? Luotian whispered back, do you think it's appropriate to talk here? Zirong's eyes flashed, and he grabbed her to go somewhere else. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 906. On the other side, Lu Yin slowly walked towards the Z family's ancestral home. Outside, Zirong and Luotian appeared. Luotian almost lost her footing. Zirong's eyes were gloomy as he stared at Luotian. What do you know? Luotian's face paled, and her eyes were filled with fear. You want to absorb Sister Bai Shue's innate gift? Her name is Zishue. Zirong barked, his expression sinister and completely different from his usual self. Luotian was terrified and retreated a few steps, leaning against the wall as she stared at Zirong. Zirong took a deep breath and stared at her with murderous eyes. How do you know? Luotian trembled and lowered her head, not daring to speak. Speak. Zirong barked. Luotian's eyes reddened. Yes, you said it yourself once when you lost your mind. Zirong's pupils shrank, as he could not accept that she had lost her mind. He took a few steps forward and pressed his face close to hers. Who did you tell? Luotian shook her head. No one. Zirong's eyes narrowed as he stared at her. You really didn't tell anyone. She hurriedly shook her head. Why are you telling me now? Zirong was puzzled. Luotian's eyes were filled with sorrow. Please let Bai, no, Sister Zishue, off. She's been very good to me and saved me before. I don't want her to die because of you. Zirong's voice was low. I like Zishue, so I won't kill her. To a woman, losing her looks is scarier than death. If you absorb Sister Zishue's talent, she won't be able to cultivate anymore. She'll be the same as an ordinary person, and she'll grow old in a few years. When that time comes, will you still love her as much? Luotian shouted. I will. Zirong shouted, pressing one hand against the wall as his eyes filled with killing intent. His greatest secret had been discovered by Luotian, so this woman could not be allowed to live. The Z family could produce many jade goddesses. Luotian had expected this as well, and she looked at Zirong in despair. Please, be nicer to Sister Zishue. Zirong's eyes were filled with madness, and he was struggling. Something was wrong with him. Luotian had exposed his greatest secret and turned him into a completely different person. But in the end, reason won out, and he slowly raised a hand. Don't worry, I won't hurt Zishue, but you won't live. Luotian closed her eyes as she thought of Luyin. Zirong slapped his palm towards Luotian's forehead. Suddenly, the surrounding space froze. A domain swept out, transforming into a towering tree. Its branches wrapped around Zirong. Zirong's expression changed drastically. He took out his long blade and slashed horizontally. The blade light cut through the domain and tore through the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin appeared beside Luotian and hugged her as they retreated 1,000 meters. Zirong's eyes widened. It's you again, Lu Yin. Bai Shui is my friend. I don't know what methods you used to control her, but I'm taking her away today. You can't stop me. Zirong bellowed and slashed out with his blade. Just this one move was enough to cause the Enlighters to raise their eyebrows. This was the 1,000 Armies slash. Back then, Lu Yin had not used any secret techniques, and it had been very difficult for him to do so. But now, as he watched the 1,000 Armies slash's blade light descend towards him, Lu Yin grabbed Luotian with one hand and raised his left hand. 70 stacks spread through his arm and caught the blade light. His overlaying stacks exploded, causing the blade light to shatter. A huge force splashed into the sky, causing the void to ripple and gradually crack open. Countless people on Tianmao planet were shocked. The shockwaves swept across the Z family's ancestral home. Countless cultivators from the Z family rushed out and surrounded the area. Mr. E even appeared, along with Kai Jinchang, Star Fox, and the rest. They had all been guests at the Z family's ancestral home, and they had immediately noticed the battle. Zirong's pupils shrank, as he had not expected his 1,000 Armies slash to be blocked so easily. How long had it been since the probing battle in the Great Yu Empire? It had only been 2 years, but Lu Yin had improved so quickly that Zirong was no longer Lu Yin's opponent. Lu Yin waved his hand. He had even experienced an imprinter's power level being suppressed below 200,000, let alone Zirong. At this moment, Lu Yin's strength was enough to face off against an ordinary Enlighter. The Aeon Evolution scripture could weaken anyone's strength. What are you doing? Kai Jinchang barked. Zirong raised his head. Lu Yin wants to steal Zishue. He belongs to the Z family, so we'll kill him without mercy. The onlookers were shocked, as the Z family was about to start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance. Star Fox was speechless. This Lu Yin really did cause trouble wherever he went. Kai Jinchang frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Regardless of what the onlookers thought, Zirong gave the order, and many of the Z family's cultivators charged forward to attack Lu Yin. There were even 3 hunters among them. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he scanned his surroundings. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and his 8-lined battle force imprint accompanied by overlaying stacks bombarded the air. Visible energy ripples spread out, and even the 3 hunters were forced back, let alone the ordinary cultivators. The ground cracked open layer by layer, and the void spread out as endless ripples spread out. Lu Yin was like a war god at this moment, and with a wave of his hand, Zirong raised his blade to block, but he was still forced back. Kai Jinchang was helpless, and he stood in front of Zirong as he looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, no matter what, Zirong's wedding was not forced. You've gone overboard. Lu Yin did not explain. He simply grabbed Luotian and disappeared. Zirong's face changed. Not good. Hurry up and save Zixue. Mr. Yi hesitated for a moment, but then he chased after them. Kai Jinchang frowned, as he did not know what had gotten into Lu Yin. The three of them had even drunk together before, and they had gotten along quite well. What was going on? There was a beautiful blue planet in Frostwave Weave, Earth. There was also a mountain on Earth called Changbai Mountain. During the apocalypse on Earth, zombies had run rampant, and the era of cultivation had begun. China had given birth to the 7 sages, and Bai Shui was the Luo sage, one of the 3 high sages. She oversaw Changbai Mountain, and under her command was Camp Blue. After Bai Shui left, Changbai Mountain was not abolished, and Camp Blue continued to exist. Aside from Zhao Yu, who had been selected to train at Xinyu Stars Yu Academy, the other sisters of Camp Blue were waiting for Bai Shui at Changbai Mountain. Zhang Dingtian stood high in the sky and looked around at the familiar surroundings. It had been a long time since he had been here. He scanned his surroundings, and his gaze froze as he stared at a cave in Changbai Mountain. It was very close to Camp Blue, but it was desolate all year round. No one would have thought that there would be a cruiser there. Compared to Earth, cruisers were experts. Back in the Great Yu Empire, most of the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons had only been cruisers. This person was from the Z family, and he had been ordered by Zirong to monitor Camp Blue. If Bai Shui revealed anything about Zirong, this person would slaughter Camp Blue. There were experts from the Great Yu Empire on Earth, but they were nothing compared to this cruiser. It would only take an instant for the entire Camp Blue to be annihilated. This was why Bai Shui didn't dare to say anything. She was being monitored, and so were the countless sisters who idolized and missed her. There were also her family members in Camp Blue. Zirong's conditions weren't excessive, he only wanted to absorb her innate gift of Blue Spring spiritual force and turn her into a normal person. Bai Shui was willing to give up her cultivation in exchange for the safety of these people. She couldn't tell Lu Yin, because the entire Camp Blue would be wiped out in an instant. She didn't say anything, but Lu Yin did. The moment Zhang Dingtian appeared in the sky above Changbai Mountain, the cultivator from the Z family felt that something was amiss. It wasn't until Zhang Dingtian's blade fell that he realized that he had been exposed. On Heavenly Lush Planet, Lu Yin was the first to appear in Bai Shui's room. He grabbed her under her shocked gaze, and then the room collapsed as Zirong appeared like a furious lion. He raised his blade and glared at Lu Yin. "Release my fiancé." Everyone in the area was watching the show. Kai Jinchang shouted, "Brother Lu, don't go too far." Zi Tianchuan appeared as well. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Outerverse, Lu Yin. My Z family is not to be trifled with." Zi Xianxian, Zi Fang, and the rest also appeared. The Z family had invited many people from the Outerverse for their wedding, and all of them were people of high status. Today's events would definitely spread throughout the Outerverse, and Zi Tianchuan's dissatisfaction with Lu Yin had escalated to hatred. Zirong's rage reached a boiling point. Zi Xianxian covered her head. What was supposed to happen had happened, and she knew that things weren't going well. "Lu Yin, let me go," Bai Shui whispered anxiously. Lu Yin pushed Luotian into the distance, and no one made things difficult for her. "I know what happened to you, and I don't believe that you don't know the consequences of Zirong absorbing your spiritual force. Why did you agree?" Lu Yin asked. Bai Shui's eyes flickered. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I'm a very protective person. You're from Earth, and so am I. Let's not talk about our friendship, but you're also a member of the Great Yu Empire. No one can bully my people." "Lu Yin, I'm not the Bai Shui you're talking about." My name is Zixue. There were cultivators from the Z family all around them, and Lu Yin couldn't escape. He had no intention of doing so, as the only person in the entire outerverse who could truly threaten him was Yuan Shi. No, with Mr. Mu here, even Yuan Shi might not be able to do anything to him. He could act without fear. Lu Yin, let Zixue go. Zi Tianchuan barked. Zi Rong gripped his blades so tightly that his veins bulged. Seventh bro, this is the second time you've tried to kidnap a bride. Lu Yin looked at Zi Rong. What method did you use to control her so that she doesn't even dare to speak the truth? Zi Rong's gaze turned ferocious. I don't know what you mean. Zixue and I are truly in love, and our wedding is in 2 days. Let go of my fiancé, or my family won't let you off even if we report this to the Hall of Honor. Don't think that you can do whatever you want. Lu Yin, the Z family has been in the outerverse for many years, and we're not to be trifled with. Let go of Zixue. Zi Tianchuan raged. At that moment, Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he glanced at it with a smile. He tapped on the screen and saw Earth's Changbai mountain. Everyone saw it. Zi Rong's expression changed. There was a person lying on the mountain, covered in blood. There was a knife wound on his chest that had almost split him in half. Your threat is gone, Lu Yin said calmly as he looked at Bai Shui. Bai Shui stared blankly at a familiar figure standing beside the bloodied person. It was Zhang Dingtian. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 907. We're both from Earth, and he volunteered to save you when you were in trouble. Lu Yin smiled. Bai Shui's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Zi Rong's heart sank, and he suddenly attacked, slashing his blade at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he waved his left hand, causing a terrifying shockwave to sweep out and push Zi Rong back. Everyone, who is she? Listen to her. Lu Yin shouted. Zi Rong grew anxious. Shui, come here. Don't listen to his nonsense. Everyone looked at Bai Shui. They weren't stupid, and they could tell that something was different. Lu Yin wasn't an idiot, and his words were strange as well. Bai Shui opened her eyes, and for the first time, her emotions changed. She was furious. Zi Rong, you saved my life, but you also sacrificed the lives of my friends and family to force me to change my name, cultivate, and marry someone of a lower status. Today, I, Bai Shui, will officially tell you that I've repaid the favor I owe you. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Zi Rong felt dizzy, and his vision went white. Everyone was in an uproar, and they all looked at Zi Rong with disdain. They hadn't expected this person to be so despicable. Zi Tianchuan was also shocked, as he hadn't known about this. Zi Xianxian looked at Zi Rong in disbelief, as her second brother wasn't that kind of person. The Z family's public image had always been good. On the surface, they were the largest trading company in the outerverse, but in reality, they sold information. However, they didn't casually leak information, and they were very principled. Many great powers in the outerverse were willing to befriend them. Of the 3 siblings of the Z family, Zi Rong was the one that everyone admired the most. He had a forthright personality and exceptional talent. He had even been a counselor of West San Dios, and although he was a hunter, he was still able to attract the attention of enlighters. He didn't participate in any of the Amethyst Trading Company's affairs, and in many people's eyes, he was the future foundation of the Z family, one that was still growing. However, no one had expected such a person to do such a despicable thing. Nonsense. My second brother isn't that kind of person. Zi Xianxian was enraged, and she glared at Lu Yin. Did you force Sister Zishue to say this? Lu Yin, you want to deal with our Z family, and you want to take our Z family for yourself, right? Zi Tianchuan's face darkened as he stared at Lu Yin. Many people were suspicious, as Lu Yin's actions were reckless, and he had never concealed his desires. Lu Yin laughed. Do you think I can take over the Z family? I'm not that stupid. Zi Tianchuan looked at Bai Shui, you know very well how I treat you. Don't be bewitched by Lu Yin. Our Z family has never let you down. Bai Shui looked at Zi Tianchuan and said apologetically, I'm sorry, adoptive father, I didn't want to hurt the Z clan. You saved me and gave me my life. My debt to Z Rong is cancelled, but I will repay what I owe the Z clan. What are you going to use to repay me? You were born as a member of the Z clan, and you'll die as a ghost of the Z clan. Roared Z Rong. Z clan, attack. Capture them. Lu Yin donned his universal armor and faced the many cultivators from the Z family. Star energy gathered in his right palm as he unleashed a single sun. The scorching sun exploded. Mr. Yi stood in front of Zi Tianchuan and the others, neutralizing the power of the sun. Zi Rong leaped through the void and slashed at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin waved his hand and deflected the blade. The Yu's secret art was not something Zi Rong could block, and Lu Yin kicked out. Zi Rong was smashed into the ground like a meteor. The Z family and Lu Yin were fighting, and Bai Shui's words were still there. No one could say who was right and who was wrong. Perhaps Lu Yin had bewitched Bai Shui to find a reason to deal with the Z family, or perhaps Zi Rong had really done so. Kai Jinchang didn't want to act either, as he believed that Zi Rong wasn't such a despicable person. However, he also believed that Lu Yin wouldn't deal with the Z family at this time. Even if he did, he would do so at a more appropriate time, such as on the day of the wedding. After all, whether it was now or on the day of the wedding, his actions had already made him an enemy of the Z family. Deep in his heart, Kai Jinchang didn't want to make an enemy out of Lu Yin, as he felt that he owed him something. Don't protect me, go deal with Lu Yin, Zi Tianchuan said to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi gritted his teeth and leaped out to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin put on his bracers and punched out. His strength was doubled, and he broke through the void. A terrifying force swept out, focusing on Mr. Yi. Even Zephyr had been forced back by a single punch, let alone Mr. Yi. He couldn't withstand the enormous force and was sent flying. The shockwaves swept through the sky and into the universe, even destroying many spacecraft that were parked in space. Planet Tianmao trembled. The might of Lu Yin's punch had caused everyone to stop, and they didn't dare to attack again. Zi Tianchuan clenched his fists, thinking about something. Below, Zi Rong walked out, and he seemed to be in a strange state. He seemed to be suppressing something. However, when Lu Yin's gaze landed on him, he saw Bai Shui in Lu Yin's arms. An indescribable evil aura erupted from him, and he roared at the sky in an inhuman voice. His eyes became deathly still, and his pupils turned gray. This was the gray eyes transformation. An indescribable chill swept through planet Tianmao, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. Something terrifying had appeared. Above the Z family's ancestral mansion, Zi Tianchuan and the rest stared at Zi Rong in disbelief. Zi Rong had actually used the gray eyes transformation. Most people in the Outerverse didn't know what it was, but many of the people who had been invited by the Z family recognized it. That's the Neo-Human Alliance's battle technique, Corpse King transformation. The Z family's second young master is from the Neo-Human Alliance. It's actually the gray eyes transformation. He's a great enemy of humanity. The Z family is finished. Countless cries of alarm rang out, and the onlookers' expressions changed. Even Lu Yin was shocked. he hadn't expected Zirong to have trained in the Grey Pupil transformation. Corpse King transformation was an ultimate battle technique that only Corpse Kings could train in. Zirong was clearly a living person, but he could still train in it. Second brother. Zi Xianxian covered her mouth, her eyes red and her face pale. Zi Fang, who had been gloating, felt his entire body go numb, and he almost went limp. Once anyone was involved with the Neo-Human Alliance, it was no longer a personal matter, but rather an entire clan. The Neo-Human Alliance was the greatest enemy of the entire human race, and if the Zi family was in trouble, the Hall of Honor would not let them off. Kai Jinchang was shocked. Why was Zirong acting like this? Zirong had gone completely insane, and he only had eyes for Bai Shui. If he wanted to steal her away, no one would be able to stop him. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Ever since he had discovered that Bai Shui's innate gift of azure eyes could fuse with spiritual force, he had been thinking of ways to gather spiritual force for her and force her to cultivate. He had been waiting for this day, and he had his own goals. He needed to absorb the spiritual force in order to transcend and break free from his control. With a bang, Zirong rushed towards Bai Shui and grabbed out with one hand. His entire body had transformed. The gray eyes transformation could strengthen his physical body by 10 times. At this moment, he was even more difficult to deal with than Mr. Yi. Lu Yin retreated with Bai Shui in his arms, but Kai Jinchang appeared in front of him and struck out with a palm to meet Zirong's. With a bang, a shockwave surged into the clouds and tore through the sky. The two retreated at the same time. Zirong, wake up! Kai Jinchang shouted angrily. He didn't have many friends, and Zirong was one of them. Now that Zirong had become like this, Kai Jinchang couldn't help but take action. Zirong roared, "Get out of my way! Bai Shui is mine!" After using his Corpse King transformation, he couldn't even speak properly. He rushed forward again and attacked without thinking. Kai Jinchang sighed and blocked Zirong by himself. No matter how Zirong attacked, Kai Jinchang remained unmoved. Lu Yin raised his brows. Kai Jinchang's strength had improved extremely quickly as well. As expected of someone who could force others of the same generation to bow their heads, the stronger he became. The members of the Zi family stood in place in confusion, not knowing what to do. Zi Tianchuan looked at the intense battle in the sky and gritted his teeth. Zirong has sided with the Neo-Human Alliance and betrayed the Zi family and humanity. He has committed a heinous crime and belongs to the Zi family. Capture him. If he resists, kill him without mercy. Zi Xianxian was shocked, and she hurriedly grabbed onto her father's arm. Father, don't. Second brother definitely didn't do this willingly. There must be a misunderstanding. Zi Tianchuan didn't want this to happen either, but for the sake of the bigger picture, he could only give the order. He shook Zi Xianxian off and said, "Attack." Many of the Zi family's cultivators attacked Zirong together. Zirong roared and attacked mercilessly, killing many of the Zi family's members in an instant. Mr. Yi had no choice but to step in and cooperate with Kai Jinchang. It didn't take long for Zirong to fall to the ground, but Zirong stood up again. His physical body was 10 times stronger than before, and with his willpower from cultivating the 1,000 army slash, he wouldn't be defeated so easily unless he was dead. Just as Kai Jinchang and Mr. Yi were about to continue attacking, Zirong suddenly stopped in midair and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body trembled, and his face contorted. He howled in anguish as his heart exploded. His eyes lost their luster and returned to human eyes, but they had lost all signs of life. His body slowly fell to the ground. The scene fell silent. Lu Yin looked at Zirong. He was already dead, and his rune lines no longer existed. He was clearly so powerful, but his heart couldn't take it. There was definitely something wrong with a living person cultivating the corpse king transformation. To the side, Bai Shui was sorrowful. No matter what, Zirong really did like her, and he hadn't planned on killing her. He had even saved her. This debt wasn't something that could be settled so easily. Zi Xianxian mourned, second brother. Zi Fang closed his eyes. No matter what their relationship had been, blood was thicker than water, and Zirong's death was hard for him to accept. Zi Tianchuan's body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. He looked up at Lu Yin with a gaze that could eat him alive. Lu Yin met Zi Tianchuan's gaze and frowned. He had become the Zi family's mortal enemy today. He had thought that he would become Aegis's mortal enemy, but now that he had become Aegis's master, he had helped the Zi family become his mortal enemy. Life was truly mysterious, and no one knew what would happen in the future. With Zirong dead, the wedding was naturally over. If nothing unexpected happened, the Hall of Honor would be involved in the investigation, and the entire Zi family would face disintegration. If this wasn't handled properly, they would be destroyed like Darkstar Gorge. Lu Yin was chased away by Zi Tianchuan, and Zi Xianxian looked at him as if he was an enemy. Lu Yin didn't regret his decision. He had to save Bai Shui, this was his principle. The others were politely sent away by the Zi family, and planet Tianmao was sealed off. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 908. It was worth mentioning that Luo Xin had also been expelled by the Zi family. She was a celebrity who had been groomed by the Zi family to become the Jade Goddess. Now that she had been expelled, her fate would be miserable. Forget about becoming a celebrity, countless people with power and influence would try to recruit her. Lu Yin could not bear to see her suffer, so he brought her along to the Great Yu Empire. From then on, she would be the star of the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the Great Eastern Alliance's influence was not as wide as the Zi family's, it was still spread throughout the Outerverse. Bai Shui and Luo Xin followed Lu Yin to the Great Yu Empire. Kai Jinqiang left as well, as he knew that Lu Yin was telling the truth the moment Zirong had used his Corpse King transformation. Kai Jinqiang felt apologetic, as he had doubted Lu Yin in the past. This person was too straightforward, and he had even apologized to Lu Yin, which made Lu Yin feel a little embarrassed. As for the Zi family, even if they did not disband because of Zirong, they would still suffer in the future. Lu Yin considered whether or not he should act against the Zi family, as they had already become his mortal enemy. If he left them alone, they might cause trouble in the future. Thank you for the trouble, Bai Shui whispered gratefully as she walked over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. It's fine. I've caused too much trouble, so one more won't make a difference. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Zhang Dingtian. If not for him, you would have been threatened. Bai Shui nodded. I know. Lu Yin was very curious about her experiences. Who took you away from the Great Yu Empire? Bai Shui shook her head. I don't know. Her answer was the same as Zhang Dingtian's. The Hidden Earth organization had not told them anything, which was strange. Taking them away was equivalent to training them and increasing their strength, but they had not told them anything about Earth. Were they not afraid that they would grow stronger and not feel grateful to the Hidden Earth organization? You said that you killed Lu Shaoge. Bai Shui muttered to herself. Lu Yin smiled. Do you care about him that much? Bai Shui's gaze turned cold. He abandoned Earth and betrayed us. Even if you didn't kill him, I would have killed him myself. What's your relationship with him? Lu Yin asked. Bai Shui fell silent and did not answer. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions. They were heading back to the Great Yu Empire, and Bai Shui wanted to visit Earth. In the distance, Luotian nervously walked in with drinks. Sister Bai Shui, be big brother Lu. The two of them turned around, and Lu Yin was stunned. Luotian was wearing a thin pink muslin dress, and her long golden hair cascaded down her back. She was as beautiful as a painting, and Lu Yin was momentarily breathless. When she saw the surprise in his eyes, Luotian suppressed her nervousness and felt a little smug. Brother Lu, here's a drink. Bai Shui looked at Luotian meaningfully, then at Lu Yin, before leaving with the drinks. Lu Yin smelled an intoxicating fragrance, but the woman beside him was even more intoxicating. Luotian was an absolute beauty to begin with, or else she would not have become the most popular celebrity in the Outerverse. There were too many people who coveted her, and her heart was now with Lu Yin. The girls who had appeared around Lu Yin were all beautiful, but none of them were as brazenly seductive as Luotian. Luotian was ready to throw caution to the wind. She liked Lu Yin, and from the time she had been rescued on Xenu Star until now, she wanted to be with this man. Lu Yin coughed. When we return to Xenu Star, I'll arrange for someone to protect you. You'll be the Great Eastern Alliance's ambassador. Luotian obediently agreed and stood beside Lu Yin. She looked up at the stars, not wanting to leave. To her, being able to stand beside this man for even a second was bliss. The spacecraft entered Xenu Star's space station, and Lu Yin had already asked Huansha to arrange for someone to pick up Luotian. Bai Shui boarded another spacecraft and headed to Earth. Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace and opened his gadget to contact someone, Zhu San. If not for the trip to Heavenly Lush Planet, he would have forgotten about this person. This person did not seem to have any abilities, but it was all an act. Zhu San was surprised that Lu Yin would contact him. What's wrong, bro? If there's anything good, just let me know. When I get married to I'll give you a big red packet. Neoverse, 7 quarts, so family, Lu Yin said. On the other end, Zhu San's face changed and his face went pale. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. What did you say? Lu Yin smiled. There's no need to hide it. I know who your Zhu family is. You're from the 7 quarts So family. Bro, are you stupid? What's So family? I've never even heard of it. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Zhu San was about to hang up. Lu Yin said, alright, if you don't want to talk to me, I'll talk to Jasper Mountain Sea. Zhu San fell silent for a moment, and then his lazy and carefree tone changed. He asked in a low voice, what do you know? Lu Yin smiled. Take a guess. Zhu San's face turned serious. What do you want? I'm curious. Are you chasing Cheong Shi, because you really like her or because you want to obtain Wanwan City? Zhu San did not hesitate and directly answered, I really like her. I don't believe you. At this point, I have no reason to lie to you. You're right, my Zhu family did want to obtain Wanwan City from the start, but that was just my family's idea and had nothing to do with the So family. To the So family, Wanwan City has no value, and the So family did not deliberately arrange for us to be in Wanwan City. Our bloodline was accidentally discovered by the So family, and we are members of the So family who have been stranded outside. Lu Yin said, alright, let's just leave it like that. I wonder if Jasper Mountain Sea will believe your words. What do you want? If you want to use my family to reclaim Wanwan City, that's impossible. My family's ancestor is already dead, and while we know a lot about Wanwan City, you should know a lot as well. I can tell you whatever you want to know, and if you want money, we can support you. But if you want to use us, that's impossible. You'll tell me whatever I ask. Lu Yin raised a brow. Zhu San sighed. As long as we know. Alright, I want to know if Wei Rong is in Wanwan City. Lu Yin asked. Zhu San was just a chess piece to him, and he might be useful in the future when he reclaimed Wanwan City, but he did not necessarily have to. In Lu Yin's eyes, the Zhu family was not as valuable as Wei Rong. At least, before the innerverse and outerverse were reconnected, the Zhu family would not be of much value. No, they were valuable, and their bloodline allowed Lu Yin to observe the chessboard again. Perhaps he could comprehend the mystery of strategy, but he would need Mr. Mu's help. Wei Rong. I don't know. Then go and investigate. Zhu San was furious. Our Zhu family is not your subordinate, Lu Yin. Then I'll ask Jasper Mountain Sea to help me investigate. Zhu San was speechless. Exposing our family won't do you any good. There won't be any harm. No, there will be benefits. I'll be able to gain Jasper Mountain Sea's favor. Zhu San felt aggrieved, as he had always known that Lu Yin was not easy to get along with. He was the type of person who was thick-skinned but was able to grasp people's hearts. Zhu San had always appeared in his previous image, partly on purpose and partly out of habit. Zhu San had once rejoiced that he had been able to view life with a smile while watching Lu Yin and the others play by themselves. These people thought that they were very smart, but they could not see through Zhu San, which made Zhu San feel like he was hiding in a fog. This was especially true when Zhu San had caused such a ruckus in the Z family. Did Zhu San really think that he was stupid enough to tell Zi Rong that it was Lu Yin and Zi Shua who liked both men and women? Zhu San had wanted Lu Yin to suffer the consequences of his own actions and become mortal enemies with the Z family while Zhu San could hide behind the scenes and watch the show. But now, he had experienced Lu Yin's sharpness. This guy had long since known that Zhu San was from the Su family. Zhu San had thought that Zhu San was hiding in the fog, but this guy was actually hiding even deeper. Every step that Lu Yin took had been calculated. Zhu San was not only aggrieved, but he also felt a chill run down his spine. Alright, I'll investigate for you. But don't think that you can use this to threaten my family in the future. Lu Yin smiled. We'll talk about future matters in the future. Don't worry, I won't stop you from moving. Zhu San rolled his eyes and immediately hung up. Moving? Impossible, not in this lifetime. He had to think of a way to break free from this guy's threat. Also, Zhu San was certain that if he could marry Cheong Shir in the future, he would definitely not invite this person. Whoever did so would be unlucky. It would be fine if the marriage was not consummated, but if his wife was taken away, that would be disgusting. The Cheong family was the ruler of Myriad City, but the Zhu family's influence was not small either. The Zhu family had infiltrated Myriad City for many years, and they were second only to the Cheong family. They had even been able to uncover Myriad City's greatest secret, the underground control room, let alone the city lord's mansion. Not long after, Zhu San contacted Lu Yin and confirmed that Wei Rong was hiding in the city lord's mansion. Lu Yin had guessed that the Wei family had hidden themselves in Myriad City for so long without any contact with the outside world in order to confuse them. They had told them that Wei Rong was not in Myriad City, when in reality, Wei Rong was not far from them. Brother Zhu, do me another favor, Lu Yin casually said. Zhu San angrily rebuked, Lu Yin, I already said that you can't order us around. Are you deaf? I already said that I'm helping, Lu Yin said. What's the difference? Zhu San was furious. After a moment of silence, Zhu San gave in and gritted his teeth. Speak. Someone deliberately leaked information about the tragedy at East San Dios. I want you to spread the word that Wei Rong was the one who leaked the information. In order to incite the 10 arbiters against me, he used one of them, Lan Si, Lu Yin said. Zhu San frowned. What's the point of doing that? Lan Si isn't stupid. He'll definitely know that you're trying to sow discord. I didn't ask you to tell Lan Si. There's a person among them called Tai San. He's impulsive, and he admires Lan Si greatly. If he knew that someone from the outerverse dared to use Lan Si, what would he do? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Zhu San sucked in a breath of cold air. Lan Si would definitely not be fooled, but Tai San was different. The 10 Arbiters' reputation could not be blasphemed, and the people of the outerverse had not even heard of the Divine Fist. It was clear that the 10 Arbiters had maintained their dignity well. The innerverse had always looked down on people from the outerverse, and if Lan Si's people found out that someone from the outerverse had dared to scheme against them, it would be an insult to them regardless of whether the scheme had succeeded or not. They would definitely cause trouble for Wei Rong. I want you to exaggerate Wei Rong's intelligence and make it sound as if he's the best in the world. Then, spread the news about the outcome of the confrontation at East San Dios. Say that Wei Rong succeeded and that he used the Divine Fist to take revenge on me. He succeeded in causing me to suffer, Lu Yin said. Although Lan Si's ultimate goal was to glorify the position of arbiter, that goal was one thing. Being used was being used, and that did not mean that he would allow someone from the outerverse to use him for his own goals. This was a matter of dignity. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 909. Zhu San sighed. I know, Lu Yin. This is the last thing I'll do for you. Don't contact me again. We'll see. We're brothers, and you still owe me a big red packet. Zhu San felt sick and hung up. Bamboo Jia frowned. Lu Yin definitely won't let us off. He'll only use us more and more in the future, and he'll definitely use us to deal with the Cheong family. Father, are you sure that Lu Yin will deal with the Cheong family? Bamboo Jia answered with certainty, definitely. His ambition is too great, and he won't let go of anything in the outerverse. The 72 weaves have long since become part of his territory. He's not easy to deal with, especially now that his momentum has been established. Unless the Hall of Honor stops him, no one else will be able to deal with him. Then what should we do? Zhu San asked worriedly. Bamboo Jia rubbed his forehead. There's actually such a person in the outerverse. Throughout the universe's countless years of history, there hasn't been such a person before. Someone whose cultivation talent can rival the 10 arbiters is actually interested in power, and he's even well-versed in the art of trickery. How did such a person appear? Father, do we do what he just said? Zhu San asked. Zhu Jia nodded. Do as he says. Although this person is extremely ambitious and ruthless, those who work for him are treated well. He can fall out with the Z family for Bai Shui, and he can argue with an elder of the Tai Mo Palace for Peach. He can even go to the Tai Mo Palace personally. This kind of person has a bottom line and is very protective of his own people. Zhu San's eyes widened. Father, you're not going to help him, are you? Zhu Jia looked at Zhu San seriously. Right now, our Zhu family's position in Myriad City is getting lower and lower. Our ancestor is dead, and the innerverse and outerverse have been separated. The Cheong family is wary of us, and our strength is being suppressed. If this continues, there are only two possible outcomes. We can either leave Myriad City in a sorry state, or we can be destroyed by the Cheong family. I don't want to see either of these outcomes. We need to wait for the innerverse and outerverse to be reconnected, and then we can contact the main family. Lu Yin is a very protective person. If we board his ship, the Cheong family won't dare do anything to us. Zhu San was conflicted. But this person wants to deal with the Cheong family and steal Myriad City. We also wanted to steal Myriad City from the start. But we can't do it. Since we can't do it, we have to let go. We have to use his background to make the Cheong family feel apprehensive. We have to persist until we get in contact with the main family, said Bamboo Knot. Zhu San nodded. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Regardless of whether it was him, Phelan, Starfox, or the others, they were all forced to board Lu Yin's ship. None of them realized that the ship was growing larger and larger, as if there was a trend. More than 10 days later, a group of people from the Great Mountain Dojo arrived at Myriad City. They blocked the entrance of the city lord's mansion and demanded that they hand over Wei Rong. Cheong Shanhai walked out of the city lord's mansion. At the same time, the protective shield of the 1,000 cities was activated. The ground was shaking as if a monster was about to awaken. Elder Iron's expression changed. He had long since heard that Myriad City was a war fortress, and during the battles at the borders of the Endless Weave, it had even been able to unleash a power that even the envoys feared. It was a colossus that could not be provoked in the Outerverse, and now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it seemed to be true. I am Myriad City's City Lord, Cheong Shanhai. May I know why you have graced us with your presence? Cheong Shanhai asked as he looked at Elder Iron. This person was a powerhouse that far surpassed Cheong Shanhai. Lan Si's group had caused a huge commotion when they arrived in the Outerverse, but aside from Lan Si, most of the others had remained hidden. This was also the Hall of Honor's intention, as this group had come from the Innerverse. Their arrival had caused many speculations, and many people from the Outerverse were currently wandering the Astral River in search of the entrance to the Innerverse. As for the war in the Innerverse, the people from the Great Mountain Dojo and the Sea King's Dome had not mentioned it. Master Yuan had also taken the cultivators from the Greyweed continent away for the same reason. He wanted to seal off the news of the Innerverse invasion and prevent the Outerverse from becoming chaotic. Although many people already knew about the war in the Innerverse due to the border battles, the average person was still unaware. I am an elder from the Greyweed continent's Great Mountain Dojo. My surname is Iron, and the city lord may address me as Elder Iron. Cheong Shanhai politely asked, May I know why Elder Iron has graced Myriad City with your presence? Elder Iron's tone was cold. I've heard that there's a brat from the Outerverse called Wei Rong who is very smart. He used the East Sandios incident to sow discord between our young master and the Great Eastern Alliance's Lu Yin. Cheong Shanhai's expression changed. Is there some sort of misunderstanding here? Tai San walked out from behind Elder Iron and spoke in an unpleasant tone. There's no misunderstanding. That Wei Rong actually dared to sow discord and even announced that he's the smartest person in the Outerverse. What arrogance! City Lord, please hand him over. Cheong Shanhai frowned. I'm sorry, but Wei Rong isn't in Myriad City. Elder Iron shook his head. City Lord Cheong, I respect you as the City Lord of Myriad City and have given you face, but please give me face as well. Don't make enemies for a brat. Cheong Shanhai's eyes flickered. At this moment, Cheong Sierra walked out and looked at Elder Iron. I'm sorry, but Wei Rong isn't in Myriad City. We've already discussed this. Tai Sen angrily shouted, someone has confirmed that he's in the City Lord's mansion. Is that so? Even I, a member of the City Lord's mansion, don't know of Wei Rong's existence. Who else does? Please come out and take a look, Cheong Xie retorted, and her tone was not polite at all. Elder Iron looked at Cheong Xie, and his pressure descended. Cheong Shanhai snorted, and the ground shook even more violently. This is Myriad City. Please be careful. Elder Iron clenched his fists and sneered. Fine. Since the City Lord is unwilling to hand him over, then we'll wait. Your people from Myriad City can forget about leaving. passed down the order to surround Myriad City, and no one is allowed to leave without permission. Cheung Shanhai was furious. Do you really think that Myriad City is easy to bully? Elder Iron, forgive me for being blunt, but if your Zhongshan dojo doesn't have an emissary, then you really won't be able to stop my Myriad City. Elder Iron remained arrogant as he led the group away. There were several hundred people following Zhongshan dojo, and there were more than 10 hunters among them. The rest were explorers and cruisers, and Elder Iron was a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. Unless Myriad City really wanted to start a war, there was nothing they could do. Cheung Shanhai did not dare to start a war, as he did not know how many experts Zhongshan dojo had. Lan Si, the Divine Fist, was one of the 10 arbiters, and his influence was too great. This matter would be very troublesome. If you can't do it, then hand over Wei Rong, Cheung Shanhai said helplessly. Cheung Shi-er resolutely replied, no, once we hand him over, who will trust our Cheung family in the future? Also, father, don't forget that Lu Yin has been keeping an eye on us. Cheung Shanhai's eyes went wide. Lu Yin was the real problem. No matter how arrogant Zhongshan dojo was, even if they had an emissary, it was impossible for them to do anything to Myriad City. However, Lu Yin was different. This person had the Hall of Honor behind him, and his methods were strange. Once he found out that Wei Rong was indeed hiding in Myriad City or even in the Cheung family, then he would have a reason to deal with them. In the entire Outerverse, the person that Cheung Shanhai feared the most was still Lu Yin. Zhongshan dojo and Myriad City clashed, which was within Lu Yin's expectations. He had asked Zhu San to spread the news in order to pressure Wei Rong and frighten him so that he would have nowhere to hide. As for the confrontation between Zhongshan dojo and Wan Qianqing, it was very normal. Lu Yin was certain that the Cheung family would not allow Wei Rong to be taken away. The people of Zhongshan dojo had always looked down on the Outerverse, so it was very normal for both sides to clash. Now, there was a problem. Since they had already reached this point, Lu Yin could think of a way to subdue Wei Rong and also leave behind an excuse to deal with Myriad City in the future. As for Zhongshan dojo, Lu Yin did not care about them. They were just a group of desperados, and Lan Si would not allow them to become enemies with the Great Eastern Alliance. What Lu Yin wanted was the glory method, and before he obtained it, he would not cause any more problems. The confrontation between Zhongshan dojo and Wan Qianqing would not last for long. Perhaps even the Hall of Honor would intervene. Lu Yin looked up at the 3 rings of land. Had he done the right thing? He wanted to unify the Outerverse and unite the entire Outerverse. When the time came, even if the 6th mainland invaded, it would be better than having their forces scattered. The 6th mainland was the real threat. This war had already lasted for more than 4 years, and no one knew how much longer it would take for it to end. At that time, what would happen to the Innerverse and Outerverse? Wei Rong did not feel good at the moment. He knew that he had been schemed against, and he could also guess who had schemed against him. It could only be Lu Yin. He did not care about the people from Zhongshan dojo blocking his path, as Lu Yin's move had cut off one of his paths. He had previously wanted to rely on Lan Si, but that was no longer possible. He had forgotten that he had always been the one to play dirty in his battles with Lu Yin. He had gradually forgotten that Lu Yin was actually not any weaker than him, and that it was very easy for him to play dirty. This time, he had fallen into a trap. The people from Zhongshan dojo had been used, and even if Wei Rong had told them about it, they would have had no choice but to be used. This was an overt scheme, and he had indeed instigated it. In reality, he had only asked Cheung Shi-er to release a bit of information. The main reason was that the media had created such a huge commotion, and he would have to bear the consequences. Now, he could only slowly wait. However, he knew that Lu Yin would not let him off so easily, and he would definitely have a backup plan. Wei Rong was thinking about how to resolve this matter, as he was not willing to rely on Lu Yin just like that. A few days later, a piece of news shook the outerverse, and it attracted the attention of countless people to the Great Yu Empire. 5 of the central weaves that bordered Armament Weave had officially announced that they were joining the Great Eastern Alliance. This news was like a thunderclap that exploded in the outerverse, and everyone knew about it. Before this, including Armament Weave, the Great Eastern Alliance had a total of 10 weaves, and it had been like a colossus lying in the east. Now, it had suddenly gained 5 more weaves, and its strength had increased by half. This shocked countless people. Armament Weave had been defeated, and the Central Weaves knew that they were in trouble. The Great Eastern Alliance had obtained a stepping stone to invade the Central Weaves, but who would have thought that the Great Eastern Alliance would silently pull away 5 of the weaves? Military express routes had been established in all 5 of the weaves, and the impact of this was not something that Armament Weave could compare to. It was just like when the Great Eastern Alliance had first been established. However, a few days later, a second piece of news was released that left everyone speechless. The end of the year was too busy, too tiring. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 9-10. In the Eastern Weaves, the future weave, Dongli Weave, announced that it would join the Great Eastern Alliance. Soon after, 2 more weaves joined the alliance. At this point, only Mordor Weave, Myriad Veil Weave, and Iron Blood Weave had not joined the alliance. Iron Blood Weave was not a problem, so Lu Yin directly contacted Wang Wen. Not long after, Iron Blood Weave also announced that it was joining the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance had officially joined 20 weaves, and its strength had doubled. It spanned the eastern and central regions, forming a colossus that overlooked the west. 20 weaves represented that the Great Eastern Alliance had unified a third of the outerverse. This meant that Lu Yin's influence had surpassed that of anyone in the outerverse, and a single word from him could influence countless people. His hand was already close to the west. Since it was an alliance, there would naturally be allied forces as well. Enya began to recruit people based on the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces, which doubled the alliance's strength in a short period of time. This was especially true for the Rapid Response Team, which had 6 hunters and more than 200 cruisers and explorers. They only lacked an absolute powerhouse, or else they would be able to rival the group from Zhongshan Dojo. The various weaves in the central region were scared, and they all set aside their past conflicts and began to work together to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin announced that he was going into seclusion. This situation was not suitable for him to do anything, but it would be good for him to rest for a while. Enya's contributions to the 5 central weaves joining the alliance could not go unnoticed. Of course, Aegis and Qian Yan's intelligence had also contributed greatly. They had reached this stage in just half a year, and their achievements were comparable to when the Great Eastern Alliance had been established. Enya's methods were becoming more and more seasoned, but to increase her strength so much in such a short period of time, there were also many problems that needed to be dealt with. The secret room in King Zishan's palace had changed. Before Lu Yin had gone to find Hai Chi-Chi, he had instructed Enya to find the best materials to rebuild the secret room to prevent the cultivation's shockwaves from spreading. Now, this secret room had gathered the best materials from the Great Eastern Alliance. Although it could not compare to the cultivation rooms of the Innerverse great powers, it was still much better than before. Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and retrieved the Greyweed Continent's high-temperature stone from his cosmic ring. It had been left behind after the fire dragon had dissipated, and he had obtained it with the Yu's secret art. On his way back from the Starfall Sea to the Outerverse, he had felt that he would call it the Heaven Flame Stone. Lu Yin guessed that this stone was the stone's natural stone, and it was the stone's high-temperature stones, Lu Yin's, and even Lu Yin's was unable to withstand the stone's high temperature. Lu Yin tested it out, but his hand trembled and the scorching lines that had spread to his arm were scorched. He endured the intense pain and applied some special medicine before looking at the Heaven Flame Stone with a burning gaze. This was good stuff. Lu Yin waved his hand, and some star essence appeared in the secret room. He tried to hold the Heaven Flame Stone in his hand and press it against the star essence. The next moment, the extremely high temperature rapidly evaporated the star essence at a rate that was even faster than the Daosaur Sect's ruined furnace. At the same time, his body was branded by the high-temperature stone, and it was also withstanding the high temperature. The two energies fused together, and a red barrier appeared around his body. Star energy was absorbed into the barrier at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then into his body. This environment was exactly the same as the Daosaur Sect's ruined furnace and the cannon in Myriad City. Lu Yin was also ecstatic about the speed at which star energy was absorbed. A single stone had created a unique cultivation environment that was the same as the furnace and cannon. This was no longer a matter of absorption speed, but rather of devouring. However, this was still not enough. Lu Yin circulated his serious art, and 99 stars revolved around him as he took out another batch of star essence. As more star essence evaporated, the red barrier grew larger, and with the addition of his serious art, the star essence on the ground was completely gone. Lu Yin did not hold back as he took out another batch, and then another, and another. There were countless cultivation methods in the current universe, and someone must have found a way to rapidly absorb star energy like Lu Yin's. Lu Yin knew that his own cultivation speed was very fast, but he did not neglect others. 10 days later, he had consumed a considerable amount of star essence. The temperature of the Heaven Flame Stone in his hand had decreased, and the rate at which the star essence was evaporating had also decreased. Lu Yin continued to cultivate. A month quickly passed, and he had absorbed 160,000 star essence, which was the total amount of star energy he needed to complete his fourth cycle. In other words, he had used the Heaven Flame Stone to assist his cultivation, and it had only taken him a month to complete his fourth cycle as an explorer. As long as he could complete one more cycle, he would become a cruiser. The most common cultivator would only need 800 star essence to complete 4 cycles, but Lu Yin had required 160,000 star essence, which was an extremely exaggerated figure. Even if he accelerated his cultivation with 99 stars, it would still take him 200 years, but Lu Yin had accomplished this in a single month. This was the effect of the Heaven Flame Stone. It was able to roast his body at high temperatures and evaporate star essence. He did not know what other people's fastest absorption speed was, but it should not be as exaggerated as his. He always felt that his body was different, and it was constantly strengthening. It was the same for his spiritual force, which was very strange. Perhaps it was related to his lost memories. Lu Yin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He put the Heaven Flame Stone away. The stone's current temperature was not very high, and most hunters would be able to withstand it. This kind of high temperature was useless to him, and he wondered if he could replenish the stone's extreme heat in a month. He suddenly thought of a problem. If this stone really was the source of a fire dragon's power, then it would be the same as him using up a fire dragon in a month of cultivation. That was too extravagant. Lu Yin walked out of the secret room and felt comfortable all over. He went to the courtyard and listened to Zhao Ran hum a little tune, which made him feel very relaxed. "Your Highness, you've come out. Have a taste of the new flower tea." Zhao Ran looked at Lu Yin expectantly as she blinked. Lu Yin nodded. "All right, I'll have a cup." Zhao Ran was very happy, and she brought out a cup of thick green flower tea. Lu Yin stared blankly at it. "This is tea." "That's right. Your Highness, have a taste." Zhao Ran looked at Lu Yin happily. Lu Yin did not want to disappoint her. Although this, flower tea looked horrifying, he still took a sip. His eyes lit up, it was delicious. He could not help but drink the entire cup in one go. He looked at Zhao Ran in astonishment. "This is pretty good. Have another cup." Zhao Ran cheered. "That's great. As long as your Highness likes it." She then poured another cup. Lu Yin had never tasted such delicious tea before. Actually, it could not even be considered tea, as Zhao Ran might have misunderstood the word tea. This tea was more like a beverage, and it tasted even better than the drinks he had at the Daystar Line and the Amethyst Company. "Zhao Ran, make more of this flower tea in the future," Lu Yin said. Zhao Ran hurriedly complied, feeling a sense of accomplishment. After resting for half a day, Enya heard that Lu Yin had come out of seclusion and immediately requested an audience. "Your Highness, our Great Eastern Alliance now encompasses 20 weaves, and the military express routes are being constructed. The previous alliance army's numbers are insufficient, and I feel that we should expand the army. Aside from the current First Alliance army and the Express Response Force, we should also expand a few more legions to prepare for war." Enya said a lot. Lu Yin listened quietly, as he did not know much about these matters. Many of them had been left to Enya, Huan Sha, the Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Defense, and the Imperial Cabinet to handle. Over the past few years, the various officials of the Great Yu Empire had displayed their abilities, and those who were not capable had been replaced. Unfortunately, although Enya had military capabilities, she was still too inexperienced. There were many things that she did not dare to do, so she could only ask for Lu Yin's advice. Lu Yin did not know much about this, but he thought of Wang Wen, who was a true military genius. He had been able to calculate the strength and speed of the astral beast domain's reinforcements just by relying on battles. His intelligence was terrifying. "Your Highness, in the east, only the Mordor weaves and Myriad Veil weaves have not joined our alliance. The rest have already joined," Enya reported. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then called Gong Ling in front of Enya. The call quickly connected, but it was not from Gong Ling, but his son Gong Cho. "Hello, Alliance Leader Lu. Where's Headmaster Gong?" Lu Yin asked. Gong Cho replied, "The headmaster is in seclusion. Alliance Leader Lu, you can tell me if there's anything. I'll pass on the message when he comes out." Lu Yin's lips curled up. He's in seclusion again. When will Headmaster Gong come out? Gong Cho apologetically replied, "I'm not sure. If Alliance Leader Lu has anything to say, I'll pass on the message when the headmaster comes out. There's no need. I'll personally go to Taimo Hall to meet Headmaster Gong." Lu Yin's tone changed, and there was a chill in it. Gong Cho was shocked. "Alliance Leader Lu, is there something urgent?" "Something like that. I need to talk to Headmaster Gong," Lu Yin said in an unquestionable tone. His attitude was completely different from when he had first met Gong Cho. Back then, Taimo Hall had Ancestor Arrow Mountain and 3 Enlighters. They had a powerful foundation and were one of the 3 powers in the Outerverse that could not be provoked. Now, even if Ancestor Arrow Mountain was still alive, Lu Yin would not care, let alone dead. It was not that he wanted to do anything to Taimo Hall, but Gong Ling had personally confirmed that as long as the Great Eastern Alliance covered 20 weaves, Taimo Hall would join. Now, trying to stall for time was somewhat unwise. Gong Cho could hear Lu Yin's anger, and he helplessly said, "Since Alliance Leader Lu has something urgent to attend to, then I can only ask the headmaster to come out of seclusion in advance." please wait a moment. Not long after, Gong Ling's voice rang out. I heard that Alliance leader Lu is looking for me. Is there something urgent? Lu Yin found it funny, as Gong Cho was still pretending. Headmaster Gong, do you remember what you promised me? Gong Ling was confused. Alliance leader Lu, please speak clearly. As long as my Great Eastern Alliance covers 20 weaves, Taimo Hall will join. Headmaster Gong, you haven't forgotten, right? Gong Ling fell silent for a moment. Alliance leader Lu, you're making things difficult for me. Taimo Hall has been passed down since ancient times, and our ancestors have instructed us not to participate in any power disputes. Alliance leader Lu, this. Headmaster Gong, you were very straightforward when you agreed to that promise, Lu Yin said unhappily. Gong Ling did not reply. Lu Yin raised a brow. It seems like Headmaster Gong doesn't want to keep his promise. Gong Ling was helpless. That's not it. I did promise Alliance leader Lu that time. Alright, my Taimo Hall, Moto Weaves, and Myriad Veil Weaves will join the Great Eastern Alliance from today onwards. I will immediately announce this to the public. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 911. Gong Ling's words delighted Lu Yin. Alright, Headmaster Gong is indeed a man of his word. I'll send someone to the Hall of Tai Mo to discuss some matters, and I hope that the Hall of Tai Mo will not make things difficult for my people. I also hope that we can live in harmony and protect the Great Eastern Alliance together. He then ended the call and looked at Enya. Go to Tai Mo Palace personally. Sect Master Gong Ling has already agreed to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Enya was delighted. Yes, Your Highness. You can be a little more forceful. We're no longer who we used to be. At this point, he suddenly thought of something and solemnly said to Enya, I'll help you get revenge for the humiliation that Yu Mu brought upon you. Enya was excited and grateful. She bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Highness. On the other side, in the Hall of Tai Mo, Gong Ling put down his gadget and sighed. In the end, he couldn't escape, but this was also good. Father, Headmaster, are we really going to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Gong Cho asked hesitantly. Gong Ling nodded. I can't go back on my word. I have an idea. Gong Chao's eyes lit up. If Father really doesn't want to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then abdicate. In any case, Father, you've been wanting to abdicate since a long time ago and pass the position of sect master to someone else. Father's words will naturally not count. Gong Ling turned around and sternly said, Remember, do what you want to do to someone. This might work on the Hall of Honor, but it won't work on Lu Yin. Do you think he's easy to mess with? Back when the Great Eastern Alliance was first established, he dared to personally visit the Hall of Tai Mo and make an enemy out of your Uncle Master Bei. Even if he doesn't have the backing of the Hall of Honor, he's not someone to be trifled with. If you push him too far, he's capable of doing anything. Gong Cho couldn't help but say, My Hall of Tai Mo contributed the most during the battle at the border of Endless Weave, and even Ancestor Arrow Mountain sacrificed himself. I don't believe that Lu Yin would dare to risk the world's unfairness by attacking my Hall of Tai Mo. No matter how great his background is, even if he's Master Yuan's son, the Hall of Honor will not allow him to do as he pleases. What about after that? Gong Ling shouted. Gong Cho opened his mouth, but no words came out. Lu Yin is a ruthless person, and no one knows what he'll do. Even though he has a bottom line, we did indeed break our promise this time. Now that he's targeting us, we can't eat or sleep in peace. Do you think that the Central Weaves are having a good time right now? The Wei clan is the same as the Wei clan. Since we've agreed, we'll do as we're told. At the very least, we'll be praised for keeping our word. Besides, joining the alliance isn't that big of a deal. The ancestral teachings can be changed, Gong Ling said. Gong Cho nodded. It wasn't that he hated Lu Yin, but rather that he didn't want to go against his ancestors' teachings. Otherwise, if something went wrong in the future, they would become the sinners of the Tai Mo Palace's history. There was a high possibility that something would go wrong. Although Gong Cho didn't know Lu Yin that well, this person seemed to always be able to stir up trouble. For example, he had forcefully disrupted the wedding of the Amethyst Trading Company's second son. Even now, the Amethyst Trading Company was still under investigation by the Hall of Honor. Even if they managed to survive this ordeal, their strength would plummet, and they would no longer be one of the 4 major corporations. There were too many such examples. Wherever he went, there would be problems. After contacting the Hall of Tai Mo, the next person to contact was Wang Wen. Wang Wen had already guessed that Lu Yin would contact him, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "Chess bro, you're more capable than I thought." Lu Yin smiled and looked at Wang Wen on the screen. "Join me, let's have some fun." "If we're going to have fun, then let's have fun. I want to know where you've set your sights on. Is it just the Outerverse?" Wang Wen asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath and lazily stretched out his arms. "Whatever. You can play however you want. It's good to have a goal, but sometimes, it's also good to have no goal. Wherever you look, it's only me. Earth." Wang Wen laughed. "Chess bro, you're too arrogant. Do you want to leave your name in history?" Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked at Wang Wen. "I don't want to leave my name in history. It's that I don't dare to leave my name in history." Wang Wen's expression changed slightly. "All right, it's a pleasure working with you. From now on, I, Wang Wen, will be the chief strategist of the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Yu Empire. I'll contact Enya, and at the same time, I'll give you a present. You'll definitely be happy." After ending the call, Lu Yin gave Enya a few instructions. Enya wasn't too willing to accept Wang Wen's leadership, but she couldn't refute Lu Yin's orders. Wang Wen was very efficient, and Enya had given him all sorts of information about the Great Yu Empire that day. He had found 3 well-hidden spies with high statuses, and one of them had even been nominated to join the Lu Ministry of Defense. Joining the Lu Ministry of Defense was equivalent to stepping into the upper echelons of the Great Yu Empire. Wang Wen had only needed to look through all the information to find such a spy. According to Wang Wen, there were far more than 3 spies, but there was no need to dig out all of them. They could be useful in the future, and the spies that Wang Wen had dug out were the ones that could truly cause the Great Yu Empire to suffer losses. Wang Wen's abilities weren't limited to just that. He had spent several days revising the regulations, adjusting the military's deployment, and establishing a new legion. Enya was dumbfounded, as she couldn't imagine how someone who had never been to the Great Yu Empire could accomplish all of this. Although Lu Yin was very confident in Wang Wen, he didn't believe that the man could be so godly. The only explanation was that Wang Wen had been observing the Great Yu Empire for far too long. Even if Lu Yin hadn't actively sought him out, Wang Wen would have found a way to do so. Some people weren't suited to being cooped up in one place for their entire lives. Iron Blood Weave was just a place where Wang Wen cultivated. Of course, he wasn't cultivating his battle prowess, but rather his brain. Wang Wen had given Lu Yin a suggestion: find a way to contact Endless Borders. Although Endless Borders didn't reveal much about itself, they had access to many secret routes, and any one of these routes was priceless. Most importantly, they had a great understanding of the astral wilderness. Humans were always fighting amongst themselves, but in reality, the universe was vast and boundless. No one knew what was in the astral wilderness, and there might be a civilization that could easily wipe out humanity. This was what Wang Wen cared about the most. The unknown was always terrifying. In the darkness of outer space, a spacecraft headed west. Lu Yin was on board, and behind him was a gift from Wang Wen. It was a person called Alan from the Endless Weave's Dark Phoenix Cliffs. Alan was a melder cultivator, and like Lu Yin, he had been taken out of outer space by a cultivator who had participated in a trial to embark on the path of cultivation. However, his luck had been slightly worse than Lu Yin's, as the person who had taken him had thrown him at the border. If not for his good luck, he would have died long ago. Of course, he also had his own ability, which was his innate gift. His innate gift allowed him to hear the strength of his surroundings. Although it didn't help his own battle prowess, it allowed him to avoid disasters. A few months ago, he had been sent to Xenu Star by the Hall of Honor because he possessed a secret. You can hear the heartbeats of the people around you and determine their strength? Lu Yin asked. Alan hurriedly and carefully answered, yes. Lu Yin was curious and looked at him. What do you think of my heartbeat? Alan was terrified and bowed deeply. Your heartbeat is one of the few I've ever seen. Only those almighty powerhouses can compare to it. How does it compare to the person who took you out? Lu Yin asked. He was referring to Finhaz, as he was the one who had taken Alan away. Alan hurriedly answered, you're much stronger than him. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. It didn't matter if Alan was telling the truth or not, the secret that he possessed was the most valuable. This was Lu Yin's second visit to Myriad City. Unlike the first time, he was able to enter directly without anyone stopping him. This was a privilege that only almighty enlighters were able to enjoy. When he saw Myriad City, Lu Yin suddenly recalled something. Entering Myriad City required a seal on one's wrist to determine one's wealth and status. It had originally been a very simple verification method, and Lu Yin had initially thought that it was to make it easier for those who entered Myriad City to discuss business. However, during the previous battle at Myriad City, he had discovered that this seal was not as simple as it seemed. It was just like the altar at Skyfire Dojo. When it was launched, only those who had a seal on the back of their hand would be taken away, and the rest would not be affected. Myriad City's seal was very likely similar to that one. It could be used to take people away, but it could also be used to lock onto certain people and launch precise attacks. Myriad City itself was a war fortress, and everyone who entered would be sealed, which was equivalent to being locked onto. Anyone who moved would die. Unless one snuck in like the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse Kings, there was no way to avoid it. Lu Yin raised his wrist and entered Myriad City. The seal automatically appeared, and there was no need for a second seal. If he started a battle with Myriad City, then even if he was far away on Xenu Star, he might still be locked onto. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and a scorching heat radiated from his wrist. An entire patch of his skin was scorched, and the seal quickly disappeared. He did not want to be targeted by Myriad City. Lu Yin's arrival at Myriad City attracted countless onlookers. His current status was different from before, and his influence extended to the Central Weaves. Even the Western Weaves did not dare to underestimate him. Myriad City's City Lord, Cheong Shanhai, personally came out to welcome him. Alliance Leader Lu, your presence brings light to Myriad City, Cheong Shanhai said warmly. Lu Yin smiled. City Lord Cheong is too courteous. I'm only here to meet a friend. It's truly a sin for the City Lord to personally welcome me. Alliance Leader Lu is no ordinary person. This is what I should do. Cheong Shanhai walked in front of Lu Yin. May I know which friend Alliance Leader Lu is here to meet? I can lead the way, Cheung Shanhai asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. There's no rush. We parted in a hurry last time at the City Lord's mansion, and I didn't have the time to tour it. I wonder if the City Lord would welcome me to visit again. Cheung Shanhai's expression changed, but it only lasted for an instant before he hurriedly smiled. Of course you're welcome. Mrs. Alliance Leader Lu very much. Please. Please. Lu Yin smiled and followed Cheung Shanhai. In a corner of Myriad City, within the Wei family's mansion, the atmosphere was tense, and everyone's eyes were filled with despair. Lu Yin was here, and he was the main culprit who had destroyed their Wei family. They hated him, but they also feared him. At this moment, they only hoped that Lu Yin would not remember them and that Myriad City would protect them. In the Zhu family's mansion, Zhu Jia looked at the sky, not knowing why Lu Yin had come. Lu Yin already knew that Wei Rong was hiding in the City Lord's mansion, so he could not be brazenly asking for Wei Rong. If that was the case, Cheung Shanhai would definitely not agree to it for the sake of Myriad City's reputation, and they might even start a war. Father, I'll go take a look, Zhu San said. Zhu Jia thought about it and then nodded. You're acting just like before. Got it. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 9-12. Lu Yin's arrival caused countless people's imaginations to run wild, especially when news of the Modo Weave and Myriad Veil Weave joining the Great Eastern Alliance had just spread. Everyone was guessing whether or not Lu Yin was trying to rope in Myriad City. Countless powers in the Central Weaves requested to contact Wan Qianqing, but the powers in the Western Weaves were even more nervous. They were afraid that Wan Qianqing would agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance. That would mean that not only would Lu Yin be able to directly meddle in the Central Weaves, but he would also be able to use Wan Qianqing as a stepping stone to meddle in the Western Weaves. It would be similar to how Lu Yin had waged war against Armament Weave, as he had done so in order to incorporate distant lands into his territory. Many people thought of the two battle plans that had been exposed back then. They couldn't be real, right? The grandeur of the City Lord's mansion reflected the word rich everywhere. This was not Lu Yin's first visit to the City Lord's mansion. The last time he had been here, he had seen Phantom Thorn's corpse, but he had not been able to take a look around. This time, however, he wanted to take a good look around. Chung Xier was a woman, and there were many rumors that she wanted to marry Lu Yin, so it wasn't convenient for her to personally welcome him. However, she still waited in the City Lord's manor and even personally prepared some snacks. In a secret underground room of the City Lord's mansion, Wei Rong was quietly reading a scroll. He was even less nervous now that Lu Yin had arrived, as this meant that Lu Yin knew that he was here. If Lu Yin had the ability, then Wei Rong could take him away. He followed Cheung Shanhai into the residence, where Cheung Shi had a maid carry some snacks and wait for him. Brother Lu, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? I could have prepared more desserts. Cheung Shi pretended to reprimand him as she personally took out a dessert and handed it to him. Today, she was dressed exceptionally beautifully. She had changed from her usual male attire to female attire. Her already beautiful appearance was even more meticulously dolled up, making her exceptionally alluring. As he looked at the desserts that Cheung Xier had brought over, he suddenly had the feeling that if he married this girl, Yenner would be taken advantage of. When he thought of this, he laughed dryly. I'm not hungry, and I don't really feel like eating. Miss Xier, you don't have to be so polite. Cheung Xier rolled her beautiful eyes and looked at Jasper Mountain Sea. Father, you can go ahead. Brother Lu is my friend, so I'll show him around. She then looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, you don't mind, right? Lu Yin smiled. That would be for the best. Please help yourself, City Lord. Cheung Shanhai said, if that's the case, then I'll be rude. Show Alliance Master Lu around. Cheung replied. After Jasper Mountain Sea left, Cheung Shier's expression changed, and she waved a hand to dismiss the surrounding people. She then looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Brother Lu wouldn't have come here for no reason. Tell me, what's your goal? Lu Yin was puzzled. Everyone knows your personality. How did you become like that? And he's wearing female clothes. Cheongshi smiled slyly. If I don't do that, how can outsiders be sure that I like Brother Lu? Lu Yin was curious. What's in it for you? Of course, there are fewer flies, Cheongshi said. Son-in-law of Myriad City. That's a very attractive title. It looks like you've made quite a few enemies for me. Cheongshi smiled. Brother Lu won't care. In the entire Outerverse, there's only one person of the same age that Brother Lu cares about, the 10 Arbiters, the Divine Fist. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Wrong. He's not the only one. I care about you, Wang Wen, and even the one hiding in your residence. Cheongshi expression changed. The one in my residence. Brother Lu, are you sure? Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Have him come out. I'll have a chat with him. Don't worry, I won't fight. I'll just talk. Cheongshi frowned. Brother Lu wants to use his family to threaten him. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not that despicable. It has nothing to do with his family. All right, have him come out. Cheongshi gave a few instructions to her gadget. Since Lu Yin had come, then he must have absolute confidence. There was no need to hide anything from him, and she also wanted to see how Lu Yin was going to take Wei Rong away. Lu Yin had originally wanted to use Zhu San to expose Wei Rong's use of Lan Si to force Wei Rong into submission, but the gift that Wang Wen had given him made it so that he did not need to do so. However, this had also brought trouble to him, as he would have to deal with the people from the Great Mountain Dojo. However, this was a small matter. While the Great Mountain Dojo dared to cause trouble for Myriad City, they definitely would not dare to cause trouble for Lu Yin. Wei Rong calmly walked towards Lu Yin, and there were no visible fluctuations in his expression. After the battle that had wiped out the Wei family in Armament Weave, this was the first time the two had met, and it was also the first time they had spoken. I believe that you have the confidence to take me away. Tell me, Wei Rong said calmly. Lu Yin looked at Cheongshi. Cheongshi frowned, as she did not want to retreat. If she hears this, it won't do you any good, Lu Yin said to Wei Rong. Wei Rong looked at Cheongshi. Sorry. Cheongshi snorted and then turned to leave. After Cheongshi left, Lu Yin and Wei Rong exchanged glances. Wang Wen has joined the Great Eastern Alliance. Wei Rong's eyes flashed. That's not surprising. It looks like I was his gift to you. What did he do? Lu Yin waved his hand, and Alan, who had been following them from a distance, walked over. He had an apprehensive expression on his face, and he was so nervous that even his breathing was ragged. He was just an ordinary cultivator who had been abandoned at the border, and he had never been to a place like Myriad City before, much less the City Lord's mansion. Wei Rong did not recognize Alan, and his gaze was lost. Alan, introduce yourself, Lu Yin said calmly. Alan swallowed, and under Wei Rong's puzzled gaze, he said, My name is Alan. I was brought out of my hometown during the Dark Phoenix clan's trial and embarked on the path of cultivation. I'm now a melder, and we've met before. Wei Rong's gaze was lost. We've met before. Alan nodded and then whispered, Dark Phoenix Cliffs. I've always been guarding there. Wei Rong frowned, as he did not remember this person at all. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stared at Alan, his face turning pale. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It looks like you've remembered. He then looked at Wei Rong in admiration. In the Outerverse, it's rumored that the Wei family is well-connected and has produced many wise people. Indeed, it's true. Others are still focused on their own weaves, but you've already set your sights on the astral wars. In order to prevent me from exterminating the Wei family, you actually deliberately attacked the technocracy and caused them to invade the human domain. Impressive. Wei Rong stared at Alan. What do you know? Before Alan could answer, Lu Yin said, he knows quite a bit, and he's seen quite a bit as well. Do you know about his innate gift? He can differentiate between strong and weak through listening, and he can also learn about some things that ordinary people do not know. Wei Rong looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, I never thought that I would attract the sixth mainland. Lu Yin nodded. You weren't the one who attracted the sixth mainland here. They were originally going to attack the Outerverse, but who would believe that? Wei Rong could not defend himself. That's right, who would believe that? He had been the catalyst for the war between the human domain and the technocracy. Without his Wei family taking the initiative to attack, the technocracy would not have invaded. Although he had only wanted to use the border war to delay the Wei family's survival, others would not have thought the same. They would only believe that the border war, the war that had caused countless deaths, and the deaths of the Dark Phoenix ancestor, Arrow Mountain ancestor, and other powerhouses had been caused by him. He was the sinner of the entire Outerverse. He was the sinner of history. Because of him, countless people had died in the Outerverse, and it was impossible to count them all. Once this matter was exposed, countless people in the Outerverse would want to eat him alive. Someone had to bear the pain of war, and he was the best person to bear the burden. This was the gift that Wang Wen had given Lu Yin, a gift that could easily push Wei Rong into the abyss. No one would listen to Wei Rong's explanation. Even if he could avoid the Hall of Honor's trial, he would not be able to establish himself in the Outerverse. Everything that he had done would be erased, and even Myriad City would not tolerate him. Wei Rong closed his eyes. He had been defeated, thoroughly defeated. He had not lost to Lu Yin, but rather to Wang Wen. Wei Rong, Wang Wen, and Cheong Shir had similar reputations in the Outerverse, and they both understood each other. He had originally thought that he was about the same level as Wang Wen, and that he was even stronger than Wang Wen when it came to forming alliances. Now, he realized that Wang Wen would either not make a move, or once he did, the outcome would be set in stone. Lu Yin was also amazed by Wang Wen's methods. This fellow had been observing Wei Rong for a long time, and Wang Wen had decided the outcome of the battle with a single move. No matter how smart Wei Rong was or how many tricks he had up his sleeves, it would be useless if he could not be tolerated by the human race. Wang Wen could make Wei Rong the public enemy of the entire human race. The Outerverse war was very lively, and Wang Wen had always been an outsider. However, at this moment, he had become the deciding factor. Wei Rong sighed. I'm joining the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Welcome. From now on, you're a member of the Great Yu Empire's Ministry of Defense, and you have partial military authority over the Great Yu Empire and the Great Eastern Alliance. Wei Rong looked up at the sky. It had been 2 years since the first time the Great Eastern Alliance had launched a war against Armament Weave. 2 years had passed since then, and Wei Rong had done everything he could to protect the Wei family and himself. However, in the end, he had still not been able to overcome the situation. Wei Rong was unwilling to accept this outcome. He had ambitions and ideals, and he had wanted to become the leader of an era. However, in the end, he had been defeated by Lu Yin. From now on, he would help Lu Yin expand his territory. Although Wei Rong was unwilling to accept this outcome, he still sighed in relief. It was as if a mountain that had been pressing down on his head had finally been lifted. Wei Rong retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yin. He bowed deeply. "Your subordinate greets the royal regent." Lu Yin raised a hand to help Wei Rong up. "All past grievances have been erased. Your Wei family members may return to Armament Weave." "Many thanks, Royal Regent," Wei Rong replied. When Cheong Shir found out that Wei Rong had joined the Great Yu Empire, her gaze towards Lu Yin was filled with apprehension and vigilance. She understood Wei Rong too well, and she did not know how Lu Yin had managed to accomplish this. At this moment, her apprehension towards Lu Yin had reached an extremely deep level. Zhu San followed behind Cheong Shir, and he had just arrived when he found out that Wei Rong had joined the Great Yu Empire. His pupils shrank, and he was also in disbelief. Lu Yin did not stay in Myriad City for long. Now that he had subdued Wei Rong, it meant that there were many things that he would no longer need to personally deal with in the future. Wang Wen and Wei Rong could be his blades, and Enya, Huan Sha, and the rest of the imperial cabinet would be responsible for supervising him. Lu Yin's existence was merely that of a leader. Very quickly, the Outerverse was in an uproar. The Wei family had announced that they were joining the Great Yu Empire, and Wei Rong had officially joined the Great Yu Empire's Lu Ministry of Defense. This news shocked countless people. Over the past few years, the biggest news in the Outerverse had been the border war and the war in the East, which had been the struggle between Wei Rong and Lu Yin. Now, both had finally come to an end with Wei Rong's surrender. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com, wonderful book mobile version website. .com. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 913. Right now, the ones who were the most panicked were naturally the various great powers in the Central Weaves. Wei Rong had been contacting them all this time, and now that even Wei Rong had surrendered, their morale had taken a huge hit. Under such circumstances, some people proposed to imitate the Great Eastern Alliance by establishing a coalition army and establishing a military express channel. At first, some people objected to the proposal, and they stated that doing so would be tantamount to establishing an alliance. However, in the end, the proposal was passed. The Great Eastern Alliance was like a sleeping monster that could swallow them up at any moment. To put it nicely, they would be joining the alliance, but to put it bluntly, they would have to accept Lu Yin's leadership. A single word from Lu Yin could affect the resources of their respective organizations, which was something that no one wanted. Lu Yin knew that the outside world would react violently to this matter, but he didn't do anything else to avoid provoking those people. After arranging some work for Wei Rong, Lu Yin directly returned to the king's private room, took out his futon, and entered the ruins of the Daosor sect. It had been quite a while since he had entered the ancient sword hall, so he couldn't slack off. The war in the Innerverse had drawn away a considerable number of the Sixth Mainland's experts, and it wasn't just the experts from the three filaments that had joined the Innerverse. Experts from other filaments had also joined the Sixth Mainland, and there were very few young experts left in the ruins of the Daosor sect. Lu Yin sped all the way from the First Divine Gate to the budding terrace and finally arrived at the space of the 9 cauldrons. Just like before, all the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland within the space of the 9 cauldrons were knocked unconscious and thrown out. This had happened 3 times, and there were rumors that experts would appear in the space of the 9 cauldrons from time to time. However, Lu Yin's appearance was irregular, and the interval between this time was too long, so people had forgotten about it. This was his 4th time absorbing the cauldron qi. Lu Yin had originally assumed that it would be the same as the previous 3 times, where he would leave after absorbing enough cauldron qi. However, the process this time was different. As time passed, the square cauldron he was in began to crack. The cauldron within the space of the 9 cauldrons was abnormally sturdy. Even when White Knight had fought with Blood Luni, the cauldron had not been damaged in the slightest. However, as Lu Yin continued to absorb the cauldron's aura, more and more cracks had appeared on the cauldron's body. He had not noticed it at first, but as the bottom of his feet began to crack, he noticed it. Lu Yin's face grew solemn as the cauldron qi flowed into his body through his palm. He had a feeling that the cauldron qi within the square cauldron was about to be completely absorbed. For times, and he would be able to completely absorb the cauldron qi within the 9 cauldrons. This meant that he would need to absorb the cauldron qi within the 9 cauldrons 36 times, which meant that he would still need 32 more times, which meant that he would still have 32 months to absorb the cauldron qi within the 9 cauldrons. Furthermore, he would need to learn how to use his spiritual force to delay his time in the Daosaur sect's ruins. Lu Yin thought of the Day-Night clan, as they were the most proficient in using spiritual force. The group of 5 entered the 9 cauldron space's teleportation portal, chatting and laughing. Just as they entered the 9 cauldron space, they heard a loud bang. They were shocked to find that one of the cauldrons had shattered. The 5 of them were dumbfounded. The 9 cauldrons had existed for countless years, and had survived countless wars between continents. They had never been destroyed, and it was rumored that the 9 cauldrons contained battle skills. When combined, one would be invincible. This was a place where countless cultivators of the 6th mainland sought out their lucky chances. Countless people dreamed of obtaining the battle skills within the 9 cauldrons. However, at this moment, one of the cauldrons shattered. The 5 of them hurriedly rushed over. Perhaps there were battle techniques in the broken cauldron. Lu Yin stepped on a piece of the cauldron and landed on the ground. He turned around and saw 5 people rushing over. Lu Yin did not reveal himself, and instead, his figure flashed and disappeared. There were only a few days left before he had to leave the Daosaur sect's ruins, and he did not want to be discovered by the people from the 6th mainland. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to quietly absorb the cauldron qi in the future. Lu Yin wanted to leave, but the 5 of them did not notice him at all. They only had eyes for the cauldron fragments, and they were frantically searching for something. Lu Yin immediately left the 9 cauldron space, as this place would definitely attract countless cultivators from the 6th mainland, and it might even attract a realmling. The 9 cauldron space's reputation was too great, and he would not be surprised if it attracted the Daosaur's 3 skies. It seemed that he would have to temporarily delay his absorption of the cauldron qi. Lu Yin stepped out of the 9 cauldron space. He had thought that he would appear not too far away from the budding terrace, but instead, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. There was a vast expanse of fog in front of him, and he had only taken 2 steps when the white fog suddenly transformed into chains that wrapped around his limbs. Lu Yin was shocked, and he forcefully struggled to break free. The chains snapped, and they turned back into white fog that drifted away. This place was very strange, and Lu Yin was on high alert. Suddenly, the white fog transformed again, and this time, it transformed into a long sword that stabbed at him. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and broke the long sword, causing it to turn back into fog and dissipate. He did not know what this place was. The fog around him seemed formless and untouchable, but it could transform into a weapon that could kill. Fortunately, it was not powerful enough, or else he would have been worried. With every few steps, the fog would transform. Sometimes it was a weapon, sometimes it was a monster, and sometimes it would even transform into a human form to attack. The most dangerous time was when it transformed into a human form, and it was not weak at all, as it was comparable to Autumn Frost Qing. Lu Yin released his domain, but it was useless. He could not see any rune lines in the Daosor sect ruins, so he could only take one step at a time. After 2 days, he would be able to leave. Perhaps staying in this place would be a good idea. Lu Yin thought about it and then sat down cross-legged. He had made his decision. This place was very strange, so he would not move. He would wait until the time was up to leave. Half a day passed, and Lu Yin opened his eyes and exhaled. As long as he did not move, the fog around him would remain fog, and it would not take the initiative to transform and attack him. There was still more than a day left, and Lu Yin's mind settled down as he silently recited the Stonewall Scriptures. Reciting the Stonewall Scriptures was beneficial to increasing his spiritual force, but he did not know how to use it. He only knew the Day-Night Fist, which was powerful enough to cause someone at Hong Ying's level to lose their ability to fight, but it would not be enough to deal with the 10 arbiters. He had to find a way to use his spiritual force. Soon, another half a day passed. Lu Yin was quietly sitting cross-legged when he suddenly opened his eyes and looked to his right. There was some movement. As he stared, he saw the fog to his right suddenly twist, and then a tender white palm reached out from the fog and slapped towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he raised his own palm as well. There was a thump, and a shockwave rippled out, distorting the void as an invisible shockwave swept through the fog. The two palms collided, but it was not a physical attack. Instead, Lu Yin felt that this palm was very strange, as if he had struck cotton. His strength had clearly been firm, but it had been dispelled. Then, an invisible force exploded and forced him back several steps. The tender white palm continued to press forward. Lu Yin frowned and raised his palm again. This time, he used 50 stacks. There was a thump, and he felt the same sensation. The more strength he used, the more uncomfortable it felt when he struck. Just as his opponent's palm was about to exert its strength, overlaying stacks exploded. There was a cry of surprise, and a woman walked out of the fog. She retracted her palm and looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin retracted his palm as well, and both of their forces were repelled in different directions. "You're not a manifestation of the fog," Lu Yin blurted out. The woman calmly looked at Lu Yin and then at his palm. "You're quite strong." Lu Yin looked at the woman and his pupils shrank. He had seen this woman before. Back when the 10 arbiters had been fighting with the Riemlings over that piece of jade in the ruins, Lu Yin had unintentionally joined the battle. He had been like an ant caught in a storm, and he had narrowly escaped death. This woman had joined at the last moment, and her strength was astonishing. She was definitely at the level of a realmling. Lu Yin had never expected to meet her here. He had not fought with her back then, but he could sense her strength. He remembered that someone had called her Maiden of Faith. The woman looked at Lu Yin with a puzzled expression. It was this person again. She also remembered Lu Yin, not because of his strength, but because of her intuition. The first time they had met, she had felt a sense of closeness to this person, as if their bloodlines had resonated. Now that they had met again, that feeling had returned. This person was definitely related to her. "Do you feel anything when you see me?" the woman asked as she looked at Lu Yin seriously. Lu Yin blinked. "What do you feel?" "Seventh bro, is she hinting at you to confess?" the monkey asked strangely. The woman looked into Lu Yin's eyes, as if trying to figure something out. "Do you know me?" Lu Yin shook his head. The woman was disappointed, as she could tell from Lu Yin's eyes that he really did not know her. "What's your name? Where are you from?" she continued asking. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he still answered her out of fear, "I'm Huang San from the progenitor of Bloodline's realm." The woman shook her head. "You're not from the progenitor of Bloodline's realm. You don't have any other bloodlines." Luin felt awkward, as his lie had been exposed. It's not that I don't have any. I just changed my bloodline, and I haven't found a new one yet. The woman seriously replied, if you don't want to tell me, then don't. I'm not trying to force you. She then looked around. This is the fog barrier around the starter enlightenment platform, and very few can pass through it. However, once you do, you'll be able to ascend to the starter enlightenment platform. If you're lucky, you might be able to personally experience the process of an ancient lockbreaker's lockbreaking. You're also a lockbreaker. Luin was surprised, as he had not expected to come to such a place. Something like that. You want to go to the starter enlightenment platform? The woman nodded. I've reached a critical point, and I want to use the platform to break through. What level are you at? Luin asked subconsciously, but he regretted it as soon as he asked. This was tantamount to prying into someone's privacy, and it could easily arouse hostility. However, the woman did not seem to care at all. 5 stars, perceptive intermediate. Luin was stunned. You're a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker? She nodded. Is there a problem? Luin's eyes twitched. Of course there was a problem. Becoming a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker at such a young age was not something that could be done with an ordinary innate gift. Generally speaking, only melders and limiters could reach the discerning elementary lockbreaker level. Only explorers and cruisers could reach the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker level, and only hunters could reach the boundless advanced lockbreaker level. It seemed like it was normal for this woman to reach the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker level, but who could actually use strength to determine the lockbreaking level? Strength was only the foundation, and there were far too many hunters in the lockbreaker society, but there were far too few who could reach the boundless advanced lockbreaker level. Even a peak hunter like Fiendly was only a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Mr. June, Phelan, and Yifeng were all hunters, but none of them had reached the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker level. Only Vice President Saul had reached the boundless advanced lockbreaker level as a peak hunter, and he was the only hunter in the entire Outerverse Lockbreaker Society who had reached the boundless advanced lockbreaker level. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 914. There were not many boundless advanced lockbreakers in the Interverse Lockbreaker Society, and one's strength was unrelated to one's lockbreaking realm. This woman's strength was comparable to a Riemling's, so she should be a hunter as well. She had reached the level of a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, which was quite terrifying. According to what she had just said, it was very likely that she was already on the verge of breaking through to the boundless advanced lockbreaker level. How old was she? The most talented lockbreaker that Luin knew of was Master Wuxing, who had reached the level of a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker as an explorer. However, Master Wuxing was over 100 years old, and he hadn't reached the level of a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker as an explorer because his cultivation talent was too low. This woman was the one with true talent for cultivation, and she was extremely talented in lockbreaking. Once she became a boundless advanced lockbreaker, she would step into a whole new world and become an existence on par with Saul. Her strength would also far surpass Saul's. What about you? Are you a lockbreaker too? The girl asked curiously. Those who knew her would definitely find it strange, as she rarely spoke and had never taken the initiative to ask questions. She didn't give anyone face, but today, she kept asking Luin questions, which showed that she was very curious. Luin coughed. I'm not. Oh, the woman replied and did not pursue the matter. Luin heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. 7th bro, you're actually very outstanding. Luin was speechless. Of course, he knew that he was very outstanding. Even when this woman had been an explorer, her lock-breaking level might not have been higher than his own. However, he did not want to say it, as he still felt embarrassed. More importantly, he did not even dare to ask how old this woman was. If she was the same age as him, then it would be even more embarrassing. Do you want me to take you to the beginning enlightenment platform? If you're lucky enough, you'll be able to raise your lock-breaking skills by quite a bit. Lu Yin replied, I'm not a lock-breaker. I know. Then. Just treat it as a vacation. Lu Yin was speechless. This woman definitely believed that he was a lock-breaker, and she also knew that he was trying to save face by not telling her the truth. But why was she helping him? You're helping me. Lu Yin was puzzled. The woman shook her head. No, I just want to take you to the beginning enlightenment platform for a tour. Why? Lu Yin asked blankly. The woman thought for a moment. I don't know. You're so nice. Thank you. By the way, what's your name? Xian knew, what about you? The woman asked. Clearly, she didn't believe the name Huang San from before. Lu Yin was too embarrassed to lie. Can you not ask? The maiden nodded. All right. So straightforward. Lu Yin felt that this woman was too strange, but for some reason, he had a good feeling about her. What a good person. With the maiden leading the way, the surrounding fog could not stop the two of them no matter how it changed. Very few people can reach the enlightenment platform. Is it very dangerous here? The maiden replied, yes. Are you confident that you can do it? Lu Yin asked. He suspected that this woman was like White Knight, who needed his help to accomplish something that she couldn't do alone. I've been there once, and it's not difficult, but it'll be very difficult for you to go. Lu Yin fell silent. The maiden was right, as it would not be easy for Lu Yin to pass through the fog alone. The further he went, the more powerful the transformations became. The power grew stronger and stronger, and in the end, a powerhouse comparable to a realmling appeared. If it wasn't for Xian Nu, then Lu Yin might not have been able to pass through. Stepping out of the fog, the two stepped onto the square platform. The platform was very large and spacious, and there was nothing inside. This is the enlightenment platform. Lu Yin was puzzled. The maiden replied, the ancient Daosor sect's lock-breaking experts used to lock-break here, and it was easy for them to draw in the fog and preserve the scenes of their lock-breaking. Even after countless years, those who are lucky can encounter the fog, which is equivalent to personally experiencing lock-breaking, and their understanding of lock-breaking will improve greatly. Lu Yin understood, as this was a video replay. The difference was that this was of a higher level, and it was equivalent to personally experiencing it. Is there a lot of that fog? Lu Yin asked. The maiden shook her head. I'm not sure. Over the years, very few people have been able to reach the enlightenment platform, and only those at the realmling level have been able to do so. However, there are very few lockbreakers among the realmlings. That's true, but after so many years, there should be a lot of them. Lu Yin sighed. The maiden did not refute him, as this was the truth. Even if only one person reached this place every 100 years, countless years had passed, and it was very difficult to calculate the number of cultivators who had come here. This would depend on how many Daosor sect's experts had lock-broken here and how many years had passed. The last time I came here, I absorbed a strand of gray fog, and my lock-breaking experience has improved greatly, the maiden said. Just as she finished speaking, a strand of gray fog suddenly appeared from the white fog that had originally surrounded the platform, and it slithered around like a small snake. The maiden's eyes lit up, and she waved her hand. That strand of gray fog was pulled over, and she pushed it towards Lu Yin. For you. Lu Yin was stunned, and he looked at the maiden. This is your lock-breaking experience? The maiden nodded. Luin felt strange. That can't be, right? This was very precious, especially when breaking through to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker. To this maiden, its value was immeasurable, but she was giving it to him just like that. He was in slight disbelief. It couldn't be poison, right? The maiden could probably sense Lu Yin's hesitation, and she waved her hand again, and the gray fog was sucked into her body. She then sat down and seemed to be comprehending something. Lu Yin just looked at her like that. As time passed, the maiden's hands subconsciously moved, as if she was lockbreaking. However, it was just movement, and there was no star energy involved. After half a day, the maiden opened her eyes, and they shone brightly. She met Lu Yin's curious gaze and said, "I was just a little bit away from breaking through to the boundless advanced lockbreaker level. Thank you for giving it to me." Lu Yin was speechless. This woman had found the fog herself, and he had not absorbed it because he was worried that it would be poisoned. Now, he was being thanked instead. This woman was too much, and it made him feel a little ashamed. In less than a day, he would have to leave the Daosaur sect's ruins. According to the maiden, the probability of the gray fog appearing was not high. She had only absorbed 2 strands of gray fog the last time she had been here for more than a month. This time, she was lucky to have encountered it as soon as she arrived. Lu Yin did not expect the gray fog to appear again, as he could only stay here for a short period of time. However, his luck was indeed good, and after a few hours, another strand of gray fog swam past. The maiden's eyes lit up, and she waved her hand, guiding the gray fog towards Lu Yin. "This time, it's for you." Lu Yin did not hesitate and took a deep breath, causing all of the gray fog to flow into his nose. At the same time, his mind trembled, and he hurriedly sat down. Everything in front of him had changed, and he had become another person. That was not accurate, but rather, his perspective had been switched to another person's body. In front of him was a triangular sourcebox that was dozens of meters tall. The sourcebox's surface was covered with strange diagrams that were not engraved or branded. Instead, they were formed from the accumulated energy that had been sealed away for so long. There were also dozens of illusory figures all around the sourcebox, forming a formation. They were bursting with an indescribable murderous aura that soared into the sky, and even outer space could not withstand it. Lu Yin was shocked, as these illusory figures were the sourcebox's murderous aura, and even outer space could not withstand it. He did not know the exact power levels of these illusory figures, but based on his intuition, they should be at least 200,000 power levels, which meant that this sourcebox was at least at the boundless advanced level. At that moment, the person that Lu Yin had merged with moved. He raised a hand, grabbed one of the illusory figures, and crushed it. The instant that figure exploded, the layer of energy on the surface of the triangular sourcebox also cracked apart. Lu Yin was stunned, as he had no idea how this person had done it or how he had made such a judgment. He could not understand. As time passed, the triangular sourcebox was rapidly decomposed, and the energy that had been sealed away for so long continuously disappeared. Lu Yin gradually began to see something, as if this fusion of perspectives allowed him to more accurately comprehend his lock-breaking experience. After an unknown amount of time, the triangular sourcebox still had not been successfully unlocked. The scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he opened his eyes to see a curious maiden Axin. Lu Yin did not speak, and he simply raised a hand. Star energy converged, then dissipated, converged again, and dissipated again. The star energy that he could see had changed slightly. How should he describe it? A person only saw the surface. His eyes had been modified by the rune technology, and he was able to see the rune lines, which could be considered as seeing the surface layer. Now, he was able to see an even deeper layer. His star energy control had reached the heavenly intelligence realm. Lockbreakers cared the most about their star energy control, which was ranked from the lowest to the highest: the subtle realm, the cloudwalker realm, the heavenly intelligence realm, the divine eye realm, the world realm, and the arcane creation realm. Lu Yin did not know what level the lockbreaker who had unlocked the triangular source box had reached, but after experiencing that lock-breaking experience, his star energy control had reached the heavenly intelligence realm. In other words, if he were to return to the inner verse at this moment, his astral phenomena would suppress his power level by 200,000, and Enlighters would no longer have an advantage over him in terms of star energy control and battle experience. He would not need to use a secret technique or the true scripture of Aeon evolution to weaken his rune lines, and he would be able to face off against an Enlighter with a power level of 300,000 to 400,000. If he were to duel with Elder Song at this moment, he would not have to fight so hard. This was one of the benefits of advancing his star energy control. Unfortunately, he had not been able to see what had been gained from unlocking the triangular source box. He was very curious, as that murderous aura was like that of a battlefield. "How long has it been?" Lu Yin asked as he looked at Maiden Axion. The maiden replied, 14 hours. Lu Yin calculated the time and was shocked. It had only been 14 hours, but that person had already unlocked more than half of the triangular source box. That person's lock-breaking level had to be terrifyingly high. After that, the two of them waited, hoping that they would encounter the gray fog again. "Sorry, my time is almost up," Lu Yin said to Maiden Axion. She nodded and calmly replied, "Come back when you have time. I might be stuck at the primordial platform for a while until I break through to the boundless advanced realm." Lu Yin grunted and then looked around. The scene before him changed, and he left the ruins of the Dao Source sect and returned to the secret room in King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin stood up and raised his hand. This time, he did not feel his star energy control, but rather his one sun. He had absorbed all of the cauldron's cauldron chi, and his one sun of the 9 suns cauldron transformation was considered complete. Genius, memorize this address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 9:15. Star energy gathered in his right palm, and his sun slowly rose into the air. This sun was still as resplendent as ever, and it emanated a terrifying aura. However, unlike before, this sun was solid, and Lu Yin felt as if he was holding an actual sun in his palm. It was scorching hot, magnificent, and indestructible. Lu Yin could sense Yi Yang's power, and it was much more powerful than before. It had a golden outline, and it was very beautiful. As the sun slowly dissipated, Lu Yin took a deep breath and walked out of the room. He had been in seclusion for almost a month. The heated discussions about the Great Eastern Alliance in the outside world should still be ongoing. Lu Yin's guess was not wrong. The Great Eastern Alliance had doubled in size in a short period of time, and they had even obtained the Hall of Tai Mo. Even their old enemy, Wei Rong, had announced that he was joining the Great Eastern Alliance. The shock that this had brought to the Outerverse was unimaginable. The formation of the Central Weave's allied army was surprisingly quick, and nobody was holding them back. The dozens of Weaves only wanted to form an allied army as soon as possible so that they could stop the Great Eastern Alliance in the east. It wasn't just the Central Weaves, the Western Weaves were also terrified. They had secretly sent many experts to join the Central Weave's allied forces, providing them with resources, as well as assisting in the construction of military express routes. Because of the Great Eastern Alliance, the entire Outerverse was no longer as scattered as it had been in the past. If the military express routes were used as normal civil aviation routes, then everyone's travel time would be reduced by a third, which was equivalent to reducing the Outerverse territory by a third. The number of Allied forces in the Central Weaves far exceeded that of the Great Eastern Alliance, and the speed at which they were building up their forces was rarely seen in the world. Countless media outlets had commented that they had been shocked by the Great Eastern Alliance. When Lu Yin walked out of the secret room, he was faced with such a situation. To the west of the Great Eastern Alliance was the entire Central Weaves Allied army's defensive line. If a battle really broke out, then it would be equivalent to starting the largest war in the Outerverse. Even if Lu Yin had special privileges, the Hall of Honor would not allow it. In reality, while Lu Yin had been in seclusion, the Hall of Honor had sent him several notices, telling him not to start a war. This was not a small-scale war like the one that had invaded Armament Weave. Once a war broke out, it would lead to a war that would engulf the entire Outerverse. Lu Yin smiled when he saw the notice. These people were too sensitive, and he obviously wouldn't start a war so easily. War required an excuse, even if it was a fabricated one. Currently, the Great Eastern Alliance had just expanded its territory, and they hadn't gotten used to each other yet. So, starting a war wouldn't be beneficial to him. At the very least, they would have to wait for a while before they could start fighting. However, his gaze turned cold. He wanted to break in, but he couldn't let the Central Weaves Allied army do that. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fight when the time came. With that in mind, he opened his personal terminal and contacted someone. Sancta Weave was located to the west of Armament Weave, and it bordered Armament Weave. However, it was extremely far from Frostwave Weave. Originally, the two weaves did not have much interaction, but after Armament Weave had been incorporated into the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, Sancta Weave bordered the Great Eastern Alliance. After the Allied army of the Central Weaves was established, the Saint Lesser Weave was directly connected to the Great Eastern Alliance. Naturally, it became one of the Allied army's most important defensive lines. Mu was in the Saint Lesser Weave. Even though Mu wasn't very powerful and wasn't even a cruiser, he was still a trusted aide of the Umbral Butterfly tribe's young matriarch, Angie. Thus, he still had a certain amount of authority at Sancta Weave's defensive line. In the starry skies, the battleships were cruising the entire defensive line. As far as the eye could see, there were technological weapons everywhere. Every planet had a weapon network that could sweep through the starry sky. This was the defense line of the Saint Maria Weave. This defense line was very long, and the number of soldiers reached 10 million. The Great Eastern Alliance encompassed 22 weaves, and its might was unparalleled. As long as the entire Central Weave united, its power would instantly surpass that of the Great Eastern Alliance. Secret support from the Western Territories. If the Great Eastern Alliance really wanted to use military force to invade the Western Territories, then the war would be very difficult. Mu had a complicated expression as he looked at Armament Weave to the east. Wei Rong had still been defeated, and as he had expected, this man with monstrous intelligence had terrified him. Even the slightest mistake could be discovered by this person. Ever since he had almost been discovered, Mu had developed a fear and apprehension towards Wei Rong, and he no longer dared to contact Lu Yin. Now that Wei Rong had become one of Lu Yin's subordinates, Mu might be the one directly facing Wei Rong's threat. Mu did not have any confidence in facing Wei Rong, and he did not know what Angie was thinking. She had made an enemy out of Wei Rong, and he did not know if she would be able to persevere. When he thought about Angie and the Umbral Butterfly tribe, Mu's gaze turned cold. He had made the right move back then. Seventh Bro was Seventh Bro, and he was invincible. In that case, the day of Mu's harvest would not be too far away. Just as Mu was thinking about Lu Yin, his gadget rang. Mu looked at it, and his pupils shrank. It was a call from Seventh Bro. He had already deleted it, but he could still recognize it. Mu found a secluded corner and respectfully said, Seventh bro, at King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin contacted Ah Mu, as he wanted to know about the situation with the Central Weave's allied forces. We haven't contacted each other in a long time. I thought that you had forgotten about me. Ah Mu hurriedly explained the situation to Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Alright, I was just kidding. Tell me about the situation with the Central Weave's allied forces. Ah Mu took a deep breath and then told Lu Yin everything that he knew about the Central Weave's allied forces, including the fact that the Western Weaves had secretly sent reinforcements, as well as all sorts of guesses. Lu Yin's expression turned grave when he heard this, as the situation was worse than he had imagined. Although it was called the Central Weave's Allied Forces, the Allied Forces actually consisted of the majority of the forces outside of the Great Eastern Alliance. The main force was naturally the Central Weave's Allied Forces, and the various great powers of the Western Weaves had also sent reinforcements. There were more than 20 hunters in the entire Central Weave's Allied Forces, and there were even more cruisers and explorers. Even the number of warships in the Central Weave's allied forces exceeded 10,000. That was 10,000 warships, which was 10 times the number of the Great Eastern Alliance's warships. It was impossible for just the Central Weaves to take out so many warships, and even the Western Weaves might not be able to take out so many warships. There had to be other powers involved. Lu Yin's first thoughts were Myriad City and the Dark Phoenix clan. One had money, and the other had resources. Aside from them, there might be other powers that he did not know about that had intervened. These powers did not dare to openly oppose him, but they were secretly sending reinforcements to the Central Weaves. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had expected that once the Great Eastern Alliance expanded, it would attract the attention of many people, but he had not expected them to be so afraid. It seemed that his actions had been too obvious. No one wanted to have another ruler above their heads. The Outerverse had once been divided according to its structure, but now, no one dared to allow the Great Eastern Alliance to expand. Otherwise, the Outerverse would truly be unified. Ah Mu waited nervously after he finished speaking. Lu Yin was silent for a long time, and then he asked, "Have you found any traces of Shamrock Enterprises, the Mavis Bank, or the Aurora Spacecraft Company interfering?" "Not at the moment," Ah Mu replied. Lu Yin frowned, as he hoped for an affirmative answer. Given the Great Eastern Alliance's current might, these powers still did not care about it. This proved that they did not care about how far the Great Eastern Alliance could go. In other words, they were confident enough to deal with the situation, which made Lu Yin apprehensive. This was the most troublesome part. An exposed enemy was not to be feared. What was frightening was their foundations. The border war had brought out all the old monsters hidden in the Outerverse, which was why Lu Yin had dared to act so recklessly. However, that was only in the Outerverse. Shamrock Enterprises and the other powers' foundations were in the Innerverse, and in their eyes, even if the Outerverse was unified, it would not be much of a threat to them. Lu Yin suddenly looked forward to it. If he really did unify the Outerverse one day and brought the Outerverse momentum into the Innerverse, would these powers really not care? He really wanted to see the expressions of the Day-Night clan, Sword Sept, One Family, and the other behemoths when they saw him. It would definitely be interesting, but that was only if the Innerverse could survive the Sixth Mainland's attack. Seventh bro. Ah Mu carefully called out. Lu Yin said, "Tell me everything you know about the Allied Army's generals. The more, the better." Ah Mu was puzzled. "Seventh bro, what are you planning?" "That's none of your business." "Just tell me," Lu Yin said coldly. Ah Mu did not dare to refute. "Yes, I'll sort everything out as soon as possible." The Central Weave's allied army had just been unified, and the powers behind them had done everything they could to unite and resist the Great Eastern Alliance. Since that was the case, Luin would not let the Allied army have an easy time. If he was going to play, then he was going to play big. Half a day later, Mu had given Luin all the generals' locations that he knew about. Luin immediately sent the majority of the information to Aegis, and he gave the highest order to kill without mercy. At the same time, he also sent some of the locations to the bespectacled Mistchild and 3i from Mafioso Planet. These were the darkest powers that he possessed, and he wanted to destroy the Allied army's arrogance in one fell swoop. No one had expected Luin to make such a big move. The bespectacled Mistchild wanted to refuse, but she did not dare to. She did not have the qualifications to bargain with Luin, so she could only send out all of Mafioso Planet's assassins. 3i controlled the power of pirates and had nothing to do with assassination, but Luin did not believe that he did not have any assassination skills. 3i was also helpless, but he could only carry out the order. The most helpless of all was Aegis. The Central Weave's Allied army's generals were all subordinates of the second management, and it would be difficult to explain to them if they attacked. Star Fox contacted Luin and wanted to refuse. However, Luin's attitude was firm, and he even threatened Star Fox. Star Fox was furious, and he told the Black-Masked Assassin. The Black-Masked Assassin had not expected Luin to make such a big move on his first assassination mission as a member of the First Management. However, he did not mind, as Luin was much more important than the people from the Second Management. Since they were already on board, there was no reason for them to disembark so easily. Actually, Star Fox was most worried that half of the Outerverse would retaliate. If they followed Luin's orders and assassinated Luin, then they would definitely incur the wrath of the masses. We know who the Central Weave's Allied army is, and they comprise almost half of the Outerverse. If we attack, we'll suffer great losses, and we might even be surrounded, Star Fox said worriedly. The Black-Masked Assassin remained calm. This time is different from tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, we had no background and were easily surrounded. But this time, if these powers try to surround us, the Hall of Honor will not sit idly by. Will the Hall of Honor help us? Star Fox was uncertain, as he knew too little about the Hall of Honor. In all of Aegis, only the Black-Masked Assassin knew about the Hall of Honor because he had interacted with them before. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll stay up late tonight and update tomorrow. I'm too busy at the end of the year. Thank you for your understanding, brothers. Thank you. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com, Wonderful Book Mobile Version, .com. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 9:16. The Black-Masked Assassin sneered. The so-called Hall of Honor is just one of the strongest powers. Don't think that they're the protectors of humanity and that they protect the human domain like the way family protects Armament Weave. They're not great. Luin is a member of the Hall of Honor, so they'll naturally help him. The others don't matter. Star Fox nodded. I understand. So, should we make a move this time? The Black-Masked Assassin looked at the list of people he needed to assassinate. Some of them were hunters, and they were rather troublesome. Let's do it. It was already late, and Luin stood in the courtyard of King Zishan's palace with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the brightly lit streets below. Xenia Star was now one of the most prosperous planets in the Outerverse, and countless people came here every day. It was equivalent to the Great Eastern Alliance's center of power, and with the existence of the mainland's auction house and the Mavis Bank, it had also become the Great Eastern Alliance's economic center. Most importantly, in the Eastern Weaves, only the Xenia Star Mavis Bank's branch had star essence for exchange. This was to facilitate shopping at the mainland's auction house. Lu Yin's domain enveloped the area, allowing him to see many things that happened in the night and hear many secrets. Of course, these secrets were useless to him, as they were just ordinary people's worries. Below King Zishan's palace, the former bar had been renovated. Ever since the palace had been reopened, the price of the bar's location had skyrocketed. Countless people wanted to buy it, but the owner was shrewd and stubbornly refused to sell it. Anyone who could open a bar below King Zishan's palace had to have a powerful background. Now, the price of the bar's location had increased by tens of thousands of times. Once the owner sold the bar, he would have no worries for 10 or even 100 lifetimes. However, the owner still refused to sell it, and he even renovated it. Batch after batch of people entered the bar, but they all returned in disappointment. For some reason, the bar's doors and windows had been opened, and passionate music could be heard from within. The music made one's blood boil, and many people gathered outside the bar to party on the streets. The imperial guards wanted to chase them away, but Lu Yin stopped them. He felt that the music suited his mood very well. Passionate music paired with a night of slaughter and an intoxicating glass of red wine made for a great feeling. Back in the Sancta Weave, Amu sat on a spacecraft and looked up at the sky. On another spacecraft, a cruiser general had just finished patrolling the troops and was about to rest when a bone-chilling killing intent swept past him from the shadows in a corner. The general's eyes widened, and fresh blood sprayed out from his neck, dyeing half the room red. He slowly collapsed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Within the Grand Hotel, hundreds of people were celebrating. They were congratulating a man for becoming a general of the Allied forces and for having a meteoric rise in the future. The man revealed a reserved yet arrogant smile as he walked up to the stage. He raised his hand and easily suppressed the cheers, which represented his current power. I can become the fifth in the Central Weave's Allied army. Just as he finished speaking, the man's head exploded, and blood splattered onto the ground. It splashed onto many people in front of him, causing cries of alarm. Everyone present was dumbfounded, not knowing what had just happened. In a private room, a woman opened her eyes. Her gaze was ice-cold as she raised her head. It was time to report. The Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin. Did they really think that they could cover the sky with a single hand? Once the Allied forces were fully integrated, it would be the moment they destroyed the Great Eastern Alliance. The woman stood up and took a step forward. Beneath her feet, blood flowed like a river. She stared blankly for a moment before turning around. Half of her body was gone, and her cold, emotionless eyes retreated in the dark night. In outer space, an old man sat on a strange wooden plank and flew into the distance. There were dozens of youths on the plank, and they were all the old man's disciples. This time, the old man was taking them to the Central Weave's Allied forces to gain experience. The old man himself was a peak hunter who had been invited by the Central Weave's Allied forces, and his name was well known throughout the Central Weaves. He was only one step away from becoming an enlighter, and he was a true expert. The dozens of disciples behind the old man were excited. The fact that they had been brought out by the old man proved that he liked them greatly. They were about to join the Allied forces, which made them a little nervous. However, they were also filled with anticipation. They hoped that their master would advance further and become an enlighter in the Allied forces, which would allow them to reach the heavens in a single bound. Of course, there were also some disciples who were worried. They were not facing an ordinary person, but rather Lu Yin. He was a legend and an indescribable peerless genius. There were too many rumors about him, and they were so numerous that it made them shiver. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just Lu Yin? Apparently, he only managed to unify the Great Eastern Alliance because of the Hall of Honor, and he also relied on external items to kill enlighters. There's nothing to be afraid of. That's right. Now that half of the Outerverse has joined forces, even the Hall of Honor has to retreat. Someone like Lu Yin will probably be scared to death, ha 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 ha. Once Master becomes an Enlighter, the next time he meets Lu Yin, he'll definitely be scared to his knees. In front of him, the old man remained calm. The words of the disciples behind him had made him feel very comfortable. Lu Yin was too famous, and he was known as an Enlighter killer. The old man had yet to become an Enlighter, so didn't that mean that he didn't even have the qualifications to be killed by Lu Yin? The old man had been dissatisfied for a long time, and this was one of the reasons why he had agreed to the Allied forces' invitation. He wanted to let the juniors know that they would always be juniors, and that they should not dream of standing out. He would teach Lu Yin the meaning of respect. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of danger caused the old man's expression to change, and his hair to stand on end. He had never experienced such a terrifying feeling in his entire life, and it felt as if the world was collapsing. The old man instinctively wanted to flee, but it was too late. The black-masked assassin swept through the void and disappeared in an instant, while the old man collapsed to the ground. The disciples behind him were dumbfounded, as they did not understand what had just happened. Similar scenes were happening all over the Central Weaves. That night, there were people dying every minute, and every minute brought about despair and panic. Every minute caused the Central Weave's allied forces to tremble. In King Zishan's palace, passionate music played until midnight. Lu Yin's fingers were randomly tapping on something, as if he was playing a musical score of death. The next day, a bloody incident that shocked the entire Outerverse was exposed. In a single night, more than 300 generals from the Central Weave's allied forces had died without a trace, and this caused panic in the Central Weaves. Countless people looked towards the Great Eastern Alliance and then towards Xenia Star. At this moment, there was only one person who would do such a thing, and that was Lu Yin. The Central Weave's allied forces were terrified, as there were far more than 300 generals in the entire allied forces. The remaining generals immediately went into hiding, not daring to show their faces. The allied forces officers were similarly shocked, and their hearts were filled with panic. They had thought that with so many troops and so many experts, the Great Eastern Alliance would be apprehensive and that they would be able to resist or even suppress the Great Eastern Alliance. However, at this moment, their thoughts had changed, as they now knew who they were facing. Ah Mu exhaled as he read the introduction on the news. Countless media outlets in the Central Weaves had expressed their indignation and declared that someone was the executioner. Although they did not dare to say it out loud, everyone knew that they were referring to Lu Yin. If Lu Yin was the executioner, then Mu was the knife. He had been the one to tell Lu Yin where those generals were. If not for him, those people would not have died. At the same time, Mu felt a deep chill towards Lu Yin. This was a war, and the death toll was far greater than 300. Forget about 300, even 30,000, 300,000, or 3 million people would be considered normal in an astral war. The reason why this incident had caused such a huge commotion was because those who had died were all generals, and none of them were weak. Lu Yin's ability to instantly eliminate so many generals was a testament to his terrifying strength. Even though most of the assassins were from Aegis, the fact that Lu Yin could mobilize so many assassins from Aegis at once was enough to terrify others. War brought despair and pain, and assassinations brought panic. Now that the Central Weave's allied forces had just been formed, the last thing they wanted was panic, and Lu Yin had brought that panic to them. Star Fox felt a headache coming on, as many people from the second management had contacted him to ask why he had acted against their people. Star Fox could not answer and could only pretend that he had not seen anything. Xenia Star, King Zishan's palace. Wei Rong requested an audience. Ever since he had joined the Great Yu Empire and arrived at Xenia Star, he had first brought Wei Baichuan and the others out. At the same time, he had also brought the members of the Wei family out of Myriad City and back to the Wei family's homeworld. He had been very busy recently, but of course, he had not neglected the news from the outside world. This time, Lu Yin had killed more than 300 generals, and Wei Rong felt that it was time for him to have a good chat with Lu Yin. He wanted to know just how much power this person had that he did not know about. After waiting in the guest hall of King Zishan's palace for a while, Xiao Ran served Wei Rong a cup of scented tea. It was a very thick green tea that looked rather horrifying, and it was the same tea that Lu Yin had drunk before. Wei Rong did not pay much attention to it at first, but the thickness and the green color were too attractive, and he unconsciously looked over. He then looked back at Xiao Ran and instantly thought of many things. Lu Yin couldn't be thinking of poisoning him, right? Or was it a show of strength? There was no need for that, as with Wei Rong's intelligence, he would definitely wholeheartedly submit to Lu Yin. But what was with this thick green liquid? Also, what was with the maid's expectant gaze? Wei Rong was at a loss. No matter how smart he was, he could not guess what Lu Yin was trying to do. Lu Yin arrived, and Xiao Ran served him a cup of scented tea as well. Wei Rong stared blankly, as he thought that Lu Yin was trying to prank him or establish his strength, but the maid had also served him the same thing. Could it really be a drink? Could it be drunk? Or was Lu Yin immune to poison? Lu Yin knew what Wei Rong was thinking when he saw the confusion in his eyes. He picked up the cup of scented tea and took a sip. Try it. Xiao Ran made this herself, and it's very delicious. Wei Rong swallowed his saliva and looked at Xiao Ran again. When he saw the girl's expectant gaze, he could only grit his teeth and drink it. As soon as it entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. It was very delicious. Xiao Ran smiled and excused herself in satisfaction. Lu Yin put down the cup of scented tea. Have you settled the family's matters? Wei Rong hurriedly put down the cup of scented tea. Since he had submitted to Lu Yin, he had to have an attitude of submission. He was very smart, and he would not do anything that would bring him bad luck. It's been settled. Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Highness. Your father doesn't blame me, right? Lu Yin asked with a smile. Wei Rong hurriedly replied, Your Highness did not exterminate my Wei family, and you did not mistreat my immediate family members. You did not even forbid Axan from seeing her father. How could the Wei family complain about such magnanimity? We can't even thank you enough. Lu Yin smiled, as he was very satisfied with Wei Rong's attitude. It was so comfortable to talk to smart people. There was no need to beat them around the bush, as they knew what they were doing. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll be updating at 3 p.m. Thank you for your support, thank you. I'm too busy at the end of the year, and I'm often on business trips. The most painful thing is motion sickness, and you all know how it feels. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com, wonderful book mobile version website, .com. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 9:17. Since you've taken care of the family's matters, then help me think about how the Great Eastern Alliance's future military operations should be carried out. It would be best if you could come up with a plan, Lu Yin said. Wei Rong respectfully replied, Your Highness, I would like to know how much power you are willing to provide so that I can formulate a plan. Lu Yin thought about it. I've already joined the top management of Aegis, and I'm also a member of the Hall of Honor. If there's a need, I can even ask the experts of the Sea King's Dome for help. Right, there's an emissary-level expert in the Sea King's Dome. Wei Rong was aghast, as it was only now that he realized that he was far too lacking compared to Lu Yin. Although the Wei family had a long history, they were forever restricted to the outerverse, and Wei Rong had no ability to climb to a higher level. However, Lu Yin was different. He had only cultivated for 10 years, but he had already surpassed the Wei family, and the people that he had befriended were not people that the Wei family could compare to. This was what it meant to be a genius. Everyone had different opportunities, and their futures were different as well. He lacked Lu Yin's fortuitous encounter, and even more so, he lacked that unique talent. Understood. I'll go and discuss the plan with Wang Wen. Not long after, Wei Rong took his leave, and Lu Yin watched him leave with a look of anticipation. Wei Rong had just mentioned that he had a backup plan in the Umbral Butterfly tribe. Back then, he had had a close relationship with Angie of the Umbral Butterfly tribe, and she had even become his woman. With his scheming nature, he would not be swayed by emotions, and he had long since planted a backup plan in the Umbral Butterfly tribe. Now, he was taking it out as a gift to show his loyalty. Just like how Wang Wen had given Wei Rong to Lu Yin, Wei Rong had also given the Umbral Butterfly tribe to Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not tell Wei Rong about Amu. Although Wei Rong had pledged his allegiance to Lu Yin, there were still some things that were best kept hidden. After all, it was impossible to know what a person's heart was thinking, especially when it came to such an intelligent person. Due to the deaths of their generals, the central region was in a state of panic. The various major powers tried their best to pacify the people, but to no avail. Many of the generals were so frightened that they didn't dare to go out, and they had their soldiers stand guard outside, killing over 300 people in one go. Although the military isn't too strict about keeping the location of their generals a secret, only an insider would be able to find out the location of so many people so quickly. Furthermore, his position isn't low, Ghost Wuzong said in a cold voice. There were dozens of leaders of the major forces in the Central Territory on the screen, and some of them had hidden their appearances. Ghost Sect Master, are you saying that there's a traitor among us? One of them asked in a hoarse voice. Gue Wuzong replied, that's right. There are definitely spies, but this one is different. He was able to find out the location of more than 300 generals. If it weren't for the fact that the Great Eastern Alliance is lacking in power, he could have even exposed the location of all of the generals. This person might even be one of us. Ghost Sect Master, there's no need to exaggerate things. It's not difficult to find out the locations of the various generals. It's not just us, many of the Alliance Army's higher-ups can find out as well. Don't be suspicious so casually. It'll affect our unity, said Angie. As the representative of the Umbral Butterfly race, she had participated in this meeting. Gue Wuzong looked at Angie on the screen. Then I'll be frank. Angie, I suspect you. Everyone else looked at Angie with flickering eyes. Angie was furious. What is the meaning of this, Sect Master Ghost? Everyone knows that you have a close relationship with Wei Rong, and your relationship has already surpassed that of ordinary friends. Now that Wei Rong has sided with Lu Yin, what about you? Will they be convinced to join him as well? Gue Wuzong asked coldly. Everyone else stared at Angie, as these words were not without reason. Angie was furious. Wei Rong is Wei Rong. He's useless and was defeated by Lu Yin. I will never want someone like him, so how can I be convinced by him? I'm the young matriarch of the Umbral Butterfly tribe, and I'll be in charge of the Umbral Butterfly weave in the future. Sect Master Ghost, please watch your words. Gue Wuzong did not continue to question her. Someone else spoke up. Alright, let's not start fighting among ourselves before the war has even begun. Everyone has the same goal. The Outerverse various weaves were doing well, but Lu Yin just had to come and mess things up. Our goal is to deal with him, not to fight among ourselves. Sect Master Ghost, if you don't have any evidence in the future, then don't say such things. Gue Wuzong calmly replied, I'm just guessing. I'll find evidence. Angie stared at Gue Wuzong coldly and clenched her fists. Ever since news had spread that Wei Rong had joined the Great Yu Empire, she had been in a terrible mood. She had taken a liking to Wei Rong because of his breadth of mind, boldness, and confidence that he would be able to control everything in the future. She had even given herself to that man, but in the end, that man had actually been defeated and humiliatingly subdued by the enemy. Gue Wuzong's words made her even more irritable. If not for the Allied armies meeting, she would have immediately left. Right now, she wanted to find Wei Rong and interrogate him about why he had submitted to the enemy and why he was so weak. She really wanted to personally destroy that man. The Allied armies meeting in the Central Weaves ended after a little more than 2 hours, and they did not come up with any meaningful conclusions. However, everyone still felt uncertain. This time, Liu Yin's target had been the Allied army's generals, but would he target them next time? Their strength might not necessarily surpass those generals, especially since there had been a peak hunter among those who had been assassinated. This assassination attempt had allowed the Outerverse to see Liu Yin's hidden strength, which made them even more fearful of him. After the Allied army's meeting ended, Angie walked to the top of a tree and breathed in the plant's fragrance. Her depressed mood eased a little, but at that moment, her gadget beeped. She glanced at it, and her face sank. It was Wei Rong. You still have the nerve to contact me. Angie's voice was filled with anger and disappointment. Wei Rong was flabbergasted on his screen. Who made my little Angie angry? Angie angrily retorted, You coward. Where did the courage you had when you schemed against Source Peak Planet go? Where did your ambition as a navigator go? Losing a battle is shameful, but surrendering is even more shameful. Not only did you lose to Liu Yin in terms of strategy, but you also lost your dignity. Wei Rong rubbed his head. It seems like you're very disappointed in me. Angie's gaze turned sinister. You've disappointed me too much, Wei Rong. Not too long ago, I wanted the entire Umbral Butterfly tribe to follow you and become your blade to usher in a new era. But what about you? You let me down, and you let down everyone who trusted you. So what if you lost? Who hasn't lost before? At worst, you can start all over again. But you actually surrendered to Liu Yin. Don't tell me that this was all part of your plan. I'm not stupid, and neither is Liu Yin. Wei Rong sighed. It seems like your love for me has turned into hatred. In that case, there's no need to say the words that I originally wanted to comfort you. Angie sneered. Comfort? How are you going to comfort me? Not only do I hate you now, but I also look down on you. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. Is the Central Weave's allied army preparing to mobilize all of their forces to resist the Great Eastern Alliance? Angie laughed. So you want to use me to find out about the allied army's movements? Wei Rong, not only did you lose your dignity after losing to Liu Yin, but your intelligence also dropped. Did you think that I would tell you? Even if you don't tell me, I can still guess. In order to deal with Liu Yin's various methods, the Central Weaves must have implemented some policies. For example, past mistakes can be forgiven, and powers that have been enemies for generations can temporarily reconcile with each other. More importantly, you're also thinking of ways to attract experts from the Western Weaves to join you. You're not just representing the Central Weaves, but also half of the Outerverse, Wei Rong slowly explained. Angie stared at him. Even if you're right, so what? You can't stop it. Wei Rong fell into deep thought. After a while, Angie suddenly changed the topic. Wei Rong, I know that you're unwilling to submit to Liu Yin, but your family is in his hands. He's probably using your family's lives to threaten you. That's right. Wei Rong did not retort, and he calmly looked at Angie. Angie gently said, "Give up. You have great ambitions, and the Wei family should not be a burden to you. Are you really willing to give up on your dreams for the Wei family? Don't forget who was the first to scheme against the Lockbreaker Society, and who gave countless people in the Outerverse the hope of overthrowing a colossus. It's you, Wei Rong. Your future should not be restricted by anyone. Come to our side and help us deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. We are not Armament Weave, and we are not the Wei family. We have tens of thousands of warships, countless experts, and countless resources. You can use them all." Most people would think that Wei Rong had surrendered to Lu Yin because Lu Yin had threatened him with the Wei family's lives, especially since Wei Baichuan and Wei Axayan were both in the Great Yu Empire. It was only natural that they would think so. But who was Wei Rong? Just as Angie had said, the Wei family was not a burden to him. Angie did not need to tell him this, as he would not give up his dream of becoming a navigator for his family. Angie understood him, and Lu Yin understood him as well. That was why he had not threatened Wei Rong with the Wei family's lives. Firstly, he disdained to do so, and secondly, it would not only be useless, but it would also cause many people to look down on him. The more she understood Wei Rong, the more Angie could not understand why he had surrendered. As a result, her heart hurt even more. It was not an emotional pain, but more like the humiliation of being fooled and deceived. Wei Rong quietly listened to Angie's words and then sighed. There aren't many people in this universe who understand me. Angie, you're one of them. Since you understand me, you should know that once I've decided to do something, it's impossible to change my mind. Angie frowned. Also, I like to leave a backup plan when I do things. You know that, Wei Rong said slowly. Angie did not understand, but she suddenly had a bad premonition. She had almost forgotten that she was now enemies with this man. She had once admired his methods, but now, she was terrified. I don't trust many people. Friends, brothers, family, and even allies. Wei Rong stared at Angie. That's why I leave a backup plan for anyone that I don't trust. Do you remember when you invited me to the Umbral Butterfly Tribe as a guest? I took a tour of your ancestral planet. Angie's pupils shrank, and her expression changed. You. What did you do? Wei Rong smiled. Nothing much. I just added something to your bodies through your unique ability to absorb plant energy. It's not much, and it's not easy to notice. However, if it accumulates over time, it might be a little troublesome. Angie's face paled, and she shouted, "You're despicable." Many Umbral Butterfly Tribe experts looked over in surprise. They saw Angie cursing like a madwoman, but they did not know who she was cursing at. Wei Rong shrugged. You can't blame me. That's just how my personality is. Perhaps everyone in the Wei family is like that. Go and check it out. Who knows? Of course, it's fine if you can't. I can help you. Angie turned off her communicator and immediately contacted the higher-ups of the Umbral Butterfly Tribe on the ancestral planet to check on her body. I'll update at 3 p.m. I'll be staying up late to contribute. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 9:18. They spent a lot of time examining many people, including Angie herself. They were horrified to discover that there was indeed an unknown poison in their bodies. This poison was like maggots that had latched onto their blood vessels. If there was only a small amount, they could remove a portion of their blood vessels to get rid of the poison. However, they had been poisoned for too long, and all of their blood vessels had been absorbed by the poison. If they wanted to get rid of the poison, they would have to replace all of their blood vessels. This matter caused the umbral butterfly tribe to panic, and Angie hurriedly ordered for the news to be sealed. She then contacted Wei Rong. "You're despicable. I trusted you so much that I even handed myself over to you, but you actually schemed against my umbral butterfly tribe." Wei Rong feigned innocence. "I'm sorry. Perhaps I only wanted to do an experiment at the time. As our cooperation deepened, would have helped you get rid of the poison. But who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this? I'm just reminding you out of the kindness of my heart. I can't personally help you get rid of the poison." Angie was so angry that her entire body trembled. She felt a deep chill towards Wei Rong's methods. This man was truly a genius who had relied on armament weave to forcefully hold off the Great Eastern Alliance for nearly 2 years. He had countless backup plans, and he definitely did not only target the umbral butterfly tribe. He also had methods to deal with other races in the universe that he had come into contact with. She suddenly understood why Lu Yin had not harmed the Wei family's ancestral planet when he had destroyed it. He knew Wei Rong's value better than anyone else, and in his eyes, Wei Rong alone was equivalent to a powerful army. At the same time, she also understood why Wei Rong had specifically told Lu Yin that he could subdue him. Wei Rong was similarly aware of his value to Lu Yin. Everything that the two of them said and did would affect the future, and it was not something that she could understand. "What do you want?" Angie asked through gritted teeth. Wei Rong smiled. "I need all of the generals in the Central Weave's allied forces and their connections. I need the most detailed information on them." "Impossible. I won't betray the Central Weaves," Angie bellowed. Wei Rong's tone was relaxed. "If the Central Weaves join the Great Eastern Alliance in the future, you won't be considered a traitor. Instead, you'll be considered a hero. You'll be the one who brought them on a long voyage so that they won't be swallowed by the waves. Angie, you're very smart. Think about it yourself." Lu Yin had not expected Wei Rong to have made a move against the umbral butterfly tribe so early on. This person's methods were too well hidden. Fortunately, Lu Yin had the ability to restrict Wei Rong. Otherwise, if it had been any other person, Lu Yin would have rather killed Wei Rong than use him. In Wei Rong's words, as long as he could get his hands on the connections between the various great forces of the Central Weave's allied army, he would be able to destroy the allied army within 2 months. In war, there were times when it came to strength, and there were also times when it came to fighting outside of the battlefield. Wei Rong was an expert at fighting battles outside of the battlefield, while Wang Wen was an expert at determining victory and defeat on the battlefield. Qiong Shir was an expert at fighting for resources. All three of them were different in their own ways, and Lu Yin sometimes thought that if he could gather all three of them as his subordinates, then he would truly be invincible in the Outerverse, unless there was someone who could crush him with absolute power. Unfortunately, this was impossible. There was no one in the Outerverse who could suppress him, not even the Hall of Honor. At the very least, he still had Mr. Mu. Angie did not think about it for long before agreeing to Wei Rong's conditions. The umbral butterfly tribe did not want to join the Great Eastern Alliance because they did not want to be restricted. This was not a calamity that would wipe out their entire tribe. It was just an alliance, not a submission, so it was not that serious. However, if they did not agree to Wei Rong's conditions, then they would be in deep trouble. Even if they could cure the poison, the price they would have to pay would not be light. Compared to joining the Great Eastern Alliance, this was a price that they were not willing to pay. This was because they were on the ancestral planet, and the people who had been poisoned all had very high statuses. Losing even one of them would cause a huge commotion. Even more important, Angie was truly trembling, as she was afraid of Wei Rong's methods. Just as she had said, the amount of admiration she had for Wei Rong in the past was equal to the amount of fear she had for him now. With Lu Yin in the mix, she really did not have the courage to make an enemy out of him. She had joined the Central Weave's allied army because of her pride, but once that pride was destroyed by Wei Rong, then she would be nothing more than a little girl. She might not even be as bold as Mu. Many people had tried to contact Lu Yin during this period of time, especially the leaders of some of the Central Weave's powers. They had tried their best to contact Lu Yin and sound him out, but Lu Yin had rejected them all. He did not have the time to deal with these people. If he had the time, then he might as well spend it on cultivation. His gadget beeped again, and Lu Yin was surprised to see that it was actually the old smoker. Ever since the battle in Armament Weave, Lu Yin had not contacted the old smoker, and the old smoker had not contacted Lu Yin either. Assassins generally did not take the initiative to contact their employers, but the old smoker had actually taken the initiative to contact Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned on his screen, and the familiar smoke floated out to form words. Is there anyone you don't like? My fee is cheap. Lu Yin felt strange. You're lacking natural treasures? The smoke floated around for a while, and then it seemed to hesitate. Yes. What do you need so many natural treasures for? To cultivate. Lu Yin asked curiously. More or less. Do you have any more? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I do, but I don't have anyone I want to assassinate. Also, don't forget that I'm a member of your organization, and I've saved 20 of them. They're mine, so you can't use them as you please. The white eye floated around for a while, but it did not form any words. It seemed to be very conflicted. Lu Yin frowned and asked unhappily, What? You've already used them. They're mine once I'm a member. You can't take them back. Lu Yin laughed. 20 natural treasures that can help you avoid danger. That's enough to hire you to kill at least 10 people. If the people you want to kill aren't that strong, then killing 20 won't be a problem. There aren't that many people in the Outerverse who are worth hiring you. Central Weave's allied forces. No need, I already have Aegis, Lu Yin said directly. The old smoker did not reply. The white smoke continued to float around, occasionally forming words that quickly dissipated. It seems like you're really lacking natural treasures. How about this, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you as many as you want, Lu Yin said, his tone full of temptation. Condition. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Join the Great Yu Empire and become the captain of the 2nd Imperial Squadron. Every year, I'll give you 100 natural treasures that can help you avoid danger. The old smoker did not respond. Lu Yin continued to tempt him. Only I can afford such a condition. You can decide for yourself if you want, or you can try to assassinate me. But I'm warning you, if you try to assassinate me, you'll become the target of the entire Hall of Honor. No one will dare to hire you, and you'll never be able to obtain any natural treasures. The old smoker still did not respond, but he did not hang up. Lu Yin did not either, and the two continued to waste time. After half a day, the white smoke finally formed words. I can join, and I'll carry out your orders. However, I won't let you see me. I can help you train the 2nd Imperial Squadron, and I'll do all the duties of the 2nd Squadron. Deal. Lu Yin was delighted. This was exactly what he wanted. It didn't matter if he couldn't see the old smoker now, he would eventually meet him. The 13 Imperial Squadrons of the squadrons, only the 13th Squadron was without a captain. However, Peach, Shalosh, and Rocky Anna were not strong enough, and Lu Yin wanted to replace them, but he couldn't. Peach had the Temple of Taimao behind her, and she could have their experts join the 6th Squadron to assist her. Rocky Anna represented the Anna family, which had become Lu Yin's blade. They had helped him eliminate many people he disliked, and he had promised that he would always be their captain. Shalosh was the only one who could be replaced, but he couldn't find a suitable candidate. Now that the old smoker had become the captain of the second squadron, the Great U Empire's strength had greatly increased, and it also had a greater deterrent effect. This was exactly what Luin wanted. He didn't know what day it was today, but good news kept coming. After the old smoker had joined the Great U Empire and become the captain of the second squadron, the people from Northline Flow Zone had been discovered by the Thousand Eyes pirates, and they were hiding somewhere. Northline Flow Zone had originally been on good terms with Luin, but Granny Chan had purposely leaked information about how he had killed Enlighters, which had nearly cost him his life. After that, she had tried to instigate Top Mist to participate in the assassination attempt. She had even sided with the Wei family during the Armament Weaves War, and they were now mortal enemies. Luin had ordered the Thousand Eyes pirates to keep an eye on the people from Northline Flow Zone. He wanted to use them as bait to lure out Granny Chan and get rid of that old witch. On the same day, a third piece of good news arrived, and Luin couldn't help but check what day it was. To the north of the central weaves, a high temperature had appeared at the border between two weaves. It was said that the temperature had even incinerated the void, and not even hunters dared to approach it. Someone had even tested the temperature, and it could even threaten an enlighter. Luin had already ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to search for an ancient high-temperature tinder. Originally, he had wanted to use the high temperature to absorb star energy, but now, he was even more eager to see if the Heaven Flame Stone could absorb the high temperature and recover. Using the Heaven Flame Stone to cultivate was just too fast, and he had become addicted to it. After finding out the location of the high temperature, Luin immediately took a spacecraft and headed there, not wanting to waste even a minute. This was the benefit of being in an alliance. As long as there was something that he needed, he would be able to quickly find it. A few days later, Luin looked at the distorted space in front of him and frowned. The temperature was high, but it wasn't as majestic as he had imagined. The current temperature wasn't enough to pressure him, and it was far less than the heat that the Heaven Flame Stone had released at the beginning. He was slightly disappointed, but since he was already here, there was no need for him to return immediately. With that in mind, Luin flew towards the flames. This place had never been so hot before, but now that it had suddenly appeared, perhaps something that contained such high temperatures had appeared, such as a source box. The flames didn't cover a large area, and the deeper he went, the higher the temperature didn't increase. Luin circled around the area, and in his disappointment, he wanted to return to Frostwave Weave. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed towards him from within the flames, tearing through the void with such speed that Luin's pupils shrank. He transformed into runes to weaken the rune lines in front of him, but that was all he could do. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a pair of cold, deathly eyes that didn't seem human appeared in front of him. They were less than 10 centimeters apart, and when their gazes met, Luin felt a chill run down his spine. This was a corpse king. Pfft! Luin spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was smashed into the flames by the corpse king's fist. The corpse king didn't hold back, and it charged forward once more, raising its arms high and smashing down viciously. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll be updating at 5 p.m. Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. Thank you. Genius will remember this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 919. Luin immediately donned his universal armor, and there was a thump as his body was smashed into the burning planet like a meteor. He crashed into the magma and then pierced through the planet before falling into outer space once more. The planet began to crack apart on a large scale before finally exploding with a loud bang. The void distorted and transformed into a black hole. Lu Yin felt an intense pain in his chest, and he looked up to see the Corpse King appear next to him. Black lightning smashed down from above, and Lu Yin casually waved his hand to activate the Yu's secret art. He managed to divert some of the lightning, but some of it still landed on his body and forced him down. Fortunately, Lu Yin had donned his universal armor, or else he would have been severely injured, if not killed. He had not expected a Corpse King from the Neo-Human Alliance to appear here, and he recognized this Corpse King as the same one that had appeared in Myriad City. In the end, that Spectre clan expert had died, but this Corpse King had survived and escaped from Myriad City. Lu Yin immediately realized that this was a trap. The Corpse King did not communicate with Lu Yin, as if it had attacked to destroy him. However, Lu Yin had already donned his universal armor, so aside from the first attack that had severely injured him, the rest of the attacks had not had much effect on him. There was another thump, and Lu Yin was sent flying once more. Against an Enlighter Realm Corpse King, Lu Yin did not have much ability to retaliate. He donned his bracers and casually threw out a super flash. The tear bomb released a blinding light that illuminated the heavens, and it was even more dazzling than the burning flames around him. However, the Corpse King was prepared for this, and it broke through the blinding light. Its pupils changed and turned gray, and its strength increased tenfold as it punched out. Lu Yin punched out as well, and with the support of his bracers, his punch was able to force Hu Finya's back. His strength was comparable to an Enlighter with a power level of 300,000, and he had even added overlaying stacks and 8-line battle force. However, that was only against an ordinary Enlighter. This was a Corpse King, and one whose strength had been increased tenfold after using the Grey Eyes transformation. There was another thump as space distorted and turned into a wave that swept out in all directions. The flames that had been burning the heavens were instantly extinguished, and the surrounding planets were shattered into pieces by the enormous force. Multiple black holes appeared in the universe and began devouring each other. Lu Yin's right arm was under unimaginable pressure, and right after that, his bracers cracked and finally shattered. The Corpse King's strength vibrated through his universal armor, and not only did it shatter his 8-line battle force, but it also broke his arm. The universal armor could withstand an attack with a combat power of about 400,000. However, the Zombie King's punch had broken his right arm and sent him flying toward the planet that had already exploded. Lu Yin clenched his teeth as he could see that the Corpse King. To the Corpse Kings. Lu Yin's attack, but the Corpse King's punch instead. Lu to block, the Corpse King, but the Corpse Kings. And Lu Yin, the Corpse Kings, and the Corpse King's fist. However, the Corpse Kings, and nay. But to the Corpse. The Corpse King, this corpse. Cly. It. To the end, to a, t, to the face, King. The corpse. A Lu Yin, it, to the end. To that. This was Lu Yin's first time fighting against a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000, and he had been suppressed from start to finish. The Corpse King's fist was filled with a ferocious destructive power that was accompanied by a terrifying physical strength. Lu Yin raised his hand and gathered star energy. First Sunday, there was a boom as his physical body collided with the star energy. Lu Yin extracted almost all of the star energy in his body and used the most powerful first sun he had ever unleashed. It shone like a real sun as it forcefully collided with the Corpse King. Space was torn apart as countless cracks extended outwards. Lu Yin roared, and his pupils turned into runes once again to weaken the Corpse King's rune lines. The Corpse King's fist punched into the first sun, causing green smoke to billow out. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens, and the sun almost shattered. Blood flowed from the corners of Lu Yin's eyes, ears, and nostrils. His pupils turned into runes that spun wildly as they continuously weakened the Corpse King's rune lines. There was a boom as the first sun completely exploded. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, causing space to undulate like waves. This was the first time the Corpse King had been forced back, and its fist had turned black as it had been burned by the first sun. However, compared to the Corpse King's terrifying physical strength, this injury was nothing. Lu Yin panted heavily. His right arm had been broken, and his left hand was trembling uncontrollably because he had used all of his strength to unleash the first sun. The injury on his chest had worsened, and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He looked battered and exhausted. "Is this the despair you've brought me?" Lu Yin shouted as he stared at the Corpse King. Across from him, the Corpse King did not say a word. Its eyes were deathly still as it stared at Lu Yin. It slowly raised its right fist, and its body suddenly vanished as it launched another attack. At the same time, Lu Yin caught sight of another black shadow out of the corner of his eye. The Corpse King's rune lines were not much weaker than the Corpse King that he had just fought. Another powerful enemy. The Neo-Human Alliance had not given him a chance to live, and they had set up a trap by sending out 2 Enlighter Realm Corpse Kings. This should be the Corpse King that had stolen true insight back in Myriad City. Against these 2 Corpse Kings, even Elder Lohar would have died without a doubt. However, Lu Yin was Lu Yin, not Elder Lohar. He had plenty of methods and external items. There was a thump as Lu Yin's abdomen suffered a heavy blow, followed by his back. He received dozens of punches in a row as the 2 Corpse Kings took turns attacking him in an attempt to break through his universal armor. Even though his universal armor could withstand attacks with a power level of close to 400,000, it was still difficult for Lu Yin to withstand the impact of the 2 Corpse Kings' attacks. Lu Yin took advantage of the opportunity, and just as the 2 Corpse Kings attacked from the same direction, 5 beads appeared in his hand. One of the beads disappeared and transformed into Yuan Shi's power that merged into his body. He raised a finger and activated it with Yuan Shi's power, causing an attack with a power level of 300,000 to appear out of nowhere as he pointed at the 2 Corpse Kings. Dream Finger. The Dream Finger caused the void to solidify. What accompanied it was not the piercing attack that he had used before. Instead, a snow-white finger that had been magnified countless times appeared behind Lu Yin. It was as if it had descended from the heavens, and the 2 Corpse Kings did not even have the chance to resist as their skulls were shattered. Space itself was split into 2, and an incomparably terrifying might extinguish the flames and split the stars, sending the 2 Corpse Kings to an unknown distance. At the same time, in an unfamiliar region of space, a pair of clear eyes opened, and her gaze landed on the outerverse of the 5th mainland. Pfft! Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. His injuries had been too severe, especially from the initial punch. As the battle progressed, the pain had only intensified. However, before he fainted, he had eaten an ancient pill that had increased his rune lines to the level of an Enlighter. This pill should be able to heal the injuries of an Enlighter, and it would be even more effective for Lu Yin. In a distant region of space, a giant spacecraft sped over. There were dozens of people aboard, and although there were not many of them, they were not weak. The weakest among them was an explorer, and the Endless Borders logo was carved onto the spacecraft. Just as Lu Yin had shattered the 2 Corpse Kings with a single finger, a huge shockwave had swept through space, transforming into a terrifying force that split space in 2. The shockwave had spread out endlessly, and this spacecraft had just happened to be within the range of the shockwave. If not for the powerhouses on board who had noticed the shockwave and changed directions in time, the entire spacecraft would have been reduced to smithereens. Captain Fong, our power level has just been measured. It's 390,000, a calm-looking youth exclaimed in surprise. Behind him were two old men who seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. One of them had the name Captain Fong, while the other had the name Captain Hua. The Windflower team was one of Endless Borders' exploration teams. Endless Borders' predecessor had been the Adventurers Guild, which had gathered countless cultivators who loved adventure. The essence of the universe was exploration, and some people believed that the essence of cultivation was to explore the universe. The Adventurers Guild's birth had attracted countless cultivators. At its peak, the Adventurers Guild had even attracted the attention of the Hall of Honor, who had wanted to forcefully incorporate it. That was why the Adventurers Guild had changed its name and become the current Endless Borders. In name, the Adventurers Guild was a corporation, but in reality, it was still an exploration team. Not many people knew exactly how many adventure teams there were in Endless Borders, but amongst the many adventure teams, the Windflower team was definitely a marvel. This was because the team had two captains, one with the surname Fong and the other with the surname Hua. The two of them competed with each other, but they could not leave each other's side. This was the origin of the Windflower team. When they heard that it was 390,000, the two captains looked at each other in shock. Ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, an Enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 was already considered a top-notch powerhouse. Only the battle at the borders of Endless Weave had brought out those old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. Almost all of these old freaks had gathered at the borders, but one had actually appeared here. "Captains, should we avoid it?" the calm-looking youth asked. The two old men looked at each other. "No need. Let's continue forward." The youth hesitated. "But there's an attack with a power level of 390,000, and that's just the shockwave. It's too unusual for such a power level to appear in the Outerverse, and this place is close to the astral wilderness. If anything strange happens, it'll be disastrous. Since we've encountered it, we can't retreat," Captain Fong said with certainty. On the spacecraft, the rest of the cultivators had solemn expressions. Although they were afraid, none of them objected. Joining an adventure team in the astral wilderness meant that they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Compared to running away, they were more curious about what had appeared ahead. The youth was similarly curious. Since the two captains had already confirmed their suspicions, he no longer hesitated and gave the order to continue forward. Space itself had been split in two by the power of a single finger, and everyone on the spacecraft was shocked. Even though they had spent many years treading the line between life and death, they had rarely encountered such a terrifying destructive force. Gradually, the spacecraft arrived at the previously blazing space. The surrounding planets had long since collapsed and turned into black holes that devoured each other. Everyone looked around as the spacecraft scanned the area, and the power level detector continuously beeped. It was clear that there were still some shockwaves that had yet to dissipate. "Captain, there's a situation," someone cried out. Everyone looked over and saw the spacecraft's screen rise. On it, a figure was lying flat in space and slowly drifting towards the spacecraft. "There are signs of life. He's not dead, and he's an explorer," someone reported. The calm-looking youth ordered for the figure to be pulled into the spacecraft. Perhaps this person knew something. Fourth update: Windborn has done his best and has stayed up late to contribute. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Once I'm free after the new year, Windborn will work hard to update. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 920. The floating figure was naturally Lu Yin. Although he had destroyed two corpse kings with a single finger, he had been severely injured. The Neo-Human Alliance had not shown any mercy, and he had fainted as a result. Luin was fine, as he had taken an ancient pill to improve his strength. His injuries would recover in a short period of time, but he had been rescued by the Windflower team. He had a dream that his body had been dissected and studied. Actually, he wanted to study it as well. His physical strength, spiritual force, and domain were constantly improving, which was strange in and of itself. However, it was one thing for him to want to study it, and it was another for others to study it. Luin suddenly shouted and opened his eyes. His entire body was filled with nutrient fluid, and the pod exploded with a bang. The cultivators outside the pod were startled, and they hurriedly retreated as they stared at Luin vigilantly. They did not dare to approach Luin, as he was wearing universal armor with extremely high defenses. They wanted to test him, but even the two captains could not remove his armor. Thus, they could only perform a rough test. The data they obtained shocked them, and they felt as if they were looking at something inhuman. When the two captains learned of this information, a battle broke out between them, as both captains wanted to take this person as a disciple. He could use a cosmic ring, had a gadget, and was wearing universal armor. This person could not be a monster, but rather a human. An explorer with data comparable to an Enlighters had blinded everyone in the Windflower team, so it was normal for them to fight over him. Luin walked out of the pod, still wearing his universal armor. He scanned his surroundings and saw quite a few rune lines. Two of them were actually at the level of an Enlighter, which meant that there were two Enlighters on this spacecraft. Luin became vigilant, as Enlighters were not ordinary people in the Outerverse. It was a little strange that two of them had appeared here. At this moment, many people appeared outside the door, and they all looked at Luin warily. "May I ask where this is?" Luin asked in a calm and courteous tone. Those people's expressions relaxed a little. At this moment, a calm-looking youth walked over and sized Luin up. He stretched out his hand. "Windflower Team, Vice Captain Mo." Luin shook his hand. "You can call me Seven." Vice Captain Mo's eyes flashed. "Is it inconvenient to reveal your real name?" Luin smiled. "You wouldn't know me even if I did. Everyone calls me Seven." Vice Captain Mo did not mind. "Let's get you something to eat." Luin nodded and thanked him before following behind the man. On the top floor of the spacecraft, the two captains of the Wind and Flower Alliance were looking at their screens. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Everything else aside, just the universal armor he's wearing is not something an ordinary person can possess. Nonsense. Captain Hua rolled his eyes. Captain Feng was furious. "Old Hua, be more polite with your words. If you're being polite, can you give him to me?" "Impossible. He's my disciple." "Forget it, you can't even take off his armor." "Can you peel it off?" "Give it a try." "I'll give it a try." Just as he was about to start eating, the void in front of him distorted and two old men appeared. They stared at him intently. "I'll strip for you to see. I was the one who did it for you to see." The two old men's words scared Luin. "What? Strip? Strip what?" He looked down, and his expression changed. These two old perverts. The captains of the Wind and Flower Alliance attacked Luin simultaneously. Although Luin was not afraid of them, they were still two Enlighters, and his target was such a wretched person. He panicked and took out his super flash. The tear bomb detonated, and a blinding light illuminated the spacecraft. Even the two Enlighters could not withstand the light for a moment and were forced to stop. Luin stepped out of the void and left the spacecraft. His injuries had more or less recovered, and the effects of his pills were superb. It was time for him to leave. However, there were two Enlighters on this spacecraft, which was not right. He looked at the spacecraft carefully, wanting to know where these people had come from. A familiar symbol appeared before his eyes. Was this the endless borders? Inside the flying ship, the blinding light quickly dissipated. The two captains of the Wind and Flowers sect had only been pierced by the light and were fine, but the rest of the people were unlucky. Their eyes were all red, and those with weaker cultivation levels were tearing up uncontrollably. The spacecraft was also affected, and it stopped in space. After a while, the captains of the Wind and Flower Alliance finally recovered and opened their eyes to see Lu Yin standing in front of them. "You two seem a little too enthusiastic about me," Lu Yin said as he looked at the two old men with a wary gaze. The two old men were embarrassed. "Kid, we were just betting on who could take off your universal armor." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Why?" "Whoever can do it can take you as a disciple," the captain blurted out. Lu Yin found this funny. "Sorry, I already have a master." The two old men were not surprised. Lu Yin was so young, and he had the physical strength of an enlighter as an explorer. It would be strange if he did not have a master, as his master was definitely not an ordinary person. "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Feng, and I'm one of the captains of the Windflower team." "My surname is Hua, and I'm one of the captains." Lu Yin politely replied, "Ah Chi." "Seniors, you can also call me Little Chi." "Little Chi? You're from the Outerverse?" the captain asked. Lu Yin nodded. "I'm from Iron Blood Weave." The captain was shocked. "You're from Iron Blood Weave? Which stronghold are you from?" Lu Yin smiled and did not answer. Half a day later, the Wind and Flower elders left. Lu Yin ate while thinking. He had not expected to be rescued by the Windflower team. He had originally wanted to return to Frostwave Weave, but now, there was no need to rush. The Windflower team was from Endless Borders, and Lu Yin had always wanted to get in touch with them. Wang Wen had also reminded him to do so, and this could be considered an opportunity. Actually, in the entire Outerverse, including Shamrock Enterprises and Mavis Bank, Lu Yin could not see through the Nalan family and Endless Borders. He had investigated the Nalan family before, and they had been born with a curse. This family was very mysterious, and he could not learn more about them even if he wanted to. As for Endless Borders, they were an organization that even the Hall of Honor had taken the initiative to interfere with, so they were naturally not simple. Lu Yin felt that their philosophy was very similar to that of most cultivators, and there would definitely be many people who would be willing to join them. This was especially true for exploring the astral wilderness, as they might discover another civilization, unique natural treasures, or different battle techniques. Whether it was purely for the sake of adventure or for some other reason, Endless Borders philosophy would definitely attract countless people to join them. Lu Yin was very curious about how many adventurer teams Endless Borders had in the astral wilderness, and he had actually encountered one today. He decided to follow the Windflower team, and it just so happened that the two old men wanted to take him. They also wanted to take him in as a disciple, and even if he had a master, it would not be a problem. This gave Lu Yin a chance. However, Lu Yin still felt that these two old men looked familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. The Windflower team had returned to the Outerverse this time to go to Endless Borders headquarters, but Lu Yin did not ask why. Although he did not ask, the others did not hide anything from him, especially since the two old men were arguing right in front of him. They had said everything that should be said and should not be said, including the Outerverse's greatest secret, the path to the Innerverse. When Lu Yin found out about this secret, he was truly shocked. Such a huge secret, or at least such a shocking secret, had been revealed just like that. He was not prepared at all. However, the others did not seem to care. When he thought about it, it made sense. The Windflower team was an adventurer team from the astral wilderness, and they did not care about the Innerverse. So what if they knew the path to the Innerverse? They would not go there either. This information was worthless to them, but it was extremely valuable to Lu Yin. The calm-looking youth thought that Lu Yin had been frightened by the two old men's argument, and he patted Lu Yin's shoulder to comfort him. At this moment, Lu Yin was thinking about how to get this secret path out of them. Wang Wen was right, he could ignore everything else in the Outerverse, but he could not ignore Endless Borders. This corporation had too many secret routes, and they even had such a route. Endless Borders headquarters was located on Simo Stars, and it had once been located in the Endless Weave. After the border battle, the defensive line had been pushed to the southern weave, and Simo Stars had been pushed to the southern weave as well. Simo Stars had a total of 23 planets. Aside from the main planet, Simo Star, the other 22 planets circled around, representing 22 development teams. Once a new development team was born, there would be one more planet. To outsiders, this was a secret, but Lu Yin now knew. These development teams not only included the astral wilderness, but also the Outerverse. For example, Yang Hai, who Lu Yin had once interacted with, had been the leader of a development team and had owned a planet. Another example was Ba Chu, who Lu Yin had hired the old smoker to kill, who had also owned a planet. The Windflower team also had a planet, but they had not returned for many years. The Windflower team's spacecraft was not a radiant-grade Aurora, but a black hole-grade one. It was 10 times faster than a radiant-grade spacecraft, and it would cost at least 10,000 star essence to purchase, and that was only for a single person. Lu Yin had once owned such a spacecraft, but it had unfortunately been destroyed. There was still half a journey to Simo Stars in the southern weave, and with the speed of a black hole-grade Aurora, it would only take a few days to reach. Just as Lu Yin was feeling bored, a middle-aged man from the Windflower team suddenly proposed to spar with him. Quite a few members of the Windflower team started to jeer. Lu Yin had joined the Windflower team over the past 2 days, and he only had to wait until he reached Endless Borders to confirm his identity. To the members of the Windflower team, he was already one of their own. This was what an adventurer team was like. There was not much scrutiny, and they had only gathered for a common interest. These people were all amazed by Lu Yin's physical strength. Some of them were already physically strong, and it was normal for them to spar when they drank too much. However, it was not that simple this time, as both captains of the Windflower team had appeared. Lu Yin did not refuse. "Please." The middle-aged man's fists collided with a dull thud, and his skin turned a metallic luster. This was an innate gift, and one could tell how powerful he was even by looking at him. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 921. Innate gifts were still very rare in the Outerverse, and anyone with an innate gift could directly join the 10 Arbiters Council. As one's cultivation increased, the development of one's innate gift would be extremely useful in battle. Lu Yin quietly stood in place and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face turned solemn, and his metallic fist was suddenly imprinted with 6-lined battle force. He charged towards Lu Yin and punched downwards. The outline of the fist suddenly enlarged several times, and it felt like Mount Tai was pressing down. Lu Yin was shocked, as this person actually had 6-lined battle force. This person had the power of a cruiser, which meant that his innate gift was extraordinary. However, there was a loud explosion that stunned everyone present. In the center, Lu Yin had single-handedly blocked the middle-aged man's punch without even taking half a step back. Not only that, but the middle-aged man's battle force also gradually cracked before finally disappearing. The captain of the Windflower Squadron was shocked. Through their initial tests, they knew that Lu Yin's physical body was extremely powerful, and that he was close to being an enlighter. However, physical strength was one thing, and whether or not he could display it was another. Not only was this person's physical strength extremely powerful, but his battle experience was also not lacking. The middle-aged man retracted his fist and simply said, "I've lost." Lu Yin smiled. "Sorry for the offense." The middle-aged man was disappointed, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. As the man retreated, another person appeared. This person looked thin and weak, and his eyelids were drooping. His hair was a little fluffy, and he looked quite young. When he saw this person walk out, Lu Yin's face turned solemn. This person was a hunter, and not an ordinary one at that. In terms of rune lines, he was about the same as the calm youth, who was Vice Captain Mo. In the entire spacecraft, this person could be ranked in the top 5. "I'm not your match in terms of physical strength, but..." The thin man stared at Lu Yin. "I'm very fast." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yin suddenly shifted his body to the side. A cold blade streaked through the void, leaving behind afterimages as it sliced through the void. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end, and even Vice Captain Mo's expression changed. Even he hadn't noticed when the attack had been made, and what was even more shocking was that Lu Yin had actually dodged it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched the cold blade slash horizontally. He suddenly raised his hand and firmly grabbed the pale hand on the blade's hilt. He exerted strength in his palm, and overlaying stacks exploded. The void trembled, and a dull sound similar to that of a drum rang out. The thin man was dragged out of the void, and he continuously retreated under the force of overlaying stacks. Captain Feng was astonished. 50 stacks overlaying stacks. Impressive. Everyone looked at Lu Yin as if he were some kind of freak. It was unheard of for an explorer to be able to display 50 stacks, so how had he learned it? Lu Yin smiled. "Excuse me." He didn't try to hide himself too much, and it wouldn't be difficult for these people to investigate him since he hadn't changed his appearance. Even if they found out, it wouldn't matter. Although he had only known them for a few days, he already understood them very well. They weren't scheming people, and they didn't care about his identity. Vice Captain Mo slowly walked out and took off his jacket. "I'm here to ask for advice." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This person was a peak hunter who was second only to the enlighters, Feng and Hua. A peak hunter was definitely an expert, but in Lu Yin's eyes, such a person was nothing special. During this trip to the Interverse, the imprinter had suppressed his power level to 200,000, which meant that Lu Yin could even contend against a peak hunter, let alone a mere Vice Captain Mo. The crowd had thought that it would be a fierce battle, but in their eyes, Lu Yin's ability to contend with Vice Captain Mo was already shocking enough. An explorer had jumped realms to fight against a battlecruiser. A Voyager was already considered a realm breaker with exceptional talent, and to fight against a hunter was already considered a freakish genius. But now, Lu Yin had actually fought against a peak hunter, which was something that they had never expected. They just wanted to see how long Lu Yin could last. Vice Captain Mo had also attacked with the attitude of a teacher. However, he was quickly stunned and even began to doubt his own existence. He had been defeated without any suspense. Lu Yin had only used a single palm strike to explode with 80 stacks, and Vice Captain Mo's confident attack had collapsed. The remaining power of the attack had even caused Vice Captain Mo's chest to feel stifled, and he was forced back more than 10 steps. Everyone was stunned. Vice Captain Mo couldn't believe it, and he no longer held back. His peak hunter power level erupted, but at that moment, Captain Hua spoke up. "That's enough. There's no need to compete. Vice Captain Amos stopped and looked at Captain Hua in astonishment. Captain Hua looked at Lu Yin. In the current universe, aside from one person, I can't think of anyone else who has such strength at such a young age. Am I right, Alliance Master Lu? Everyone was confused at first, but then they seemed to recall something, and they all looked at their gadgets. Lu Yin's image could be found online, which was also why he didn't want to hide his identity. He had simply changed his name to 7 out of habit. If these people couldn't find him, then so be it. Even if they did, it didn't matter. The rest of the Windflower team were shocked to see that it really was Lu Yin. Although they spent most of their time exploring the astral wilderness, they could still occasionally obtain some information. Furthermore, they had already returned to the Outerverse for a few days, and Endless Borders headquarters had already sent them a list of the people they needed to pay attention to in the Outerverse. Lu Yin was at the top of the list. Everyone had the same feeling about Lu Yin. He was not someone to be provoked. Their Windflower team had 2 Enlighters, and they were definitely powerful even in the Outerverse. They dared to talk to any power, but Lu Yin was the only one that even all of Endless Borders exploration teams would not be able to contend against. Not only was his strength heaven-defying, but his background was also extremely powerful. If that was all, then it would have been fine. At most, they would have viewed him as someone similar to the 10 Arbiters. However, this person was extremely ambitious, ruthless, and extremely intelligent. This was the true reason why the Outerverse great powers feared him. After confirming that it was indeed Lu Yin, the Windflower team members' expressions changed. Lu Yin slowly bowed. Junior Lu Yin did not intentionally deceive you. I'm just afraid of being assassinated. Please do not take offense. Captain Feng looked at Lu Yin in amazement. It's been a few years since we last met in the Outerverse. Who would have thought that such a person would appear? Lu Yin smiled at the captain. Actually, this is not the first time we've met. The 2 captains looked at each other and were puzzled. We've met before. Lu Yin nodded. Back then, the 2 captains fought in outer space and stirred up the stars. Do you remember that you brought a personal spacecraft in? The 2 old men thought for a moment before Captain Hua exclaimed, I remember now. You're that kid from the Astral Combat Academy. Captain Feng also remembered. During our battle, we accidentally brought in an Astral Combat Academy spacecraft, but that spacecraft managed to escape on its own. So it was you. Lu Yin smiled. That's me. Ha 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 ha, what a coincidence. Captain Feng laughed. Captain Hua also looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Back then, we were talking about how the Astral Combat Academy was filled with geniuses. We wanted to watch the Astral Combat Tournament, but we had to go to the Astral Wilderness to attend to some matters. Who would have thought that we would meet again after so many years? I just remembered as well. Lu Yin smiled. The spacecraft headed towards the southern weave. Along the way, Lu Yin gave some instructions to Wang Wen, Wei Rong, Enya, and the others. He also specifically asked Wang Wen about Endless Borders. Wang Wen expressed that he did not know much about Endless Borders. The reason why he cared about Endless Borders was because this organization's philosophy was very much in line with cultivators' desires. Endless Borders was also an organization that explored the sea routes and was extremely valuable. Lu Yin was looking forward to this trip to Endless Borders headquarters. Through his conversation with the 2 captains, he had learned why these people wanted to spar with him at this time. It was all for the upcoming internal competition of Endless Borders. A power could not be uncirculated like decaying water. As an adventurers' guild, Endless Borders had a spirit of exploration and creation. Every once in a while, they would hold an internal competition, and the victors would be rewarded handsomely. This was used to stimulate the various exploration teams. There was no lack of people who won these competitions and created their own teams. To the internal members of Endless Borders, the competition was very important. Although the Windflower team was not interested in the rewards, they did not want to fall behind either. That was why the previous scene had occurred. Every team could only send one person to participate in the competition, and the rest were not from the exploration teams, but rather from the internal cultivators of Endless Borders. The competition was actually a chance for these people to create their own teams. Unfortunately, very few cultivators were able to seize this opportunity, and the victors were usually the cultivators of their own teams. This time, the Windflower team's representative should have been Vice Captain Mo, but Lu Yin's appearance was unexpected. Although Vice Captain Mo did not think that he would lose to Lu Yin, he did not have much confidence in himself. Lu Yin's reputation was simply too great. Seniors, Vice Captain Mo, I wonder if you could give me the right to participate in this competition. I would like to obtain something, Lu Yin asked politely. The two captains looked at Vice Captain Mo. Vice Captain Mo smiled. Of course. We are not that interested in the competition, and with our Windflower team status, we don't need to obtain anything through the competition. If Alliance Master Lu wants to participate, you can. Lu Yin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Alliance Master Lu, there is one thing that I must remind you of. The cultivators of the participating teams are not ordinary people, especially the teams that explore the astral wilderness. They all have very powerful self-preservation abilities, so please do not be careless, Vice Captain Mo reminded Lu Yin. He had participated in this competition several times and had won many victories. There's one more thing. The internal competition does not allow the use of external items, Captain Hua specifically reminded him. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you for the reminder. I understand. After Lu Yin left, the two old men looked at each other. How far do you think he can go without external items? Captain Feng asked. Captain Hua shook his head. It's hard to say. Actually, even with external items, it's still very difficult to kill an enlighter. This kid has such ability as a limiter, which is very rare and incomprehensible. He also has a secret technique, and with his unparalleled physical strength, there should be very few hunters who can fight against him. The two then looked at Vice Captain Mo. How did you feel after exchanging a few blows with him? Vice Captain Mo hesitated. I keep having the feeling that he held back. The captains were not surprised. Lu Yin's current reputation was entirely due to his battle prowess, and a peak hunter was not qualified to threaten him. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 922. The Southern Weave was not very famous, and it had originally been just a foil to the Endless Weave. However, ever since the border had been shifted, the Southern Weave had become famous throughout the Outerverse. The Dark Phoenix Clan, Endless Borders headquarters, and other large organizations that had once dominated the Endless Weave had all moved to the Southern Weave. Combined with the border, the Southern Weave was now one of the most important weaves in the Outerverse. The Simo Cluster was where Endless Borders headquarters was located. Simo Cluster was surrounded by 22 satellites, which represented 22 exploration teams that had been recognized by Endless Borders. Outside the Simo Cluster, a spacecraft with the Endless Borders logo appeared. Inside the spacecraft was Yang Hai's team that Lu Yin had once interacted with. During the internal competition, the various teams would show up whenever they were free. Yang Hai looked at the Simo Cluster and felt rather emotional. He recalled the difficult journey he had gone through since he had joined Endless Borders. He had also participated in the internal competition and had stood out. He had been valued by a team, and he had walked out step by step. Unfortunately, the entire team had gone missing while exploring a new route. Missing meant death. "Captain, who are we sending to the competition this time?" a cultivator behind Yang Hai asked. Yang Hai thought about it. "It doesn't matter. The border battle has drawn out quite a few exploration teams from the astral wilderness. If they send people to participate, even I won't be their match. Pick one." "Yes, Captain." Similar scenes were playing out in many other teams. The Astral Wilderness development teams and the Outerverse development teams were two different concepts. Vice Captain Mo of the Windflower team was a peak hunter, and in terms of strength, he surpassed Yang Hai. This was the strength of the Astral Wilderness development teams. Some people were unwilling to be left out and were determined to participate in the competition. For example, the Stone team that had been sent to support the border battle had sent out a genius who was said to be able to shoulder the responsibility of this era. This person was known as the Little Stone Man, and he was a stone man with an innate gift of unlimited regeneration. He was not human, but he could still be considered one. Another team had sent out a super expert with 8 lines of battle force, and his strength was close to a peak hunter. He was very powerful and even surpassed the captain of the Outerverse development team. Those who had never been to the SEMO cluster would not be able to understand how terrifying Endless Borders was. Although they were the loosest organization and did not participate in any battles, at most, they made money through transportation. However, when it came to hiding their strength, it was shocking. Even Aegis at its peak. Just the Windflower Squadron alone had 2 enlighters, and Captain Sure was also an enlighter with a power level of 290,000. This was not even Endless Borders' full strength. If not for the fact that these people only wanted to explore, Endless Borders' strength would have been enough to make the Outerverse Hall of Honor wary. The Windflower team's spaceship arrived at the SEMO star cluster and landed on the planet that belonged to the Windflower team. It was just an ordinary planet with mediocre scenery, people, and geography. There was nothing worth paying attention to, so he followed Vice Captain Mo directly to SEMO planet, which was the center of Endless Borders. SEMO planet was very large and sturdy, and Lu Yin could see quite a few majestic rune lines at a glance. Although they were not at the level of an enlighter, there were quite a few that were at the level of a hunter. He couldn't help but be speechless. Endless Borders' hidden strength was truly terrifying, and any random development team could surpass the Great U Empire of the past. However, these development teams could not be considered the true strength of Endless Shipping. Once Endless Shipping revealed their intention to fight for power and profit, these teams would be destroyed. It was hard to say how many of these development teams would remain. They had only gathered together because of their love for adventure and exploration, and they had also received the support of Endless Borders. Otherwise, they might have been disbanded at any time. Vice Captain Mo appeared to be calm and honest, but he actually liked to visit brothels like bars. Lu Yin was not used to this, and he had no interest in such things. Alliance Leader Lu, since you're here, you should relax. There are still a few days before the competition. Vice Captain Mo brought 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "Just call me Ah Chi." Vice Captain Mo laughed heartily. "There are probably very few people in the Outerverse who can call you that. It's my honor." Lu Yin shook his head as he heard the clamor around him. Most people were still discussing who would be victorious, and most of them were talking about the small stone man. An image of the small stone man even appeared on the bar screen. Lu Yin glanced at it and was rather surprised, as it couldn't even be considered a human. It was basically a combination of small stones. There were all sorts of environments in the Outerverse, and with the passage of time, many people had changed in order to adapt to their local environment. However, this was the first time that Luine had seen such a complete transformation. If you ask me, there's no suspense in this competition. It'll definitely be the small stone man. No one can touch him, and even if he's scattered, he'll just reform again. No, I think it'll be Brother Chang. He's an absolute expert with 8-line battle force, and he's also a peak hunter. No, I think it'll be an enlighter. I heard that the 2 captains of the Windflower team have returned. What can those 2 shameless old men not do? That's true. If they fight, then Captain Stone will fight as well. The others won't need to fight, and we'll just watch them play. Luine glanced at Vice Captain Mo and found that he wasn't angry at all. It seemed like he was used to it, or perhaps the Windflower team had done something similar before. If the Enlighters don't fight, then who do you think is truly unbeatable? Someone asked loudly after drinking too much. Whoever answers correctly, I'll pay for this round's drinks. *T. Everyone has their own reasons, so who can convince others? You bastard, you always pretend to be forthright and say things that can't be refuted. Someone mocked him, and the people around him began to jeer. That person waved his hand. It's not just limited to endless borders. In the Outerverse, if I say one person, you can't refute me. If anyone can, I'll pay for this round's drinks. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, and quite a few people asked him loudly. Someone even specifically mentioned the 10 arbiters. That person smiled proudly. Except for the 10 arbiters. He paused. Luine. The moment he said those 2 words, the bar fell silent, and no one said anything. Vice Captain Mo took a sip of his drink and glanced to the side. He was speechless, as the main character was right there. What do you think? You can't refute me, right? As long as no Enlighters fight, Luine will definitely win this competition, that person said proudly. Someone was unconvinced. Luine doesn't count. He's just a freak. Even if an Enlighter does participate, I still think that Luine has a high chance of winning. I think so too. In the current Outerverse, there are only 2 people below the Enlighter realm who can't be provoked. One is the 10 Arbiters Divine Fished, and the other is Luine. There's no doubt about who will fight, someone else said. The people around them began to discuss, and they even brought up Luine's battle with the 10 Arbiters. Vice Captain Mo was even more surprised. He knew that Luine was famous, but he had not expected that his name alone would be able to intimidate the entire bar. Ah Chi, how do you feel? Are you proud? Vice Captain Mo whispered into Luine's ear. Luine smiled. I'm used to it. Vice Captain Mo choked. Was this modesty or pride? He could not tell, but it seemed like he was drunk. At that moment, his gadget beeped. Luine glanced at it and smiled. Success. He had officially joined Endless Borders as Ah Chi. The Feng and Hua elders treated him quite well. Even though they knew that he was Luine, they had still allowed him to join. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that they wanted to improve the relationship between Endless Borders and the Great Eastern Alliance. Let's go. Luine put down his glass. Vice Captain Mo was puzzled. You're leaving so soon. Are you afraid of being recognized after just one glass? Luine nodded and slowly walked out of the bar. Vice Captain Mo did not leave, as he wanted to continue drinking. Luine had seen all sorts of sceneries in the universe, but Simo Star Cluster was famous because of Endless Borders. There was not much to admire on its own. Luine did not wander around and instead returned to the Windflower team's satellite to wait for the competition to begin in a few days. Endless Borders did not invite anyone else to participate in the internal competition, not even Elder Big Drum from the Hall of Honor, who was nearby. The lockdown of SEMO Star Cluster began just like that. The location of the competition was SEMO Star's Adventurers Plaza. The plaza was very large and encompassed dozens of mountain ranges. In terms of surface area, it might even exceed the total surface area of Earth. Furthermore, it had been reinforced, so even enlighters could fight here. Countless cultivators from endless borders arrived and appeared around the plaza, creating an abnormally noisy scene. Every exploration team had a floating platform that resembled a spacecraft that floated high above the plaza. They were superior to everyone else, and this was just one of the benefits of being an exploration team. It was precisely because of this difference in treatment that countless cultivators from endless borders had tried to form exploration teams. Lu Yin stood beside the Windflower team's captain, and behind him were the other members of the team. They were all looking around the plaza. The plaza was too large, and it was difficult to see the surroundings with the naked eye. Thus, many screens had appeared that could illuminate every corner. "President Yen is out," Vice Captain Imo whispered. Lu Yin followed his gaze and looked at the centermost screen, which was also showing a floating platform. There was a group of people there, and none of them were weak. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Even the weakest rune lines were at the hunter realm, and there was even an enlighter among them. He was the old man sitting in the center of the group. He was the chairman of Endless Borders, Yen Chen. Most people in the Outerverse were unfamiliar with this name. Everyone knew that Endless Borders was one of the 4 major corporations, but very few people paid attention to Yen Chen. This was probably because he had always kept a low profile, but it was also possible that the media had been warned not to report on anything related to him. Yen Chen pressed down with one hand, and the plaza fell silent. Everyone was looking at the central screen and at him. Yen Chen's expression was stern, and his gaze was dignified. Does everyone still remember the essence of Endless Borders? Nobody spoke. It's adventure, exploration, and the discovery of new and unknown things. It's the spirit of having the courage to roam the world. Because of the recent events in the Outerverse, many people have forgotten our essence. Do they really think that we're just a money-making corporation? Wrong, we're adventurers, not corporations. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 923. Yen Chen slowly stood up and said, "I've heard too many rumors recently. Regardless of whether it's the Border Weaves War, the Great Eastern Alliance's invasion, or the fate of the Amethyst Company, all of them have made many people uneasy. Some believe that Endless Borders should contact certain people to seek connections, while others believe that we should join a faction as soon as possible. Today, I'll tell you that they are wrong. Wrong, wrong. We are an adventurers' guild, and our nature is adventuring and hot-bloodedness, not war. No matter what happens in the outside world, we have our own stance. Border wars are dangerous, and we pledge our lives to protect humanity. However, the internal struggles of humanity have nothing to do with us. Today, I'll solemnly tell everyone that Endless Borders will not participate in any power struggles. Similarly, we are not afraid of anyone's threats, and no one can threaten us or harm us." Yen Chen's words stirred up the ambitions of countless cultivators in Endless Borders. Indeed, they did not participate in any power struggles, and the outside world had nothing to do with them. They were just adventurers who were purely adventurers, and they were not weak. They looked at the floating spectator stands around the plaza. These were all exploration teams, and there were hunters and enlighters among them. They did not fear anyone. The members of the Windflower team all had awkward expressions. They could tell that this was directed at the Great Eastern Alliance, which meant that it was directed at Lu Yin. Was Lu Yin really that influential? The two old men looked at each other and regretted their decision. They had originally thought that Lu Yin's influence would only extend to the Central Weaves, and they had invited Lu Yin to join them to improve their relationship. After all, having more friends was always better than having more enemies. Furthermore, they might even need Lu Yin's help in their future adventures. But what was the situation now? The internal competition's morale-boosting speech had actually been directed at Lu Yin, which left them at a loss. Vice Captain Mo looked at Lu Yin speechlessly. How terrifying was this person now? Everyone was talking about him. Lu Yin himself was speechless. He admitted that his influence was great, and that it had already extended to the Central Weaves and unified a third of the Outerverse. But was it really worth it? Just an opening statement was enough to cause trouble for him. Yan Chen was very satisfied with his opening statement. All right, I'll solemnly announce that Endless Borders' internal competition will now begin. Prepare to draw lots. As he spoke, the images of over 10,000 cultivators appeared on the central screen. They were all participants of the competition, and Lu Yin's image naturally appeared as well. Although Lu Yin was famous throughout the universe, most people had only heard of his name and had never seen his face. It was just like how people at the bottom of society did not recognize the rulers of other countries. Only those who were also rulers could recognize him, such as President Yen. He had just sat down when he looked at the images of the contestants. He wanted to see who had the most potential. He decided to recruit 2 more teams this time to boost morale. However, as soon as he glanced over, he was stunned. He stared blankly at one of the images and rubbed his eyes. As an enlighter, his eyesight was very good, and it was impossible for him to do something as crude as rubbing his eyes. However, he still did it, and he felt like he was dreaming. How had that person appeared? Sea Guild leader, why does that person look like? Someone beside Yan Chen spoke up, but before he could finish, Yan Chen stopped him. Go investigate this person. The person hurriedly nodded. There was no lack of people in the universe who looked alike, and logically speaking, it was impossible for Lu Yin to appear here. He hurriedly checked, feeling nervous. Very quickly, that person said in a low voice, this person's name is 7, and he was recommended by the Windflower team to join Endless Borders 3 days ago. Yan Chen's eyes flashed. The Windflower team. It should be fine, as the Windflower team had been exploring the astral wilderness all this time. Perhaps that person really did look similar to Lu Yin. As he thought about it, he looked at the screen that displayed the Windflower team's images and saw Lu Yin standing next to the 2 captains. With a single glance, he was certain that that person was Lu Yin. Their appearances might be similar, but their aura could not be faked. That person's position was even higher than the 2 captains, and he did not seem to care at all. In the current universe, aside from Lu Yin and a few others, who would not care about an enlighter? Yan Chen felt like he had swallowed a fly. Why was this person here? President, that person, someone else cried out in surprise, but Yan Chen quickly suppressed his voice. Soon after, more and more people recognized Lu Yin. Yan Chen could only warn them one by one to not spread the news, or else this competition would be over. He had used Lu Yin as an opening statement, and he could not afford to lose face like that. Everyone who recognized Lu Yin was speechless. This was too much, and why had this person come to the Simo star cluster? And he had even joined Endless Borders. Couldn't he just change his appearance? How much did he care about Endless Borders? Yan Chen contacted the captains of the Windflower clan and found out how Lu Yin had joined them. He really wanted to curse the 2 old men to death, but when he remembered that they were both enlighters, and not just any ordinary enlighter at that, he forcefully restrained himself. The two old men looked at each other. They felt that the situation had become serious, so they simply refused to admit that they had recognized Lu Yin. Their unified statement to the outside world was that this person was called Ah Chi, and that he was a cultivator with an extraordinary innate gift and a genius. The two old men instructed everyone in the Windflower clan to maintain a unified statement, and everyone understood. Lu Yin did not mind. His gaze swept across all of the competitors, and his evaluation of Endless Border's strength increased once again. If all of these people were used by Endless Borders, then the organization's strength would be terrifying, and they would definitely become a great enemy in the future. Martial strength could only intimidate for a short period of time, but one's thoughts could influence an entire lifetime or even countless years. Endless Borders had recruited countless experts based on their adventurous mindset, and even the Hall of Honor had been attracted to them. That was the most frightening aspect of the organization. Lu Yin's gaze deepened as he looked at Yan Chen on the screen. Up until now, Endless Borders had not revealed any intentions of vying for power. However, if a certain generation's president wanted to do so, it would bring about trouble. Lu Yin felt that it would be better to control Endless Borders if possible, and it would be best if he did not have the position of president. It would be best if the management level of Endless Borders kept each other in check. Yan Chen and the others did not know that this internal competition had already caused Lu Yin to have some thoughts about them. The lots were quickly drawn, and the battles in the plaza began. Most of the participants were Lemeters, followed by explorers and cruisers. Hunters were generally from exploration teams, and many of the competitors just wanted to make their presence known. They either wanted to be valued by a good team, or they would be able to do things in the future. The battles in the plaza were divided into many areas, and 100 battles could be started at once. Some battles ended very quickly, while others ended very slowly. Not long after, it was Lu Yin's turn to compete. His opponent was a Lemeter, and when the Lemeter sensed that Lu Yin was an explorer, his expression turned bitter. "Bro, can you give me a chance? Let me show off my cultivation results." Lu Yin nodded and casually looked around him. The Lemeter roared, but he did not attack Lu Yin. Instead, he used a battle technique on the spot. It was a rather strange move, but he was also quite smart. He knew that no matter how he used a battle technique, it would not affect Lu Yin at all. Thus, he decided to use it himself so that he would not have signed up for the competition in vain. Yan Chen and many others who recognized Lu Yin looked at him. They were speechless when they saw this strange scene. The Lemeter gratefully walked away. Lu Yin was amused, and it was his second match. His opponent was an explorer who had cycled through 4 cycles, just like Lu Yin. This person seemed to be quite confident, as he swung a giant hammer at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand, grabbed the hammer with his fingers, and squeezed it hard, shattering it. The explorer was stunned. This is made of an extremely rare metal. Even a cruiser can't break it. "You dash!" Before he could finish, Lu Yin pressed down on his head. "You've lost." The explorer felt bitter, and he turned to leave. Endless Borders' internal competition started quickly, and it ended quickly as well. After all, it was just an internal competition, and it was only meant to boost morale. A day later, only a few hundred people remained out of the original 10,000 participants. It was still an elimination round, but instead of 100 battles starting at the same time, they would be fought one at a time. It was similar to the Astral Combat Tournament. Lu Yin only wanted to participate as a formality. He looked up at the screen and saw Yan Chen and many others staring at him. He knew that these people had recognized him, and he smiled. Yan Chen felt uncomfortable. A few more days passed, and there were only 20 participants left. The more time passed, the more exciting the battles became. At the same time, the information of the remaining participants would be checked. This was especially true for the exploration teams, which would try to recruit free cultivators. In a corner of the plaza, the people that Yang Hai had sent to participate in the competition had already been defeated. He had not paid much attention to this competition, as the most outstanding people would either form their own teams or join the exploration teams in the astral wilderness. It had nothing to do with him. However, one of the remaining 20 people caught his attention, and he was stunned. Why is it him? It was not just Yang Hai, more and more people were looking at Lu Yin. When there were only 20 people left, Lu Yin stood out. Cries of surprise could be heard from outside the plaza, and then someone would be seen using a gadget to search for something. Yan Chen was helpless, as he could not hide this any longer. This person was too famous, and someone would definitely recognize him. If one person recognized him, the others would naturally investigate. In the floating stands outside the plaza, Captain Shi looked at the Windflower team stand in shock. He looked at the young figure and asked, "Why is he here?" Beside Captain Shi was the popular little stone man. When he heard Captain Shi's exclamation, he looked up at the Windflower team stand and asked, "Captain, do you know that person?" Captain Shi's expression turned serious. There's no suspense in this competition. The same scene occurred in the various floating stands. Although not all of the exploration teams had shown up, more than half of them were present, and most of the remaining participants were from these teams. Now, these people all knew that there was no suspense in the competition. In the crowd outside the plaza, a person held an empty bottle and stared blankly. He was the one who had suggested that Lu Yin would participate in the competition. It had been a joke, but who would have thought that it would come true? There was a lot of discussion outside the plaza, and many people were curious as to why Lu Yin had appeared. Many people looked at Yan Chen, and when they recalled his words, they were filled with admiration. It turned out that the president had already known about Lu Yin's presence and had said those words for Lu Yin to hear. This was a provocation. "Ahem, Alliance Master Lu, it looks like you've been exposed," Captain Feng said. Lu Yin looked at Yan Chen on the screen, and it just so happened that Yan Chen was also staring at him. Lu Yin leaped out and landed in the plaza. He raised a hand and pointed at the images of the remaining participants, hooking his finger. His meaning was obvious, he wanted to challenge everyone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 924. Everyone outside the plaza was shocked, as such a thing had never happened in the internal competition of Endless Borders. Some felt that Lu Yin was trying to provoke them, but most were excited. They were adventurers, and they loved excitement and exploration. They did not care too much about power struggles. Lu Yin's domineering attitude excited countless people, and a deafening cheer rang out from outside the plaza. Everyone subconsciously shouted. Yan Chen exhaled and asked, "You want to challenge everyone else?" Lu Yin nodded and his lips curled up. "Please give me a chance, President." Yan Chen's eyes narrowed, and he glanced at the images of the remaining participants. "You can decide for yourselves. The elimination round will be changed to a battle of the arena. Whoever defeats this person will be the winner. You can either fight alone or work together." Countless people cheered. The young stone person was furious. "He's too arrogant. Captain, I'll deal with him." Captain Stone indifferently replied, "Find someone to work with." "Captain," the young stone person said unhappily. Captain Stone looked at him coldly. "I said, find someone to work with." The young stone person lowered his head and grunted before leaping into the plaza, causing the ground to tremble. Lu Yin looked over and saw that the young stone person was the most popular participant in this competition. The young stone person was very obedient and did not take the initiative to step forward. Instead, he stood in place and waited. Following that, figures descended one by one. They were the remaining participants. Lu Yin's reputation was too great, and they planned to work together to deal with him. Of course, there were some who did not want to work together, such as Bro Chang. As a hunter who had cultivated 8-lined battle force, he had his own dignity. "Go!" someone shouted, and everyone charged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He wanted to challenge everyone because he had seen the essence of endless borders. Here, the winner was king. What he wanted was excitement and excitement. He wanted to give everyone in endless borders a shocking performance. Blade light flashed, but Lu Yin dodged and punched out. There was no one there, and all sorts of innate gifts sparkled in the plaza, accompanied by terrifying destructive power. Almost all of the remaining participants were hunters, and there was even a peak hunter among them. Their strength was enough to rank them at the top of endless borders, but even if they worked together, none of them could touch Lu Yin. Lu Yin's current physical strength was simply too fast, and his modified eyes allowed him to see rune lines. Even if an enlighter suppressed their power level to less than 200,000, they might not be able to defeat him, let alone these people. After all, he had fought against imprinters in the Interverse. The contestants attacked one after another, erupting into cheers. Everyone was excited. They had never seen such a scene before. However, it didn't take long for the crowd's cheers to die down as they stared at Lu Yin in shock. After fighting for so long, these people didn't even touch his clothes. Yan Chen's heart sank, as this was Lu Yin. Many people said that this person had relied on external items to reach his current level, but it had to be known that this person had relied on external items to deal with enlighters. Even the 10 arbiters had challenged him to a duel, which meant that this person was almost at the same level as the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters were existences that even enlighters did not dare to underestimate. In other words, these people weren't just attacking an explorer, they were attacking an existence comparable to an enlighter. Lu Yin kept dodging, and all of the competitors grew anxious, but they just couldn't hit him. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he suddenly leapt up. He raised his right hand high and gathered star energy to form a sun that smashed down like a real sun. With a boom, the plaza exploded, and shockwaves swept out in all directions, distorting the void. The shockwaves shattered the surrounding space, and the shockwaves spread out of the plaza. Outside the plaza, countless people felt a strong wind blow against their faces, and they were unconsciously pushed back. That incomparably heavy pressure terrified them. Lu Yin floated high in the sky and looked down. That sun had gathered nearly half of his star energy, which was roughly equivalent to an enlighter with a power level of 200,000. That one attack had been enough to cause most of the competitors to lose their ability to fight. As the dust settled, it was revealed that only 3 contestants were still standing. 2 of them were on the verge of collapse, and only the stone golem had not changed at all. However, the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. Just one attack had defeated most of the competitors. "You can't beat me," the stone golem said. His voice was dull, but it was deafening. Lu Yin looked down at him from above. Unlimited recombination means that the number of attacks you received did not reach the upper limit. "Are you sure you want me to attack? I remember that there's a rule in the tournament that there's no need to discuss life and death." The stone golem snorted. "There's no need to scare me. You can't beat me." At this moment, Bro Chang appeared in the plaza and walked over to the stone golem. He could clearly see that he was not Lu Yin's opponent in a one-on-one fight. This person had displayed an attack that was comparable to an enlighter's without even panting. Bro Chang had no choice but to team up with the stone golem. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Then, I'll attack." He then disappeared and reappeared right in front of Bro Chang and the stone golem. His 8-line battle force appeared, and he struck out with a palm. Bro Chang's eyes turned cold as his 8-line battle force imprint appeared. He roared and punched out, and the stone golem did the same. One palm against 2 fists, and the ground collapsed. Out of the 3, Bro Chang's cultivation was the highest. The stone golem's innate gift and physical characteristics made it so that he was not any weaker than Bro Chang. As for Lu Yin, his physical strength was the strongest. His palm strike had been accompanied by 80 stacks, while Bro Chang could not even withstand 60 stacks. His 8-line battle force shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. The stone golem's body cracked open and then shattered into pieces that scattered across the ground. The attack had only taken an instant, but the result was even faster. Lu Yin stood in the middle of the battlefield and glanced at Bro Chang before looking at the stone golem with a strange expression. The stone golem's rune lines had not disappeared by much. Everyone watched nervously, as it was rumored that the stone golem could regenerate infinitely. Was it dead? Captain Stone's expression turned serious. He had high expectations for the stone golem, but he did not expect it to be able to defeat Lu Yin. It might not be possible now, but it might be possible in the future. If this innate gift was used well, it could shock an entire era. Very quickly, the stone fragments on the ground trembled and then reformed as the stone golem recovered. I told you that you can't beat me. Lu Yin had a strange expression. What kind of life form are you? 7th Bro, rather than calling this a human, it's more like a monster from the astral beast domain. You can't beat me. Just admit defeat, the stone golem said in a low, muffled voice as it stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sighed. Looks like you want to die. You can't beat me. There's no need to scare me. Lu Yin was amused. Let me guess. The number of times you can regenerate infinitely should be 13. The stone golem's eyes narrowed, and it stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How did you know? Lu Yin smiled, as he had been looking at the stone golem's rune lines. Every time the stone golem regenerated, its rune lines would weaken slightly. Once it regenerated 13 times, its rune lines would completely disappear. So, do you want me to beat you 13 times? Lu Yin raised his brows. The stone golem wanted to say something, but in the end, it did not say anything. Instead, it dejectedly said, I admit defeat. In the distance, Bro Chang wanted to get up, but his arm was broken. His body had been bombarded by Lu Yin's overlaying stacks, so he could only helplessly lie down. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only attacked twice and defeated all of the competitors, shocking all of Simo's stars. Ever since the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere. He had gone from being an unrivaled leader to an overlord of a region. Countless people had heard of his name, and the outside world had mixed opinions about him. Most people said that he had relied on external items to defeat powerful opponents and that he had an extraordinary background. In reality, some people still looked down on him, as they believed that with the Hall of Honor's background and so many external items, anyone could have achieved what he had. But now, Lu Yin had used his strength as an explorer to defeat all of the other competitors, including the stone golem and a peak hunter like Bro Chang. Such strength shocked the crowd. Perhaps some people would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. In the crowd, the man in the bar was excited, as he knew that Lu Yin's attacks were unbeatable. Although some people acknowledged Lu Yin's strength on the surface, they still looked down on him. These people were truly blind. President Yen Chen applauded, followed by the 2 captains from the Wind and Flower Alliance, Captain Stone and Captain Yang. Gradually, everyone from endless borders clapped to express their amazement. Lu Yin looked around and smiled. This was just the beginning. There would come a day when he would be able to easily defeat Enlighters or even stronger, and he would be able to look down on the universe. According to the rules, the victor could make any request to the president, and as long as it was not excessive, Endless Borders had to fulfill it. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In the past, the president would allow the victor to make a request in front of everyone to encourage everyone. However, President Yen did not do so this time, as he had a feeling that Lu Yin's request would not be simple. After all, Lu Yin's status was clear. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone, signaling the end of Endless Borders' internal competition. Only the exploration team stayed behind to witness Lu Yin and President Yen face each other. President Yen landed in the plaza, and behind him were some of the higher-ups from Endless Borders, as well as the captains from the Wind and Flower Alliance and Captain Stone. Lu Yin smiled. Junior Lu Yin greets the president. President Yen smiled bitterly. Alliance leader Lu, why are you interested in joining Endless Borders? Lu Yin smiled. This junior was saved by the Wind and Flower Alliance, and I dare not forget their kindness. If Captain Wind and Flower Alliance wants this junior to join Endless Borders, then this junior will naturally join. President Yen laughed. As if I'd believe you. The two old men did not speak and pretended to be confused. Ahem, Alliance leader Lu, no matter what, you've won this battle. According to the rules, you can state your conditions. What do you want? At this point, President Yen hurriedly continued, there are some conditions that Endless Borders will not agree to. Lu Yin smiled. The conditions are not difficult. This junior wants a map to enter the Interverse. President Yen was shocked. How did you know? Everyone else was shocked as well, and they all looked at the captains from the Wind and Flower Alliance. The two old men, Feng and Hua, kept their eyes and noses to their hearts. They were rather calm. President Yen glared at the two old men, but he did not dare to reprimand them. He looked at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, I won't hide it from you. This map is very important to Endless Borders, and it might be a little difficult to hand it over to you. Lu Yin replied, President Yen, this map is just a star map. Just because I have it doesn't mean that Endless Borders doesn't have it. We're just sharing it. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 925. President Yen wanted to refuse, but when he saw Lu Yin's resolute gaze, he knew that this person would not give up. During the internal competition, President Yen had used Lu Yin as an example, which had inspired everyone in Endless Borders. Indeed, Endless Borders did not fear Lu Yin or the Great Eastern Alliance, but they were not willing to make enemies for no reason. The person in front of them was a ruthless person who had assassinated hundreds of generals from the Central Weave's allied forces in a single night. He had countless forces under his control, and this person was very difficult to deal with. President, since it's the rules, then we have to follow them. Give it to him. Sure Dui was the first to speak up, his tone cold. The Yanks agreed. Feng and Hua agreed, and soon after, everyone else behind them agreed. They had not developed this route to make money, but rather to pursue adventure and excitement. This route would just gather dust, and no one would want to go to the Interverse. If Lu Yin wanted it, then there was no loss in giving it to him since the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected. When President Yen saw that everyone had agreed, he nodded. Alright, since Alliance leader Lu has brought it up, then we'll give it to you. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, President Yen. He had asked for the star chart to enter the inner verse for two reasons. Firstly, it was just in case he had to enter the inner verse when necessary. Secondly, it was to have someone stand guard and prevent the sixth mainland from using this route to attack the outer verse. For the time being, even if he had the star chart, he would not enter the inner verse. It was a bloody battlefield, and even with his strength, he could not guarantee that he would survive. The rest of the group dispersed, and President Yen personally led Liu Yin to Simo Planet, where Endless Borders headquarters had hidden the route. Endless Borders had many spacecraft, but there were not many on Simo Planet. President Yen brought Liu Yin outside the headquarters. Liu Yin looked around and saw the rune lines that filled the sky. They had not come from a single person, but rather had been set up. Based on the number of rune lines, it was enough to instantly kill 340,000 enlighters. Liu Yin was moved, and he really wanted to set up such a defense mechanism on Xenu Star. Otherwise, any enlighter would be able to cause trouble on Xenu Star. There was a bang, and a corner of Endless Borders headquarters suddenly exploded. An alarm sounded, and countless people rushed towards the explosion. President Yan's face changed. Not good. He immediately tore through the void and left. Liu Yin frowned and stood in place as he stared at the area where the explosion had occurred. He could see rune lines spreading out along the wall, but no one else had noticed them, not even President Yen. The rune lines weren't very powerful, and they were only at the level of an explorer, but they were very good at concealing themselves. Liu Yin's figure flashed, and he immediately appeared at the corner of the wall, blocking the path of the rune lines. He saw a pair of cold and lifeless eyes staring back at him from the shadows. Neo-Human Alliance, Corpse King. Liu Yin was shocked, as this organization was truly all-pervasive. He grabbed out, causing the void to distort and the shadows to be suppressed. The Corpse King leapt out of the shadows and raised its hand, its claws stabbing towards Liu Yin. Liu Yin snorted and grabbed the Corpse King's hand. He exerted some strength, and with a crack, the Corpse King's arm was broken. The Corpse King's body was then smashed into the ground. The commotion here attracted the attention of many people. President Yen tore through the void and appeared. He immediately saw the Corpse King. The Corpse King viciously broke off its right arm and melded into the shadows to escape, but it couldn't. Liu Yin didn't need to do anything as President Yen easily grabbed the Corpse King. President Yen of the Neo-Human Alliance was shocked. The Corpse King roared and howled. President Yen viciously flung the Corpse King out, crushing it into a puddle of blood. There was no need to keep something like this alive. No one could get any information from the Corpse King. Everyone gathered around, but President Yen waved his hand to dismiss them with a solemn expression. President, what did the Corpse King do? Liu Yin frowned. Yen Chen replied in a low voice, it destroyed the star chart that leads to the inner verse. Liu Yin's gaze froze. The star chart is gone. Yen Chen sighed and looked at Liu Yin. I never thought that there would be a Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King in Endless Borders. Alliance Master Liu, it's fortunate that you discovered it, or it would have used its innate gift to escape. Liu Yin shook his head. The Corpse King can't escape on Simo Planet. There's no need to thank me. Yen Chen didn't retort, as Liu Yin was right. Endless Borders headquarters had defensive mechanisms that could detect the Corpse King's presence. President, is the star chart that leads to the innerverse really gone? Liu Yin asked. He couldn't understand why the Neo-Human Alliance would destroy it. Yen Chen solemnly replied, the star chart is indeed gone. Liu Yin frowned. However, someone knows the route, and they should be able to draw another star chart. Liu Yin was delighted. Who? The captain of Luo Land's team, Yen Chen replied. Liu Yin was confused. President, you don't know the route either. Yen Chen smiled wryly. Does Alliance Master Lu know everything about the Great Eastern Alliance's various powers? Lu Yin understood. Yen Chen was only the president, and he only had a certain amount of decision-making power. However, that didn't mean that he controlled all of Endless Borders. Endless Borders was an entire organization, and the exploration teams were all board members. Unless they sold their star charts to Endless Borders, even the president didn't have the right to look at them. Was Luo Lan's team the one who discovered the route to the Interverse? Lu Yin was curious. President Yen shook his head. That route was discovered many years ago, and Luo Lan's captain inherited it. He wasn't the one who discovered it, and he couldn't have done it with his strength. Where's Luo Lan's team? Lu Yin asked. President Yen pointed to a satellite orbiting around Simo planet, and that was where Luo Lan's team was located. Lu Yin was lucky, as Luo Lan's team had also sent people to participate in the internal competition, and some of them were on the satellite. Alliance Master Lu, you won the internal competition, and the star chart you requested is gone. You can change your reward, President Yen said. Lu Yin thought about it. Let me think about it. Yen Chen was helpless, as he would rather Lu Yin tell him now than leave him hanging. This person was no ordinary person. Actually, Endless Borders is one of the 4 major corporations, and we have a lot of money. You can ask for it if you need it. Lu Yin replied, President, let me think about it. Yen Chen nodded helplessly. All right. Yen Chen wanted to use money to get rid of Lu Yin, but Lu Yin wasn't that easy to get rid of. Money could be earned, but there were some things that money couldn't buy. For example, a route. Yen Chen was thinking about how to obtain the most routes at the lowest price possible. In the universe, routes were the most precious things. After bidding farewell to Yen Chen, Lu Yin asked the 2 old men about Luo Lan's captain, but they didn't know much about him. Lu Yin looked for Yang Hai and asked around. Yang Hai found it strange that Lu Yin would suddenly ask about Captain Lan. Captain Lan has a strange personality. He's a little stubborn and extreme to his bones. He's not easy to deal with. Lu Yin listened to Yang Hai's explanation and gained a basic understanding of Captain Lan. He leapt up and left Simo planet, flying towards Luo Lan's satellite. He was very curious as to why the Neo-Human Alliance had destroyed the route. Did they not want anyone to go to the Interverse? Lu Yin knew that the Neo-Human Alliance had always been plotting against the Outerverse, and this made him uneasy. If even an existence like He Wuxian had appeared in the Outerverse, then the Neo-Human Alliance's goals would definitely not be small. Lu Yin quickly arrived at Luo Lan's satellite, and as soon as he landed, his expression changed. The rune lines in the area where Luo Lan was resting were rapidly decreasing, and he immediately tore through the void and disappeared. The area where Luo Lan was resting was filled with a bloody aura, and the rune lines within a castle were rapidly disappearing. Captain Lan was sweating profusely, and his eyes were filled with fear. A black shadow flickered in front of him, and 3 more people were killed in an instant. He did not know what this black shadow was, but it had suddenly appeared and started a frenzied massacre. It was useless for him to ask for help from the outside world, as not a single person could escape. It was as if they were trapped in a cage, waiting for death. Captain, help! There was a miserable cry as a head rolled and fell at Captain Lan's feet. Captain Lan's entire body went cold, and he gritted his teeth as he looked forward. The black shadow flickered a few times, and a cold blade swept past him. Even with his strength as a hunter, Captain Lan could not avoid it. This blade seemed to encompass heaven and earth, and although it covered a small area, it contained an endless amount of destructive power. Suddenly, Lu Yin appeared in front of Captain Lan and pointed out. The void froze, and the blade was broken. At the same time, Lu Yin's fingertip struck the black shadow and pierced through it, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Only then did Captain Lon clearly see what the black shadow was. It was a corpse king, and its deathly still eyes were too easy to recognize. The Neo-Human Alliance was very cautious. If they could destroy the star chart, then they would naturally be able to find out that Luo Lan's captain had inherited the star chart. They wanted to destroy it as well. Fortunately, Lu Yin had arrived in time, or else Captain Lon would not have been able to obtain anything. The Corpse King roared and attacked Lu Yin with all its might. In the end, it was killed by Lu Yin. A hunter Corpse King that could not become a Corpse King was nothing to Lu Yin. Captain Lon panted heavily and leaned against the wall. In just a few dozen seconds, he was the only one left in Luo Lan's team. He had been on the brink of death, and he was lucky to have survived. Lu Yin turned around. "You're Captain Lon." Captain Lon looked at Lu Yin in surprise. "Why is Alliance leader Lu here?" Lu Yin replied, "I want you to draw a star chart that leads to the Interverse." Captain Lan's eyes flashed, and he looked at the dead Corpse King on the ground before looking back at Lu Yin. "So that's why we were killed." Lu Yin did not hide anything and told Captain Lon about the star chart's destruction. Captain Lon was not stupid, and he could not hide it even if he wanted to. "Draw a copy for me, and you won't be targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance." If Alliance leader Lu didn't need the star chart, then Luo Lan's team would not have been wiped out, Captain Lon said in a low voice. Lu Yin frowned. News that Endless Borders has a star chart that leads to the Interverse has already spread. Even if I don't want it, the Neo-Human Alliance will still kill you. You won't be able to escape. Not necessarily. The others don't care about that star chart, Captain Lon said. Lu Yin felt helpless. Just as Yang Hai had said, this person was extremely stubborn, and Lu Yin had just saved his life. "Captain Lon, state your conditions. What will it take for you to draw a star chart for me?" Lu Yin asked. Captain Lon was a captain of Endless Borders, or else Lu Yin would not have been so polite. Captain Lon thought about it for a moment, and then a resolute look appeared in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "I want to return to the Moke Sword School." Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 926. You're from the Moke Sword School. Lu Yin was surprised. Captain Lon reminisced, "I used to be, but I was expelled for some reason. As long as Alliance leader Lu allows me to return to the Moke Sword School, I can draw a star chart for you." Lu Yin thought about it and then contacted Wei Rong on his gadget. "I want authority over the Moke Sword School." On the other end, Wei Rong pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll do it." Lu Yin ended the call and looked at Captain Lon. "I'll accompany you for the next few days to prevent any more accidents. Don't worry, you can return to the Moke Sword School." Captain Lon appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was shaken. He now had a new understanding of Lu Yin's power. A single sentence from him was enough to get someone to help him. If he could really return to the Moke Sword School, then he didn't plan on staying in Endless Borders. Perhaps working for this person would be a good choice. After so many years of adventuring and exploring, he was tired. In reality, he didn't want to take risks, but he had been expelled from the Moke Sword School. He didn't want to be looked down upon by the Moke Sword School, so he had no choice but to join Endless Borders as an exploration team. Reality proved that his choice was correct. Endless Borders was one of the 4 largest corporations in the Outerverse, and no one dared to look down on him after he became a captain. However, with his stubbornness, returning to the Moke Sword School had become a sore point. Sensing Lu Yin's power, Captain Lan's tone softened considerably. Alliance leader Lu, this kind of assassination shouldn't be the only one. Lu Yin looked outside and said, I've heard a lot about the Simo constellation. Would you be willing to show me around? Captain Lan gestured for him to go ahead. Over the next few days, Lu Yin toured the Simo constellation under Captain Lan's guidance. With Captain Lan's status, he could log onto any satellite. Lu Yin relaxed for a few days, and the Neo-Human Alliance didn't make any more moves. Although they were decisive, there weren't many of them. Being able to sneak into endless borders was already a feat, and 2 of them were already considered a lot. The tragedy of Luo Lan's team had caused the Simo constellation to be completely sealed off, and even a Neo-Human Alliance Corps king couldn't assassinate them. On this day, Lu Yin stood in front of Captain Lan and watched a distant spacecraft ascend and descend when his gadget beeped. It was Bei Qing. Bei Qing was in charge of the mainland's auction house, and he wouldn't take the initiative to contact him unless there was a special occasion. Lu Yin calculated that it had only been 4 months since the last time he'd given out the premium items, so it hadn't even been half a year yet. What is it? Lu Yin asked. Bei Qing's tone was solemn. Your Highness, the disciple who sold the pyrolite has been exposed, and the power behind him has handed him over to the Day-Night clan. He's currently in the hands of someone from the Day-Night clan called Shanghuan Day-Night. This person has made some demands, and if we don't agree, he'll expose the mainland's auction house. Lu Yin replied, got it. Tell him to wait at Xenia Star. Bei Qing was puzzled. Your Highness, you don't want to know his conditions. There's no need, Lu Yin replied as he put down his gadget. Conditions? How many people in the Outerverse could actually negotiate with him? The Day-Night clan members who had been left behind in the Outerverse did not have the right to do so. Even Night Queen Choyu, an Enlighter, did not have the right to do so. With Lu Yin's status, it didn't matter even if he was exposed. His status as a glory mage was enough to settle everything. It would be fine if this person knew what was good for him, but if he didn't, then Lu Yin would teach him the meaning of despair. In the distance, a flying shuttle rose into the air and headed towards the starry sky. It was the exploration team from Ocean. With the end of the internal competition, the exploration teams left one after another. Windhua Dui had left the previous day. The 2 old men had treated Lu Yin quite well, so Lu Yin went to send them off. A few more days passed. Alliance leader Lu, how much longer do we have to wait? Captain Lan asked. Lu Yin was puzzled. Captain Lan, are you in a hurry to leave? Captain Lan replied, I've already made an appointment with my teammates. We'll meet in 3 days. Captain Lan, aren't you afraid of being assassinated? Lu Yin found it funny. Captain Lan's expression turned ugly. We can't hide on Simo Star for the rest of our lives. We've already discussed this, and no one will be able to find us when we head to the astral wilderness. Lu Yin nodded. You still have teammates. Captain Lan replied, only a small portion of them are following me back to Simo Star. Most of them stayed outside to gather information, and it's about time. Alliance leader Lu, if there are still no results, then I'll have to leave first. Lu Yin smiled, as he didn't mind. Leave. 7th bro, it seems like this person doesn't understand you. How can you let go of something that you've set your sights on? The monkey cackled. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If not for Endless Border's reputation, this person wouldn't have been able to withstand his methods. One day later, Captain Lan had a lot on his mind, and he was constantly checking his gadget. He looked at Lu Yin's back as if he wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Suddenly, his gadget beeped, and Captain Lon looked over. His expression changed, and he was overjoyed. The Moke Sword sect's Ku Yunling has agreed to allow Captain Lon to return to the sect. His name can be entered into the records. Captain Lon looked up at Lu Yin and said excitedly, "Lu, Alliance Leader Lu, I've returned to the Moke Sword sect." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Congratulations." Captain Lon laughed heartily, and his entire person seemed to have gone crazy. The more stubborn a person was, the crazier they would be when they achieved their goals. Despite his excitement, Captain Lon didn't forget his promise to Lu Yin. He took out a star chart from his cosmic ring and tossed it to Lu Yin. "Actually, there's more than one star chart that leads to the Interverse. Alliance Leader Lu, this is what you wanted." Lu Yin accepted it and opened it to take a look. He was rather surprised, as he had thought that the route to the Interverse would lead to the Outerverse. He had never expected that it would lead to the Technocracy. There's a void-folding passage in the Technocracy that can traverse the astral zones and reach the Interverse. However, that passage has violent phenomena that even a hunter might not be able to withstand. If Alliance Leader Lu wants to enter, it's best that you make some preparations, Captain Lon said. Since Lu Yin had allowed him to return to the Moke Sword sect, he had to change his mindset and try to get closer to this person. Lu Yin put away the star chart and looked at Captain Lon. "Since you've returned to the Moke Sword sect, do you still plan on going to the astral wilderness?" Captain Lon shook his head. "Forget it, it's too tiring. Alliance Leader Lu already has this star chart, and the Neo-Human Alliance won't try to assassinate me anymore. I want to return to the Moke Sword sect and take back everything that belongs to me." Lu Yin nodded. "Then I wish you success in advance, Captain Lon. If you need any help, just say the word, and the Great Eastern Alliance will not hesitate to help." Captain Lan's heart trembled, as Lu Yin had mentioned the Great Eastern Alliance and not himself. This meant that if Captain Lon took the initiative to contact him, it would be equivalent to drawing closer to the Great Eastern Alliance. This was a test. Lu Yin was trying to see if Captain Lon wanted to draw closer to the Great Eastern Alliance or if he wanted to wholeheartedly help the Moke Sword sect. After all, the Moke Sword sect was one of the founders of the Central Weave's allied forces. Although Captain Lon was extremely stubborn, he was not stupid. Once he had made up his mind, it was very easy for him to change his mind. "When the time comes, I might really trouble the Great Eastern Alliance. I hope that Alliance Leader Lu will not blame me." Lu Yin smiled and patted Captain Lan's shoulder. Lu Yin's actions were very disrespectful to Captain Lon given his age, but Captain Lon did not complain at all. This was a clear indication of his attitude. Conversations between people did not need to be very clear, it was fine as long as the meaning was conveyed. As he watched Captain Lon leave, Lu Yin contacted Wei Rong. "How did you do it?" Wei Rong's tone was relaxed. "There are two great sword sects in the Sanko Weave that don't see eye to eye with each other. They are the Moke Sword sect and the Phantom Sword sect. I just told Kuyun that if he did not agree, then we would fully support the Phantom Sword sect's merger with the Sanko Weave. At the same time, we also promised that we would not use force against the Phantom Sword sect. As long as Kuyun is not stupid, he would know what to say." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You can use Lon. Although he's not very capable, he might be able to break through the Moke Sword sect's defenses." "I understand," Wei Rong replied. Lu Yin put down his gadget and sighed. With Wei Rong and Wang Wen around, many things were much easier, and he did not need to waste time or energy dealing with them. Wang Wen was good at overseeing the overall situation and had a long-term vision. Wei Rong was good at scheming, and he had strong execution skills. With these two people in his hands, Lu Yin felt more than 10 times more relaxed. He could now relax and cultivate or deal with other matters. Since he had obtained the star chart, there was no longer any need for Lu Yin to remain on Simo Planet. He arrived at Simo Planet and met with President Yen. "President, I've thought of what reward I want. I hope to obtain an opportunity to trade with endless borders." Across from him, Yen Chen's expression changed, but he soon felt helpless again. "Alliance Master Lu, your requests are always so unexpected." Lu Yin smiled. "Endless Borders controls too many routes, and they need someone to use them. Otherwise, they would be letting down the people who discovered the routes, right?" Yen Chen smiled wryly. "That makes sense. Then, does Alliance Master Lu wish to purchase a route?" Lu Yin nodded. "I want to purchase all the routes within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory." "President Yen, please state your price." Yen Chen's eyes widened at Lu Yin's request. "All the routes." "Alliance Master Lu, are you joking? Every route is extremely valuable." "I'm a member of the Windflower team, and I'm an insider of Endless Borders," Lu Yin emphasized. Yen Chen's lips twitched. "Even if you're an insider, the routes are still very expensive, and the price varies according to the geographical location of each route." He then turned on his screen, which was filled with a dense array of routes. There were no less than 20 routes within the Great Eastern Alliance, and there were close to 100 routes in the entire Outerverse. Many of these routes even included the astral wilderness and the Innerverse. Lu Yin's eyes blazed, as this was the greatest wealth of Endless Borders. "I want to purchase all the routes within the Great Eastern Alliance," Lu Yin said heroically. Yen Chen looked at the route map on the screen and muttered to himself for a moment. There are a total of 26 routes within the Great Eastern Alliance. Some are in important geographical locations, while others are in remote locations. How about this? Alliance Master Lu can choose from 60 natural treasures that can help him avoid danger or 300,000 star essence. Lu Yin did not hesitate to hand over the money. Yen Chen agreed, as this price was not that expensive compared to the new routes. "President Yen, I have to say this first. Since I've already purchased the routes, I cannot hand them over to anyone else," Lu Yin said. Yen Chen replied, "Of course. At the very least, no one will be able to obtain the routes that Alliance Master Lu has already purchased from Endless Borders. However, if someone else happens to discover them, then we can't do anything about it. Endless Borders is not willing to protect Alliance Master Lu for such a small amount of money." Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 927. "I know," Lu Yin replied. He then looked at the new routes in the other weaves. "President Yen, can you sell the routes in the other weaves to me as well?" Yen Chen hurriedly refused with a solemn expression. "Alliance Master Lu, you were able to purchase those routes because you won the internal competition. You're also considered a member of Endless Borders, so I'll give you an internal price. However, I cannot sell the other routes for the time being." Yen Chen was not stupid. If he sold the other weaves' routes to Lu Yin and the other weaves found out, it would be tantamount to starting a war. Lu Yin did not force the issue, as spending so much money on new routes was worth it. Although he had been ambushed by the Neo-Human Alliance this time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. The next day, Lu Yin boarded a spacecraft and left the Simo star cluster under the expectant gazes of Yen Chen and the others, returning to Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin had originally planned to return directly to Frostwave Weave, but he changed directions midway and went to another place, where the people from the Sea King's Dome were. Although the Sea King's dome was a tinder that had escaped from the Starfall Sea, they were still extremely powerful in the Outerverse. Elder he was an emissary, and if Lu Yin could use them, then unifying the Outerverse would be too easy. A few days later, Lu Yin's spacecraft crashed into the ocean. He put away his collapsible spacecraft and scanned his surroundings. His figure flashed as he tore through the void and vanished. This planet, called Enlon Planet, was one of the Sea King's dome's most important strongholds in the Outerverse, and Hai Chi-Chi was here. Elder he was the first to discover Lu Yin's arrival, but he did not reveal himself. Instead, he notified Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi looked much more haggard than before. The Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated once more, and she could no longer sense the Sea King's power. She did not know whether he was dead or alive. Lu Yin walked out of the void and looked at Hai Chi-Chi's obviously thin figure. Don't worry, the Sea King shouldn't be dead. Hai Chi-Chi calmly asked, how did you find the time to come here? Lu Yin walked over to her side. I was just passing by and wanted to see you. I know that you want to unify the Outerverse, but have you considered that if you do that, you'll be the first to face the Sixth Mainland's attack? Hai Chi-Chi asked. Lu Yin smiled. A unified Outerverse is better than a scattered Outerverse, right? Chi-Chi did not reply. After chatting for a bit, Lu Yin asked, where are Hai Feng and Hai Dashao? I don't know, Hai Chi-Chi said. I remember that the Sea King's dome has Elder Tong and 4 elders. Elder Tong is the strongest, and Elder Tong is the most intelligent. Hai Chi-Chi glanced at Lu Yin. Don't even think about getting us to help you. It's impossible. Lu Yin felt a little awkward after being exposed. No, I was just asking. Hai Chi-Chi looked at him seriously. If there's another path to the Innerverse, you have to bring me along, all right? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Why do you say that? Hai Chi-Chi gazed into the distance. If there's anyone in the Outerverse who has the highest chance of returning to the Innerverse, then it's you. Lu Yin, although I haven't spent much time with you, I'm well aware of your abilities. If nothing unexpected happens, the Outerverse will be unified sooner or later. Only you can clearly see the situation in the Outerverse. Lu Yin was astonished, this brat was pretty smart. Not long after, Lu Yin left Enlon Planet, as he had obtained the results he wanted. Although the people from the Sea King's dome would not help him, they still hoped that he would be able to bring them back to the Innerverse in the future. If there were any problems, they could ask for help. Elder Tong was an envoy-level powerhouse, but strength was one thing, and being able to see the Outerverse was another. If they wanted to find a path to the Innerverse, they could only rely on Lu Yin. However, Hai Chi-Chi would never have guessed that Lu Yin had a star map that led to the Innerverse. The spacecraft had just ascended into outer space when a figure quietly stood in front of it. It was Elder Tong. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and slowly bowed. Junior greets Elder Tong. Elder Tong sized Lu Yin up seriously. The rumors are true. Kid, you're very outstanding, and you're not any worse than the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin humbly replied, thank you for your praise, senior. Elder Tong shook his head. What a pity. With your talent, you can't go to the Neoverse to fight for opportunities. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, are you talking about the Star Tower? Elder Tong nodded. It looks like you know about it. That's right, it's the Star Tower. Lu Yin fell silent as he recalled everything he knew about the Star Tower. The Star Tower is a progenitor's inheritance, and it's the 5th Mainland's true supreme inheritance. Only by obtaining the Star Tower's recognition can one come into contact with a progenitor's power and have a chance of reaching the progenitor realm in the future. Over the countless years, the Star Tower has recognized many geniuses, and every generation has someone named one of the 7 sons of the stars. However, this generation is different. Elder Tong stared at Luin. The geniuses of the Neoverse should be thanking the Sea King. It was the Sea King who shattered the 3 upper gates and restored the 5th mainland's true sky. The Sea King also said that the 5th mainland's true inheritance will only appear after the 6th mainland sky is destroyed. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The competition for this generation's 7 sons of the stars hasn't started yet. Elder Tong shook his head. Although it hasn't started yet, it should be soon. The previous competition for the 7 sons of the stars belonged to the Neoverse, but this time, the 6th mainland has invaded, and the progenitors have changed the weather, giving the Interverse a chance. The general appointment platform's titles and kings can participate in the competition. This is also one of the reasons why the general appointment platform is only for the younger generation. Of course, the prerequisite is that we can survive and not be destroyed by the 6th mainland. Elder, are you saying that if the Interverse withstands the 6th mainland's attack, the kings of the general appointment platform can compete with the geniuses of the Neoverse and snatch the title of 7 sons of the stars? Lu Yin asked. Elder Tong nodded. Lu Yin was disappointed. If that was the case, then his status as a glory child would no longer have much of an advantage. Hold on, he suddenly remembered that he was in the Outerverse, and even if he had been selected as one of the 7 sons of the stars, he still wouldn't be able to go. When he thought about this, Lu Yin glanced at his cosmic ring and suddenly felt that this was the will of the heavens. Did this star chart want him to go to the Interverse and participate in the competition for the Star Tower? Elder Tong looked at Lu Yin. If it's possible, then it's good to compete. The heavens have already been restored, and the 5th mainland can produce progenitors. This generation's 7 sons of the stars all have a chance of becoming progenitors in the future. It'll be countless times more difficult for others to reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin bowed again. Thank you for telling me this, Elder Tong. I can't thank you enough. Elder Tong gave Lu Yin a deep look before disappearing. Lu Yin looked up at Enlon Planet. This old man had actually hoped to return to the Interverse as well and had intentionally lured Lu Yin to find the route. His methods were different from Hai Chi-Chi's, but their goals were the same. However, this old man's words had truly moved Lu Yin. He already had a star chart that led to the Interverse, so should he take the risk? Since Endless Borders' exploration team had been able to return safely, it proved that the route was correct. Was it worth it to take the risk for a chance to become a progenitor? Lu Yin returned to his spacecraft and watched the stars recede. His gaze gradually hardened. It was worth it, but it also depended on the situation of the Interverse War. He decided to observe the situation of the Interverse War from the Daosaur Sect's ruins. If the Interverse survived, then he would think of a way to return and compete for a spot among the 7 sons of the stars. 7 of the 7 sons of the stars had obtained inheritances, and those vying for them included the 10 arbiters, the top disciples of the Interverse's various powers, geniuses from the Cosmic Sea, and geniuses from the Neoverse. Only 7 people would be able to pass through the passage of 1,000 sails. Lu Yin was somewhat excited, as he was not afraid of competition. He only hoped that the Interverse would survive and not be destroyed by the 6th mainland. Lu Yin silently recited the Stonewall scriptures, and he soon returned to Xenu Star. Bei Qing was already waiting in King Zishan's palace, and when he saw Lu Yin, he hurried over and whispered, "That person called Shanghuan Day Night is at the auction house." Lu Yin frowned and placed a hand on Bei Qing's shoulder before disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already back at the auction house. Bei Qing led the way while Lu Yin sat at the head of the guest room and rapped a finger on the table. Bei Qing soon entered, and behind him was a man wearing a hat. It was very easy to recognize someone from the Day-Night clan, but this person had concealed his identity because he did not want to be recognized. Shanghuan Day-Night greets Alliance Master Lu. The Day-Night clan man's attitude was casual as he smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a brow. You've been mining pyrolite in the astral wilderness, haven't you? Shanghuan Day-Night was puzzled. How did Alliance Master Lu know? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Because even Night Queen Qiuyu has to bow down in front of me. You actually dare to threaten me? Shanghuan Day-Night was furious. Alliance Master Lu, please be careful with your words. Elder Qiuyu is not someone you can casually talk about. Or does Alliance Master Lu think that no one will know your secret just because I'm here? I'll tell you the truth, I've already secretly imprisoned those people who stole pyrolite. If anything happens to me, a video of their confession will immediately appear in Elder Lohar's hands. Bei Qing looked on calmly. Lu Yin looked at Shanghuan Day-Night indifferently. Continue. Shanghuan Day-Night felt uneasy, as Lu Yin was too calm. He had heard of this person's name and knew that this person had great authority in the Outerverse. However, he was from the Day-Night clan, and his innate sense of superiority and greed allowed him to directly confront and threaten this person. He did not believe that this person was fearless. Even if he was not afraid of the Day-Night clan, he should still be afraid of the Hall of Honor. Even if this person was supported by the Hall of Honor, purchasing a forbidden mine was still a huge crime. Alliance Master Lu, I'm only here for money, and there's no need for me to be your enemy. As long as Alliance Master Lu agrees to my conditions, not only will I release those disciples, but I'll also allow them to continue mining and turn a blind eye to what happens. How about it? Shanghuan Day-Night asked anxiously. Bei Qing poured a cup of tea for Lu Yin, who accepted it and swirled it around. It said that the Day-Night clan's battle techniques are related to spiritual force. What battle technique does Mr. Shanghuan Day-Night use? How much spiritual force can you display? Shanghuan Day-Night's expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean? Are you trying to find out about my Day-Night clan's battle techniques? Lu Yin looked up. So what if I am? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 928. Shanghuan Baiyi sternly replied, Alliance Master Lu, you'd best think this through. No one dares to covet our Day-Night clan's battle techniques. Even when our inheritance stone was lost in the Outerverse, no one dared to hide it. In the end, we obediently returned it. This is the Day-Night clan's bottom line. If anyone dares to touch it, even if it's the Hall of Honor, the Day-Night clan will not let this slide. Back then. Yeah, it's been almost 10 years. Qingyu Day-Night stole the inheritance stone and fled to the Outerverse. Is that what happened? Shanghuan Baiyi stared at Lu Yin and suddenly recalled something. Back then, Qingyu Day-Night fled to Frostwave Weave. Alliance Master Lu was born there, so it's not strange for you to know. Since you know, then you should understand our Day-Night clan's temper. I advise you not to covet our clan's battle techniques. Lu Yin continued to shake the cup, causing a drop of water to splash out. He blew on it, and the water was pushed by an invisible force and smashed into Shanghuan Baiyi's chest. Shanghuan Baiyi was caught off guard and was hit hard. His chest hurt, and just as he was about to retaliate, Lu Yin stepped forward and stepped on him. He leaned down and said coldly, even if Night Queen Qiuyu was in front of me today, I would still ask her about the secrets of the Day-Night clan's battle techniques, let alone you. I'll give you one more chance to tell me. Otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences. Shanghuan Baiyi was terrified, and he was already regretting his decision to seek out this person. This person was a madman who feared no one. Not long after, Luin walked out. "Lock him up." "Yes, Your Highness," Bei Qing answered. Luin walked out of the auction house, deep in thought. He hadn't been able to find out the secrets of the Day-Night clan's battle techniques. It wasn't that Shenghuan Baiyi hadn't told him, but that even Luin himself didn't know. All he knew was that any battle technique learned from the Inheritance Stone contained spiritual force attacks, but he didn't know the principles behind it or how to cultivate it. The Inheritance Stone had come from the Day-Night clan's ancestor, and it was said that only members of the Day-Night clan could obtain the inheritance. However, during Earth's trial, Lulu, Xiao Luo, and even Luin himself had obtained some. This showed that the Inheritance Stone wasn't absolute. It would be great if he could obtain another Inheritance Stone. Back then, Luin had only reached the edge of the Inheritance Corridor. If he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to go far. This Upper Ring White Knight had come to threaten him in order to obtain cultivation resources. The Day-Night clan had always been high up in the Innerverse, and they had never needed to worry about resources for their cultivation. Their cultivation speed had always been very fast, but now that they had been stranded in the Outerverse, they didn't even have a lot of star crystals, much less star essence. Thus, they had set their sights on the mainland's auction house to make a fortune, but Luin wasn't afraid. He had also found out where the disciples were locked up. Bei Qing would deal with it. "Your Highness, this person won't appear again," Bei Qing whispered from behind Luin. Luin asked, "There are still 2 months left until the premium auction. Are there many people from the Great Eastern Alliances we've participating in the auction?" Bei Qing replied, "There aren't many, but every time there's an auction, there will always be someone from the leading faction present. This time, I'm giving you some new things. Help me advertise to the powers in the Great Eastern Alliance. They're the main consumer group." Luin then sent Bei Qing a few routes that he had carefully selected. These routes were beneficial to the people's livelihood, transportation, and other industries, and had nothing to do with the military. These new routes could save a lot of time. Time was money, and Luin believed that these routes would be enough to cause a sensation. Lu Yin's guess was correct. When the mainland's auction house announced that a new route would be auctioned in 2 months, the Outerverse went into an uproar. Countless people looked over, curious as to what the new routes would be. The Central Weaves were even more nervous, as they were afraid that the Great Eastern Alliance would have a new route to their territory. That way, not only would they be able to quickly dispatch troops, but they would also be able to conceal themselves. They had tried their best to find out, but they had not been able to find out what the new routes were. Elsewhere, the Hall of Honor's investigation into the Amethyst Trading Company had been completed. The Z family had no relationship with the Neo-Human Alliance, and it was Zirong who had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance. When the news came out, countless people from the Amethyst Trading Company heaved sighs of relief. Ever since Luin had caused a ruckus at Zirong's wedding and exposed Zirong's true identity, the Amethyst Trading Company had been under investigation by the Hall of Honor. During this time, nearly half of the Amethyst Trading Company's branches in the Outerverse had closed down, and everyone was spreading the news that the company was about to close down. The company's share price continued to plummet, which affected countless people and caused them to go bankrupt overnight. Lu Yin's shares in Xenu Star's Amethyst Trading Company had also become worthless. Although the Hall of Honor was no longer investigating the Amethyst Trading Company, this matter would not be forgotten so easily. It was a fact that Zirong had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance, and during this time, the Z family had been silent. All of their competitors that had been suppressed had surfaced and hit them while they were down. The Z family's intelligence network had been completely suppressed, and the production lines that the Amethyst Trading Company controlled, as well as the places where they had originated, had all been destroyed. The Z family's reputation plummeted, and they had once been one of the 4 major corporations and the Outerverse's largest intelligence network. It would have been fine if it had only been a drop in status, but the universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. When the Z family had been at its peak, they had offended many people, and many viewed them as mortal enemies. Now, all of those people had appeared, and there was no lack of powerhouses among them. Skylush Planet began to suffer frequent attacks, and even with an enlighter like Mr. E, they could not stop the momentum. Everyone knew that the only way to defeat the Z family was now. The longer they waited, the more the Z family would recover. As one of the 4 major corporations, they had a deep foundation and would not be easy to deal with. On Skylush Planet, Mr. E soared into the sky with an ugly expression. In the Z family's ancestral home, Z Tianchuan frowned. He had just received news that yet another intelligence network had been destroyed. "Father, we can't wait any longer. Please ask Senior Lee to wake up. As long as Senior leaves the universe, even the Hall of Honor will fear him, let alone those small fries," Zi Fang said anxiously. Zi Xianxian immediately replied, "We can't." During the border war, the Hall of Honor forcefully recruited all of the experts, and we purposely hid Senior Lee's existence. If we ask Senior Lee to come out now, even if we resolve this crisis, the Hall of Honor will remember us, which will be detrimental to our future. But if we don't get through this crisis, we won't have any future. Zi Fang raged. With Mr. E around, who in the Outerverse can destroy our Z family? All of the experts have been transferred to the border, and the strongest experts that those small fries can send are only hunters. Our Z family can protect ourselves, Zi Xianxian retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Protect ourselves, protect ourselves. You only know how to protect yourself. Our Z family is one of the 4 major corporations and the strongest intelligence network in the Outerverse. Losing this means losing everything. We can start all over again. If the Hall of Honor remembers us, even if the 4 major corporations work together, it won't be easy for us. The Hall of Honor won't interfere with us. They have their own representatives. Isn't Luin one of them? Zi Xianxian shouted. Zi Fang Tianchuan's body trembled, and Zi Fang unconsciously clenched his fists. He then slowly relaxed them, and a bone-deep hatred appeared in his eyes. It was all Lu Yin's fault that the Z family had fallen to such a state. If he hadn't stirred things up, the Z family wouldn't have ended up like this. At that moment, Mr. E landed and tiredly said, "It's fine for now. With me around, they won't dare to act rashly. However, I can only protect Heavenly Lush Planet. I can't do anything else." Zi Fang gritted his teeth. "My Amethyst Trading Company's intelligence network in the Outerverse has almost been wiped out. It's all Lu Yin's fault." Everyone fell silent. Mr. E wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. Zi Tianchuan saw this, and his heart skipped a beat. Does Mr. E have something to say? Mr. E sat down. Actually, the Z family shouldn't blame Lu Yin. In fact, we should thank him. Zi Fang was furious. You want us to thank him? If it weren't for him, our Z family would still be one of the 4 major corporations. Those people outside wouldn't even dare to approach us. No, they wouldn't even get close to us before they were discovered. Their every move was under our watch, and now, they're all gone. Shut up and let Mr. E finish speaking. Zi Tianchuan shouted angrily. Zi Fang wasn't satisfied, and he snorted. Zi Tianchuan apologized. Mr. E, please don't take offense. Mr. E shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. Actually, have you thought about this? Lu Yin only exposed Zi Rong's identity, and he didn't force Zi Rong to cooperate with the Neo-Human Alliance. If he hadn't exposed Zirong, who in the Z family would have been able to stop him when he became an enlighter in the future? Even if they could, would the Hall of Honor let the Z family off so easily? Mr. E glanced at the crowd and continued, the Z family is the largest intelligence organization in the Outerverse, and it's extremely important. Would the Hall of Honor believe that one of their own had become a corpse king? They would only think that the Z family was covering for them, and they might even help them hide the truth. At that time, forget about investigating. What awaits the Z family would be a palm strike from Master Yuan. I don't know what price the family head paid this time to convince the Hall of Honor that the Z family is innocent, but once Zirong becomes an enlighter, then any price will be useless. Don't forget how Lu Yin overthrew Darkstar Gorge. Zi Tianchuan and the other two turned pale. Mr. E was right. The Hall of Honor's attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance was that they would rather kill the innocent than let them off. Master Yuan was the most terrifying person in the Outerverse, and he was one of the Hall of Honor's hidden powerhouses. No one doubted his strength, and even a sneeze from him would be enough to destroy the Z family, let alone a palm strike. Lu Yin coincidentally exposed Zirong's true identity, which is actually beneficial to the Z family. The Z family is not Darkstar Gorge, and the Hall of Honor will listen to our explanations for now. But as time goes on, they won't listen to our explanations, and they might just destroy us like they did to Darkstar Gorge, Mr. E said. Zi Tianchuan looked at Mr. E. Mister, do you have any suggestions? Feel free to speak. Mr. E thought about it and then seriously replied, it's not that the Z family doesn't have a chance, but that chance lies in Lu Yin's hands. What do you mean? Zi Tianchuan asked. Mr. E explained, Lu Yin's ambitions are too great, and he wants to unify the Outerverse. Although this has exposed his ambitions, it also shows that he's tolerant and has good foresight. Information is what he needs, and as long as he's willing to help the Amethyst Trading Company, the Great Eastern Alliance's influence, which covers a third of the Outerverse, and Lu Yin's background in the Hall of Honor, the Z family won't be affected. Zi Tianchuan fell silent. Zifang angrily said, if that's the case, then why don't we just ask the Hall of Honor for help? Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 929. Mr. E laughed when he heard Zifang's words. That way, the Z family will have joined the Hall of Honor, and will have to listen to their orders. But working with Lu Yin won't be much better, Zi Xianxian said. She understood Lu Yin the best, and she knew that he would not work for free. Mr. E shook his head. I'm just making a suggestion. If there's anyone in the Outerverse worth the Z family seeking help from, it's either the Hall of Honor, Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, or Lu Yin. Zi Tianchuan felt a headache coming on when Lu Yin was mentioned. Ever since this person had unified the Great Eastern Alliance, the Outerverse had never been peaceful. It was as if this person had gained control of the situation, and everything had been smooth sailing. He was the one who had caused the Z family to fall to its current state, but Mr. E was right. This person had saved the Z family, and Zi Tianchuan was conflicted about his feelings towards this person. The only people in the Outerverse who could save the Z family were the major powers. Zi Tianchuan did not want to join the Hall of Honor and be controlled, but he also did not want to be swallowed up by the Mavis Bank. His only choice was Lu Yin. If they invited Senior Li, the Z family would not be affected, but they would be blacklisted by the Hall of Honor. Compared to working with Lu Yin, which was more important? Zi Tianchuan was not confident. He looked at Mr. E. Mister, can you perform a divination? Mr. E replied, based on the current situation, I can deduce the future. I've already divined the Z family's future, and I've also analyzed it. The choice is still in your hands. Zi Tianchuan was conflicted. Zi Fang was unwilling. Zi Xianxian was straightforward, and she immediately called Lu Yin. She would never agree to invite Senior Li, so her only choice was Lu Yin. Although he was ambitious, at least he was clean. The Mavis Bank and Shamrock Enterprises were behemoths that the Z family couldn't afford to provoke. If they did, they wouldn't be able to escape. Comparatively speaking, Lu Yin was the best choice. Zi Tianchuan did not say anything when Zi Xianxian contacted Lu Yin. He looked in the direction of the Astral River. If the Astral River had not been isolated, then the Zi family would not have fallen to such a state. Zi Fang could not help but ask, "Are we really going to work with him? Aren't you worried that he'll be too ambitious and try to swallow our Zi family?" Zi Xianxian sneered, "You can choose to work with the Mavis Bank and see if you can escape in the end." Zi Fang didn't say anything else. Lu Yin was clearly much easier to deal with compared to those behemoths. On Xenia Star, Lu Yin had not expected Zi Xianxian to contact him. "Alliance Master Lu, how is Luoshan?" Zi Xianxian asked. Lu Yin replied, "Not bad. She's the spokesperson for my Great Eastern Alliance. Luoshan is my Amethyst Trading Company's Jadeite goddess. We haven't cancelled our cooperation yet, so it's not very good for you to take her away like this," Zi Xianxian said. "Get straight to the point. I don't like to beat around the bush." Zi Xianxian was silent for a moment. "We need your help. Tell me the details," Lu Yin said as he flipped through the reports that Aegis, Thousand Eyes, and the Second Imperial Squadron had sent over. The Z family was not doing well. As one of the 4 major corporations, even if they were in dire straits, they were still a colossus. They even had an enlighter overseeing them, but someone had still dared to attack them under such circumstances. It was obvious that they had been prepared for this attack. The Z family was exhausted from resisting, and all they could do was protect Heavenly Lush Planet. Their various intelligence systems had been destroyed, and they were in a miserable state. What Zi Xianxian had said was similar to what Lu Yin had seen. However, she had put it in a positive light, while what Lu Yin had seen was completely unfavorable to the Z family. "My guess. If this situation continued, then aside from Heavenly Lush Planet, everything else in the Z family would be destroyed, including the Amethyst Trading Company." However, the fact that the Z family had not been destroyed by the Hall of Honor was something that Lu Yin had not expected. Dark Star Gorge had not even been given a chance to explain what had happened, and Shenwu Continent had not been wiped out because of him. The Z family's foundation was indeed deep. "So, Alliance Leader Lu, are you willing to help?" Zi Xianxian asked. Zi Tianchuan, Zi Fang, and Mr. Yi all looked over, waiting for Lu Yin's answer. Lu Yin replied straightforwardly, "The Z family is in this state because of me, so of course I'm willing to help." However, he paused. On the other end of the call, the hearts of the people from the Z family sank. Sure enough, there were conditions. Zi Xianxian had already prepared for this, as she understood Lu Yin very well. "However, I want to become a shareholder of the Amethyst Trading Company, and I'll have the authority to access all of their intelligence," Lu Yin said solemnly. Zi Xianxian subconsciously refused. "That's impossible. I can let you become a shareholder, and Amethyst Trading Company can provide you with intelligence for free. However, even I can't access top-secret information." Lu Yin replied, "Then find someone else. I can't help you with the Z family's matters." "Lu Yin, no matter what, my Z family is in this state because of you." Zi Xianxian was anxious. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Rome colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, cultivated a Corpse King transformation, threatened my friends, and even went to my hometown to wreak havoc. The fact that I didn't add insult to injury during the Hall of Honor's investigation is already very kind to your Z family. You should be thanking me. Otherwise, once Z Rome causes a huge disaster, your fate will be like Darkstar Gorge. He then hung up. He wasn't afraid that the Z family wouldn't agree, as they were already at the edge of a cliff. Unless they had a background that could intimidate the Outerverse, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive this crisis. However, if the Z family really did have a background that could intimidate the Outerverse, then it would be even more troublesome. The Hall of Honor would be dissatisfied with them, and the Z family would find it difficult to move forward in the future. Lu Yin had the Z family in his grasp. On planet Tianmao, Z Xianxian stared at her gadget in a daze. Z Tianchuan's tone was gloomy. Agree to his request. Z Fong was shocked. Father, some of the information is related to the ancestral teachings, and we can't open it. Even we haven't seen it before, so how can we show it to Lu Yin? Mr. Yi smiled. Only you know how much information the Z family has. Lu Yin doesn't know about it, so he'll only see what you want him to see. Z Tianchuan nodded and looked at Z Xianxian. Take Lu Yin to look through the information. Don't worry, some of the top secret information is stored in other places, and Lu Yin won't be able to find it. Z Xianxian replied, take out all of the information on the 10 arbiters. That's what Lu Yin wants to know. Z Tianchuan nodded. Although information on the 10 arbiters is taboo, that was when the innerverse and outerverse were connected. It doesn't matter now. If he wants to see it, then we'll show it to him. The Z family agreed to Lu Yin's conditions, and Lu Yin didn't have to pay a single cent. As long as he could help the Z family survive this crisis, he would become a major shareholder of the Amethyst Trading Company, second only to the Z family. His authority even surpassed that of Z Xianxian and Z Fong. Lu Yin was delighted, as he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The 10 arbiters were like 10 mysteries, and even Wendy Yushan didn't know much about them. The Amethyst Trading Company definitely had information on the 10 arbiters, as Zi Xianxian had already revealed it to him before. Even if there wasn't much information, Lu Yin would still be able to get a general idea. He also wanted to know who had dealings with the Cosmic Sea. But before that, he had to help the Z family resolve this crisis. The ones who had attacked the Z family were the Outerverse's most powerful intelligence organization, second only to the Z family. This also included the Z family's competitors who had been eliminated over the years. These enemies were spread all over the Outerverse. Lu Yin could deal with the powers within the Great Eastern Alliance with a single word, but his influence in the Central and Western Weaves wasn't that great for the time being. As he thought about this, he contacted Aegis. The next day, on planet Tianmao, the Z family was still waiting for Lu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance to make a move. However, what they received was not the Great Eastern Alliance, but rather Aegis. Aegis notified all of its branches to support the Amethyst Trading Company. At the same time, it issued a warning to the Outerverse that attacking the Amethyst Trading Company was equivalent to attacking Aegis. This news shook the Outerverse. Although Aegis and the Amethyst Trading Company were both part of the Outerverse for major corporations, they were only equally famous. They didn't have much contact with each other, and they rarely cooperated with each other. Yet, Aegis was actually supporting the Amethyst Trading Company. Aegis was still very intimidating, mainly because it had too many mercenaries and assassins. As soon as Aegis made a statement, many of the powers that had been attacking the Amethyst Trading Company immediately stopped and prepared to observe. The Z family was puzzled. Why would Aegis help them? Before they could figure it out, the Nayland family announced that they wanted to establish a partnership with the Amethyst Trading Company to create a new generation of trade cities in the universe. They wanted to connect the various weaves and form a trading circle. The Nayland family's announcement was tantamount to telling the Outerverse that they supported the Amethyst Trading Company. Right after that, Endless Borders also announced their support for the Amethyst Trading Company. Although their support was not as great as that of Aegis and the Nayland family, they still spoke up. Since they had spoken up, they had to give face. Of the Outerverse from major corporations, 3 were supporting one. The powers that had been attacking the Amethyst Trading Company immediately stopped, not daring to make another move. Before the Amethyst Trading Company had been investigated by the Hall of Honor, they had been able to suppress these powers to the point that they didn't dare to make a sound. Now that the 3 major corporations that were on par with the Amethyst Trading Company had spoken up at the same time, it would be strange if these powers dared to make a sound. The Z family was stunned. The crisis had been averted, just like that. Z Tianchuan looked at the internet, where the news was showering the Amethyst Trading Company with praises. This was the influence of the 4 major corporations. Z Tianchuan was no fool. Aegis, the Nayland family, and Endless Borders had all been willing to stand up for the Amethyst Trading Company because someone had pulled strings, and that person was naturally Lu Yin. Z Tianchuan had thought that he had overestimated Lu Yin and that he would use the Great Eastern Alliance's support to help the Amethyst Trading Company with his influence that spanned a third of the Outerverse. However, Z Tianchuan had never expected that Lu Yin would be able to resolve the crisis without even using the Great Eastern Alliance's power. Lu Yin's influence was enough to make Z Tianchuan afraid. Even at its peak, the Amethyst Trading Company had not been able to reach Lu Yin's current level of influence. This person was too terrifying. Z Tianchuan suddenly recalled how hundreds of generals from the Allied forces in the Central Weaves had been wiped out in a single night, and his heart turned cold. Lu Yin's hidden power ran deep, and Z Tianchuan could not fathom the extent of his influence. This sort of person was the most terrifying. After contacting Aegis, the Nayland family, and Endless Borders, Lu Yin headed straight for planet Heavenly Lush. He was not worried that he would not be able to resolve the Z family's crisis. If the 3 major corporations could not resolve it, then the Great Eastern Alliance would not be able to either. What Lu Yin wanted to do the most right now was to head to planet Heavenly Lush to gather information regarding the 10 arbiters. A few days later, Lu Yin saw planet Heavenly Lush. It was located to the west of the central region, and it was much further away than the last time he had visited it. Z Tianchuan was the one who welcomed Lu Yin. Compared to his previous enthusiasm, Z Tianchuan had a smile on his face this time, but it was forced. Z Tianchuan also looked at Lu Yin with a deep sense of apprehension. "Thank you for your support, brothers." "Thank you." Genius will remember this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 930. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony, as he had caused the death of Z Tianchuan's son. He did not expect Z Tianchuan to be truly grateful to him, all he wanted was information. "Please lead the way, Director Z. I want to look through the information as soon as possible." Z Tianchuan nodded, as he did not want to stay with Lu Yin either. After giving some instructions, Z Xianxian led the way to the most heavily guarded area of planet Tianmao, a valley. Lu Yin had noticed it the last time he had been here. This place contained a boundless amount of rune lines, and Mystery spent most of his time guarding this place. Z Xianxian led the way, and the 2 of them arrived underground. Lu Yin finally understood what it meant to be vast when he saw the intelligence vault. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with information. Some were divided by territory, while others were divided by color. It was easy to determine the level of the information vault. My Z family's intelligence vault is the most comprehensive in the Outerverse, and there are always new reports coming in. There are also people who are constantly deleting useless information, but even if the information is deleted, we still have backup copies. It can be said that as long as the Z family has existed, the information has been accumulated. This place is even older than the historical records of many places, Z Xian said proudly, as this was the pride of the Z family. Not just anyone could store information for so long. There were ancient intelligence organizations among the various powers that had attacked the Z family, but they had been destroyed after losing the competition. If this place is breached, it will take a long time to move all this information, Lu Yin praised. Z Xian was speechless. This guy really did not know how to talk. Where is the information on the 10 arbiters? Lu Yin asked. Z Xian was not surprised, as she knew that this was what Lu Yin cared about the most. She quickly led him to a protruding area on the ground, and as the ground glowed, the protruding stone carried the two of them through the air. It took them a full 5 minutes before they stopped. This was a very long distance, which showed just how large the intelligence vault was. Lu Yin looked at the dark-colored scroll in the distance and slowly walked over. Z Xian stood in place, as she did not have the authority to look at the information on the 10 arbiters. The information on the 10 arbiters was listed separately. The 10 arbiters were the titles given to the current 10 members of the Youth Council. The previous members did not have the qualifications to become the 10 arbiters, as this was a change in the times. This meant that the current 10 arbiters were the first generation, but they might also be the last generation. No one could guarantee that someone would take their place. Lu Yin raised his hand and took out a scroll. He slowly opened it, and a name. Lu Tianmu's name. Lu Yin was puzzled. What a familiar name. Lu Tianmu, female, one of the 10 arbiters. People call her Mu Arbiter, and she comes from the sword sect. Her sword skills are peerless, and she has inherited the 13 swords. It was a very short introduction. There was no image, and there was no description of this person's appearance or personality. It only pointed out his background and famous skills. When Lu Yin saw Lu Tianmu's name, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He recalled that when he had first spoken to Madame Nalan, she had introduced herself as Lu Fuxue. Lu Yin had also called himself Drifting Cloud Snow, and the taste of the world had been boiled into tea. She had followed up with a name, which was Lu Tianmu. Lu Yin tried his best to recall what he had said back then. Oh, that's right, Sirius is scattered, Su like Chiu Mu. This is my interpretation of Lu Tianmu's name back then. No wonder Madame Nalan was smiling so happily. It was as if her evil scheme had succeeded. So, she had been waiting for this. He had been deciphering the names of the sword sect's 10 arbiters. No wonder, no wonder. Lu Yin was speechless. Madame Nalan must have relayed his words to Lu Tianmu, but she had already said such things before even meeting him. Was this considered flirting? He nervously put down the scroll and picked up the second one. The name that entered his eyes was Wen Sansi. Wen Sansi, male, one of the 10 arbiters. Known as the Scholar, he can also be called Arbiter Wen. He is the second son of the Wen family from the erudite flow zone and has suppressed the eldest. He has inherited the Wen family's battle technique, literary prison. Their catchphrase, think thrice before you act. There was more information on Wen Sansi than on Lu Tianmu. Wen Sansi's reputation in the universe was great, and many people knew of him. Lu Yin picked up the third scroll and saw that the name was Xing Kai. Xing Kai, male, one of the 10 arbiters. Known as the War King, he can also be called Arbiter Xing. His physical body is extremely powerful and cannot be fought in close combat. He is 3 meters tall and his ears reach his shoulders. His hands are larger than his head. His origins and battle techniques are unknown. There was only a description of the War King's appearance, but there was no description of his origins or battle techniques. The Amethyst Trading Company was the largest intelligence organization in the Outerverse, so how could they not know about the War King's origins? Lu Yin did not believe it. Either there was a lack of records or the War King was hiding something. Regardless of which reason it was, Lu Yin could not find anything here. When he opened the next scroll, he saw Lan Si's name. Lan Si, male, one of the 10 arbiters. Known as the Hand of God, he can also be called Arbiter Lan. He comes from Njishan Dojo in the Starfall Sea's Greyweed continent. He specializes in the overlaying stacks path and once used 100 stacks to shatter a planet. It is speculated that the overlaying stacks path is part of his preparation for cultivating some sort of battle technique. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, as he was very concerned about the words, preparation. The Amethyst Trading Company would not have written such a speculation for no reason. If they had written it down, then it might be true. Did Lan Si still have some hidden techniques that had not been revealed? Right, Zi Xianxian seemed to have mentioned this as well, saying that Lan Si might have some hidden battle techniques. Lu Yin put down the scroll with a heavy heart. He had agreed to fight with Lan Si, and they would definitely fight in the future. Back at the Greyweed continent, he had thought that Lan Si's methods had already been exposed. After all, he had faced the Realm Ling, Bai Ling, and the Red Madam. He had not expected that Lan Si would still be hiding something. What was this person thinking? He coveted the position of the Glory Arbiter. Was he really that confident that the Innerverse and Neoverse would not be broken through by the 6th mainland? If that was the case, then it was understandable that Lan Si was hiding his methods. But where did this confidence come from? Lu Yin really wanted to know. His current foundation was in the Outerverse, and he knew too little about the Innerverse and Neoverse. Unfortunately, it would be great if he could go to the Cosmic Sea, where Heizage Lian would definitely know a lot. Lu Yin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He picked up the next scroll, Spirit Palace. Spirit Palace. Gender unknown. One of the 10 arbiters. Known as the White Knight, also known as Ling Ju. Born from the Lingling clan. Extremely talented. Catchphrase, this is an order. Lu Yin found it funny when he saw the words, gender unknown. The Amethyst Trading Company's information network was indeed very careful. Many people believed that Spirit Palace was definitely a man, and even the voice was male. However, that was all a disguise, as she was actually a woman. They would not write anything without seeing her with their own eyes. It was no wonder why they were known as the Outerverse's largest information network. Since they were so careful, Lu Yin looked at the next scroll. The introduction of Lan Si should be true as well. The Amethyst Trading Company did not know as much about Spirit Palace as Lu Yin did. After all, they were just an Outerverse corporation that did not have the qualifications to contact the 10 arbiters. It was already amazing that they knew so much. He picked up the next scroll and saw that it was Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he slowly opened it. Night King Jinwu. Male. One of the 10 arbiters. Known as Arbiter Jinwu. Born from the Day-Night royal family. His battle techniques are unknown, and his innate gifts are unknown. He is adept at control and is extremely dangerous. He is not to be trifled with. There was not much of an introduction, but there was an extremely dangerous aura that assaulted Lu Yin's senses. It was even more careful than the previous introductions of the 10 arbiters. Two of the introductions were unknown, and the other two were not to be described. This showed just how much the person who had drafted this information network was afraid of Night King Jinwoo. The Day-Night clan was one of the strongest clans in the universe, and the Night King clan was the royal clan of the strongest. They were a clan that was not in a hurry to retrieve their inheritance stone even if it was lost, and they were filled with boundless confidence and arrogance. This was Night King Jinwoo's background. Lu Yin put down the scroll. He and Night King Jinwoo were enemies, not friends. He clenched the scroll so tightly that it deformed. His battle with Lan Si had been arranged, but his future battle with Night King Jinwoo might be a battle to the death. Regardless of whether it was his grudge with the Day-Night clan, the unfair treatment he had received in the Innerverse, or Hai Chi-Chi's tearful pleas after reading the diary, Lu Yin was certain that his grudge with the Day-Night clan and Night King Jinwoo would never be resolved. He picked up the next scroll and opened it. 7 words appeared: Sarati Phoenix. Sarati Phoenix. Male. One of the 10 arbiters. Known as the Undying Bird. Hails from the Phoenix clan. His innate gift is the Undying Bird. He has evolved into the Undying Phoenix and possesses the power of nirvanic rebirth. Lu Yin had long since known that the Phoenix clan had a member of the 10 arbiters, and he had also heard of this person. However, he had never thought that there would be such a thing as nirvanic rebirth. What did that mean? Unkillable. He did not think too much about it and picked up the next scroll. Drunkard. Was that a name? Drunkard. Female. One of the 10 arbiters. Known as Drunkard. Name unknown. Origin unknown. Extremely addicted to alcohol. Innate gift of water. Drunkard was the most unknown person to date, and he did not even know her name. Lu Yin casually put down the scroll and picked up the next one. What he saw left him speechless. Could that even be called a name? Obscured. Male. One of the 10 arbiters. Known as Bright Executor. Origin unknown. His eyes are always closed. Rumor has it that when he opens his eyes, the sun and moon do not shine. Lu Yin suddenly closed the scroll and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he recalled the figure he had encountered in the space with the golden ocean. When he opened his eyes, the sun and moon did not shine. Could that have been him? That person had cultivated his domain to the limit and had been forced to close his eyes to suppress it. It was just like when Mr. Mu had pushed his physical strength to the limit and suppressed him with 3 grains of fate sand when Lu Yin had been a Lameter. Mr. Mu had mentioned this person to him before, so it should have been him. Obscured had also been to the space with the golden ocean. Lu Yin still remembered the helplessness he had felt when he had been suppressed by Obscured's domain. That domain was so powerful that it could even predict the future. It was too terrifying. Lu Yin was not surprised that Obscured had been one of the 10 arbiters. It would have been strange if he had not been one of them. He put down the scroll and picked up the last one. Up until now, he had not found any clues. These records were too simple, and many of them were unknown. He slowly opened the scroll, and the first thing he saw was Cox. Cox. Male. One of the 10 arbiters. Known as Bright Executor. He comes from the cosmic ocean sea of snakes. He is lazy and has a casual personality, but his attacks are ruthless. He cannot be attacked, provoked, or treated as an enemy. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had found it. One of the 4 arbiters of the cosmic ocean. This person was Cox. Only someone who also came from the cosmic ocean would have a reason to attack someone from Leon's armada. This also confirmed what old Gouda had said: one of the 10 arbiters had connections with the cosmic ocean. Thank you. Ian Yi, thank you for your support, brothers. Here's the update. Thank you. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 931. Lu Yin did not rule out the possibility that the other 10 arbiters were involved with the cosmic sea, but at the moment, Arbiter Zhuo was the most likely. Zi Xianxian had said that there was one person among the 10 arbiters who could not be attacked. This person hated the primeval surnames, and it should be Zhuohe. Zhuohe hated the primeval surnames and came from one of the cosmic sea's 4 hegemons, so there was a 90% chance that this person was Zhuohe. Lu Yin put down the scroll and sighed. He had finally found what he was looking for. He knew all of the 10 arbiters, at least on the surface. Some things would naturally be known once one reached a certain level, even without the Amethyst Trading Company's information. When the group from the Starfall Sea had fled to the Outerverse, Master Yuan had appeared, but he had not spoken to Lan Si at all. He had even ignored Lan Si, which showed how high Master Yuan's status was. The 10 arbiters only had great influence among the younger generation or enlighters, but they were not influential in the higher realms and could only be considered juniors. It was the same for Lu Yin. Even if he had unified the Outerverse, he would still be considered a junior. If there had not been a border war, then Master Yuan would not have cared about him either. Lu Yin would remember this name. In the distance, Zi Xianxian watched Lu Yin's expression change, especially when he looked at the last scroll. Her heart sank, as there were some pieces of information that even their own people could not see for fear of causing trouble. She guessed that Lu Yin might have found the answer that he had been looking for. This answer might lead to something, and this place was the source. Information was a weapon, and whoever had it would benefit. But at the same time, information could also bring disaster. She did not know what Lu Yin's information would bring to the Amethyst Trading Company, but she hoped that it would not lead to disaster. After all, this matter involved the 10 arbiters, and the 10 arbiters were backed by too many powerful organizations. Lu Yin walked around again and looked through quite a bit of information. It had to be said that the Amethyst Trading Company's information was very comprehensive, and some of it was helpful to him. However, there was too much information, and he could not finish reading it all in a short amount of time. You go back first. I'll walk around on my own, Lu Yin said to Zi Xianxian. She nodded. You can read the information, but you cannot take it out. Got it, Lu Yin casually replied. Zi Xianxian looked at Lu Yin seriously and then turned to leave. Lu Yin looked up and watched her leave. He did not believe that the Zi family had given him all of the information, and that there was definitely some information that they had not given him. However, he had no choice since he could not force them. Fortunately, he had obtained the information he needed regarding the 10 arbiters, or else he would have had to resort to some tricks. Frostwave weave, Earth. Snow was falling all over the place. The temperature in Changbai Mountain was very low, but it was not cold for cultivators. Even though Earth's cultivation civilization had soared with the help of the Great Yu Empire, the Blue Camp still existed, and no one dared to act rashly. Earth was a special place. Although there weren't any powerful cultivators, Lu Yin had come from there, which made it so that anyone who came to Earth to travel or do anything dared not be too presumptuous. There were many things that they had to take the initiative to discuss with Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan was also special. He was Lu Yin's comrade and one of his few friends. On this day, Zhou Shan brought his daughter, Cici, to Changbai Mountain. Snowflakes fell on Cici's head, and she circulated her star energy to melt the snowflakes. Although the little girl was young, she was already cultivating. Many children on Earth were the same. They started cultivating at a very young age. Dad, there's someone there. It's Uncle Zhang. Zhou Cixi exclaimed, pointing to the top of the mountain. Zhou Shan smiled. Come, let's go find him. The snow was thick, and 2 sets of footprints were left behind, one large and one small, but they were quickly buried by the snow. Zhang Dingtian had been on Earth for some time now, and he had met up with Zhou Shan, gone to the capital, and met up with Wu Xing. Zhou Shan had finally found the time to come to Changbai Mountain and meet up with Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. Bai Shui was very grateful to Zhang Dingtian. If it weren't for him, she would not have been threatened. Back when Earth ended, China's 7 sages were filled with danger at every step, but it was wonderful. Now, things have changed, and we're the only 7 sages left. Wu Xing had also come, and he took a sip of wine and sighed. Zhang Dingtian had a complicated expression. The end of Earth opened a new chapter in the universe. Earth is still too small. If it weren't for Lu Yin, no one would know what Earth would be like now. You and I might have been sent to the border to fight as cannon fodder. Dad, why isn't Uncle Lu here? Zhou Cixi tugged at Zhou Shan's clothes. Zhou Shan patted her head. He's not free. Dad will invite him over next time. Bai Shui waved her hand at Zhou Cixi and hugged her happily. Zhou Cixi was also very fond of this ridiculously beautiful auntie. Zhou Shan, does Cixi have a formcast model? Bai Shui asked. Zhou Shan nodded. Bai Shui patted Zhou Cixi's head and took her out for a tour of Changbai Mountain. The next day, the group parted ways. Zhou Shan had many things to take care of, and so did Wu Xing. Zhang Dingtian had decided to explore Jupiter. Lu Yin had told him that he wanted to explore Jupiter. Jupiter? What's there to explore? Bai Shui asked. Earth's technology had advanced, and many of the surrounding planets had been explored. Jupiter was the same, but aside from its despairing atmosphere, there was nothing special about it. Zhang Dingtian replied, I don't know, but Lu Yin can't enter. Bai Shui was surprised. I'll go with you. Zhang Dingtian nodded and stepped into the starry sky. Bai Shui followed closely behind. Jupiter looked beautiful, but the atmosphere within was despairing. The beautiful stripes were filled with a deathly aura. Lu Yin had been unable to enter Jupiter back then, but now it was Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui's turn to enter. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui had never expected to be sucked into Jupiter, and they were completely unprepared. They didn't even have the ability to resist before they disappeared. If Lu Yin knew about this, he would definitely be upset. He had tried all sorts of methods to enter Jupiter, but these two had entered just like that. Lu Yin only received this news a few days later. He looked at the image on his gadget and pursed his lips. Was this discrimination? The image had been taken by the Great Yu Empire's spacecraft that was monitoring Jupiter, and it showed the scene of Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui being sucked into Jupiter. Regardless, the two had entered, but it was said that once they entered, they would not be able to leave. Lu Yin immediately ordered 5 more spacecraft to monitor Jupiter and keep an eye on every corner of the planet. The moment someone exited, they would immediately report back to him. It had been a month since he had left the Daosor sect's ruins, so it was time for him to enter again. The Z family's information vault was as vast as the ocean, and it was impossible to read everything. Lu Yin left the intelligence vault of the Z family without even saying goodbye to them. Although he had saved the Z family, he knew that they did not welcome him. He did not mind, as long as he could use them. The Z family was one of the outerverse from major corporations, so how much could he earn from his shares? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Right, there was still Aegis. After leaving Heavenly Lush Planet, Lu Yin searched for the surrounding star charts. He planned to find a secluded place to enter the Daosaur sect's ruins. After traveling for a while, Lu Yin's gaze swept across the heavens, and he suddenly shivered as boundless rune lines appeared in the distance. Lu Yin frowned and stared at a desolate planet in the distance. There was something wrong with the rune lines, as there should not be anyone on that desolate planet. However, there were now boundless rune lines, and there were not just one, but 3, and all of them were at the level of enlighters. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he walked out of the spacecraft. He donned his universal armor and disappeared in a flash. A giant tornado swept past, and Lu Yin passed through it and landed on the desolate planet's surface. His surroundings were dusky, and the only thing he could hear was the desolate sound of the wind. The 3 boundless rune lines gathered together, and Lu Yin used an aura-concealing stone to conceal his aura. He slowly approached the planet, and before long, he saw 3 people sitting at the foot of a dark mountain. One was an old man, and the other 2 were middle-aged. The 3 did not speak and were resting. Lu Yin waited for a long time, but the 3 did not even open their eyes. Once a cultivator entered a state of cultivation, it was normal for them to remain motionless for days, months, years, or even centuries or millennia. Lu Yin did not want to waste time here. However, the appearance of these 3 people was too strange. Aside from border battles, where else could 3 enlighters gather at once? Even the Temple of Tai Mo only had 3 enlighters. Furthermore, this location just so happened to be on his way back to Frostwave Weave. These 3 had not been present when he had arrived, or else he would have seen them. After thinking about it, Lu Yin had a guess. He activated his gadget and sent a message to Zi Xianxian, informing her that he had left. Less than 2 minutes later, the gadgets of the 3 people below him beeped, and they all opened their eyes at the same time. He's coming out. Get ready. This person has killed enlighters before. The 3 of us need to kill him in one strike, or else there will be endless trouble. Rumor has it that this person has too many external items, so we can't act openly. We need to control him from the shadows. Brother Yi, we'll leave this to you. Of the 3, the elder's tone was awe-inspiring. Don't worry, he won't have a chance to use any external items. As long as I see him, he won't be able to move. Lu Yin sighed. As expected, these 3 old fellows had been waiting for him. Someone within the Zi family had betrayed him, but he did not know if it was Zi Xianxian. Even if it wasn't her, it was definitely someone from the upper echelons of the Zi family who had been able to find out about his situation through Zi Xianxian. Lu Yin picked up a rock and smashed it down. The 3 people below him were shocked, and they quickly turned around. The rock was reduced to dust a meter away from them. Who's there? Lu Yin walked out. Seniors, were you waiting for me? The 3 were shocked. Why are you here? Lu Yin looked down at them. 3 enlighters ambushing an explorer like me. I'm quite honored. The 3 looked at each other, and the elder suddenly stared at Lu Yin. Invisible chains appeared in the void to bind Lu Yin's hands and feet, and even the air seemed to solidify, firmly holding him in place. Attack! A ferocious attack descended, and the desolate planet instantly cracked open before exploding. An explorer had the ability to destroy a planet, let alone an enlighter. Even the surrounding space trembled. Lu Yin was like a punching bag, unable to retaliate at all. The elder's innate gift was too mysterious, and it was enough to make an ordinary person despair. However, Lu Yin was not an ordinary person. Because he was wearing his universal armor, he could not be bothered to dodge. In fact, the moment the elder had used his innate gift, Lu Yin had already seen the number of rune lines around him, so dodging was not a problem for him. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 932. Lu Yin's external items were famous for their prowess, and the three Enlighters continuously attacked him from 3 different directions for a full 10 minutes as they tried to shatter the universal armor. However, they were soon stunned, as the universal armor had not been broken at all. Although Lu Yin was being beaten around like a punching bag, he was not injured at all. In the distance, several planets cracked under the shock waves of the attacks and gradually shattered. The attack stopped, and Lu Yin stood in outer space as he glanced at the three. "Are you done? It's my turn." He casually tossed out a super flash teardrop. The teardrop lit up the sky with a dazzling light that blinded the three Enlighters for a moment. Lu Yin put on his bracers and punched one of the Enlighters. The bracers had been shattered by the Corpse King's attack, but fortunately, they had not been completely destroyed. They could still be used a few more times, but they would not be used for much longer as they might shatter at any moment. Enlighters had rich battle experience, and even if they were blinded, they could not be casually attacked. However, Lu Yin also had experience fighting Enlighters, and his fist finally landed on the Enlighter's body. The Enlighter blocked with his arms, but some of his strength instantly dissipated. He did not have much time to think as Lu Yin's fist descended. Not only did it shatter the man's arms, but it also pierced through his chest and sent him flying. The Enlighter's chest was pierced through, and the berserk shockwaves shattered his meridians. The Enlighter spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Before the border war in Endless Weave, Lu Yin had relied on the bracers to double his strength, which had been enough to fight against Euphinius. These three Enlighters had a power level of 220,000 to 30,000 at most, which was far weaker than Euphinius. Coupled with the fact that their rune lines had been weakened, it was impossible for them to block Lu Yin's fist. When the other two saw this, their scalps went numb, and they turned to flee. They finally understood what an Enlighter assassin was. Lu Yin did not want to let them go, but with his speed, he could only chase after one of them. Thus, he targeted the old man. This person's innate gift was very powerful, and leaving him alive would be troublesome. The old man was an Enlighter, so his speed far surpassed Lu Yin's. However, Lu Yin was faster than him and punched out. The Day-Night clan's spiritual force swept out, and although Lu Yin's spiritual force was not enough to cause the old man to lose consciousness, it still caused him to pause for a moment. At that moment, Lu Yin appeared and punched out at the old man. The old man's gaze, and the void around Lu Yin solidified. Lu Yin's entire body seemed to be fixed to a wall, and he could not move. The old man fled again. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes that flashed, and the old man's legs were suddenly weakened. His speed plummeted, and his consciousness and body were unable to coordinate, causing the old man to almost fall down. With another slight delay, Lu Yin broke free from his innate gift and smashed down with his right fist. The old man turned back to glare at Lu Yin again, and Lu Yin's eyes widened. He could clearly see the rune lines spreading all around him. At the critical moment, Lu Yin had passed through the gap and avoided the old man's innate gift. The old man was shocked. "Impossible." "Nothing's impossible," Lu Yin barked as he punched out. It was a simple and crude attack. His doubled strength allowed him to effortlessly deal with anyone whose power level did not exceed 300,000 with a single punch. However, he had held back. The old man's shoulder shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was smashed into a distant planet. Lu Yin took a step forward and chased after him. The other Enlighter had long since been scared off. Once Lu Yin wore the external item, he was invincible. At least, in their eyes, he was invincible. The old man's body smashed into the planet's surface, and he pierced through the planet's core. He was completely submerged in magma, but that was not the end of his strength. He uncontrollably pierced through the planet's core and flew up from the other side of the planet. He opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of blood, causing his vision to turn blurry. To be able to cultivate to the Enlighter realm, the old man had experienced countless life-or-death battles. At this moment, the old man instinctively fled into the distance. He only wanted to escape from Lu Yin's grasp as quickly as possible. Although this person was only an explorer, he had an invincible defense and unfathomable methods. The old man did not even have the courage to fight back. Lu Yin tore through the void and appeared behind the old man. He raised a hand, and his palm transformed into a claw. An ancient beast's roar rang out, and it seemed to cross the river of time as it transformed into a giant sky beast claw that smashed down. "Get down here." The old man's eyes turned ferocious. The sky beast claw was immobilized, and his star energy was completely released. It transformed into a visible shockwave that shattered the sky beast claw and spread out in all directions. An Enlighter's star energy should logically be able to suppress an explorer's, but Lu Yin's star energy reserves were unimaginable. The old man's star energy suppression had no effect on him at all. Lu Yin punched out again, still using the day-night punch. His spiritual force swept out, and even an Enlighter would find it difficult to ignore it. At the very least, they would be delayed for a split second. The situation was exactly the same as before, and this split second determined the outcome of the battle. The old man's pupils shrank when he saw the might of Lu Yin's punch, and his scalp went numb. This punch was enough to turn him into a puddle of blood. No! Lu Yin's punch suddenly stopped, and the strong wind caused the old man's face to twist. The wind from the punch tore through the void, and it was less than a centimeter away from the old man's face. Lu Yin could clearly see the fear and despair in the old man's eyes. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and only Lu Yin and the old man remained. Lu Yin slowly retracted his fist and calmly looked at the old man. "Your name?" The old man panted heavily and looked at Lu Yin in fear. Karmic. Karmic. Is that your name?" Lu Yin asked. Karmic nodded and coughed, causing fresh blood to trickle down the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. How could an explorer display such terrifying strength? Although they had just become Enlighters not too long ago, they shouldn't have been so easily dealt with by an explorer. They were bona fide Enlighters. "Where are you from?" "You're a smart person, so tell me what I want to know," Lu Yin said indifferently. Karmic hesitated. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I don't have the patience." Karmic's heart trembled. The longer one lived, the more they feared death. This saying was too true, and Karmic did not want to die. "I'm from the Bar Weave, and I've been entrusted by the Central Weave's allied forces to assassinate you." The same goes for these two. Lu Yin had already guessed that there were only a few people in the Outerverse who wanted him dead the most, and the Central Weave's allied forces were definitely among the top. They also had the ability to find 3 Enlighters to assassinate him. Although there weren't many Enlighters in the Outerverse, and there weren't even enough for one Weave, there were still 34 Enlighters in the 72 Weaves. Most of them were stationed in the Southern Weave, and the rest had returned to the Outerverse. It wouldn't be difficult to find 3 to assassinate him. "Who told you that I was out?" Lu Yin asked. Karmic bitterly replied, "The young master of the Z family, Z Fong." Lu Yin glared at him. "Is he that stupid? Why would he contact you himself?" "Only him. We can't trust anyone else," Karmic said. Lu Yin picked up Karmic's gadget and dialed Z Fong's number. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't contact me?" Z Fong's angry voice rang out. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Give me a reason not to kill you. On the other end of the gadget, Zifang froze when he heard Lu Yin's voice. Lu, Alliance Leader Lu, are you alright? You only have one chance. If you miss it, there won't be a second chance, Lu Yin said coldly. Zifang's entire body trembled, and he instantly thought of countless terrifying endings. With Lu Yin's current power, he didn't even need to do anything himself to deal with Zifang. Even the Z family's intelligence network might not be able to find out anything, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare to say anything. This person had the qualifications to easily destroy Zifang. Alliance Leader Lu, please listen to my explanation. Remember, you only have one chance. Think carefully before you speak. Cold sweat dripped down Zifang's forehead, and his face turned deathly pale. Chance. All he could think about right now was how he could absolve himself and how he could convince Lu Yin to let him go. Why? Inexplicably, an idea flashed through his mind. Alliance Leader Lu, I'll tell you a secret about my Z family. Please let me go. Go on. Lu Yin was rather curious. Zifang gulped. Actually, Mr. E isn't the only enlighter in my Z family. Back when the Z family stood tall in the Outerverse, we were able to defeat many powers and become the largest intelligence network in the Outerverse. That person's surname is Li. I don't know the details, but one thing is for sure, this senior Li far surpasses Mr. E. Even if he's not at the level of an emissary, he's not far from it. He's the true powerhouse of my Z family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's not surprising. For major corporations. It would be strange if you only had Mr. E. This isn't enough for you to save yourself. Zifang's face turned pale. Alliance Leader Lu, I can give you all of the resources that I've accumulated over the years as long as you forget what happened today. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, how much can you have? Even if you die, I can still get all of it. Zifang despaired and kept thinking about something. It seems like you can't save yourself. Then you won't be able to live for more than a few days, Lu Yin threatened. Zifang trembled. He thought about the generals of the Central Weave's allied forces, the top 10 assassins of Aegis, and all of the enlighters who had died at Lu Yin's hands. He then thought about Lu Yin's overwhelming power and background, and he gritted his teeth. Alliance Leader Lu, I can take you to the Z family's most secret place. Father thinks that I don't know about that place, but I've been there a long time ago. That place contains the Z family's greatest secret, and it involves the Neoverse. Lu Yin was interested. Tell me about it. Zifang seemed to be struggling, as he didn't want to say anything. Lu Yin sneered. I won't force you. You can leave this world with this secret. The home of the gods, Zifang said. Lu Yin was confused. What's the home of the gods? The home of the gods, the monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he covered his gadget. You know about it? The monkey replied, I think I've seen it before, but I don't remember the details. At that moment, Zifang spoke up from the other end of the gadget. The home of the gods is one of the most powerful organizations in the Neoverse. In terms of status, it's comparable to the Mavis Bank, the Aurora Corporation, and the Sirius Sect. It's a true colossus, and even the Hall of Honor doesn't dare to say that they can do anything to the home of the gods. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 933. Zifang paused for a moment before continuing, my Z family originated from the home of the gods, and that Senior Li was sent by the home of the gods to protect our family. Only the head of the Z family knows about this, and Xian, Z Rong, and I are kept in the dark unless we become the head of the family. Although there aren't many experts in the Outerverse, it's still very difficult to establish a foundation and become the largest intelligence organization. My Z family's history has been too smooth, and many people have suspected that we originated from the Innerverse and were supported by some Innerverse powers like the Nalan family. In reality, the true support of the Z family comes from the home of the gods. What powers are in the Neoverse? Lu Yin asked, as he was too curious. He currently knew that the Hall of Honor, Mavis family, Aurora Corporation, Sirius Sect, the Three Dark Hands, and now, the home of the gods. None of these powers were easy to deal with, and any one of them could easily overturn the Innerverse and Outerverse. Zifang bitterly replied, I don't know about the Neoverse either. Even my father knows about our origins, but that's all he knows. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Lu Yin was skeptical. Zifang replied, Alliance Master Lu can come to planet Tianmao, and I'll take you there. With your methods, my father won't be able to detect anything. Lu Yin was puzzled. Let's just assume that you're telling the truth. Why does the home of the gods support the Z family? I really don't know the specifics, but I'm very sure that father has been searching for something all these years, but he didn't tell us. The Z family has an intelligence department that is solely under his control. That intelligence department should be used to find out information about the home of the gods, Zifang said. Then, he continued to speak more and more, revealing everything he knew. Anyway, the moment he mentioned the home of the gods, he would be betraying the Z family, so he might as well tell them everything. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The Outerverse already had the Hall of Honor, the Neo-Human Alliance, the Seven Courts, the Mavis Bank, and the Aurora Corporation. Now, it seemed that the home of the gods also had connections. These behemoths were truly worthy of being existences that had stood tall for countless years, and they did not care about the Outerverse just because it was weak. If Lu Yin did not know, then that meant that he did not have the qualifications to know. If Lu Yin hadn't gotten hold of Zifang's weakness today, then this secret might have remained a mystery for another few years or even a decade. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, the Z family might transform with the support of the home of the gods. Not only the Z family, but also the Nalan family, the Mavis Bank, and so on. These behemoths were like kites with their strings cut. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were reconnected, they would regain their strings, and their attitudes towards Lu Yin would be completely different. He heaved a sigh of relief, as it was fortunate that he knew the Z family's secret. Otherwise, if he had provoked the home of the gods, the consequences would not have been any better than provoking the Day-Night clan. In fact, it might even have been worse. Making enemies for no reason was not his style. Zifang was so afraid that he had even revealed such a secret, so there was no need for Lu Yin to continue questioning him. I can pretend that nothing happened today. Take care of yourself. Lu Yin was about to end the call when he suddenly paused. Find me the information that the home of the gods wants the Z family to find. Tell me, and I'll guarantee that you'll become the head of the Z family. He then ended the call. Zifang stared at his gadget in a daze. The fear in his eyes had been replaced by excitement when he heard Lu Yin's last sentence, but it was quickly extinguished. Zi Rong was already dead, and Zi Xianxian alone was no threat to him. He would become the head of the Z family sooner or later, and he did not need Lu Yin's guarantee. It was fine as long as he could smoothly resolve today's matter. He was truly afraid that Lu Yin would deal with him. The Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, and a single word from Lu Yin could determine the life and death of countless people. Lu Yin put his gadget away. The Outerverse secrets were becoming fewer and fewer, and it even involved the Neoverse. The universes were connected, and the Outerverse was not just the Outerverse. Lu Yin had originally planned to place his own people in the Z family, but no one could replace a member of the Z family, let alone Zifang. Did he really think that today's matter was over? If he did not have any ability, then how could it have ended so easily? Lu Yin sent Zifang's information to Anya so that she could make use of it in the future. After dealing with Zifang, Lu Yin looked at Yi Sly. How do you think I should deal with you? Yi Sly was terrified. Alliance Master Lu, please give me a way out. Lu Yin nodded. Sure. Xenia Star lacks an enlightened to oversee things. Are you willing to accept this position? Yi Sly was delighted. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. As long as he did not die, he was willing to do anything. Overseeing the Xenia Star was a lucrative job, and it was equivalent to having someone to support him. Of course, he also knew that with Lu Yin's current situation, Xenia Star would not be able to withstand an attack, but he had no other choice. Lu Yin was very satisfied. With this person overseeing things, Xenia Star's safety would be guaranteed. As long as Lu Yin gave him a few more life-saving items, he would be able to withstand a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 for a while. With Yi Sly in tow, the two headed to Frostwave Weave. A few days later, in a secret room in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin took out his futon and activated the Super Flash. He put on the bracers that could be destroyed at any moment and sat on the futon. The cauldron chi from the first cauldron in the 9 cauldron space had shattered, and he knew that this would definitely attract the 6th mainland's attention. When Lu Yin returned to the 9 cauldron space, he saw quite a few cultivators from the 6th mainland. These cultivators were trembling in fear as they searched for something. Lu Yin glanced around and finally saw a familiar face, the sword and the stone. It was the same person who had used the stone sword to attack Lu Yin several times during the fight for the Jade Stone. Even now, Lu Yin still remembered how powerful that stone sword had been. Now that a realmling had arrived, Lu Yin could not peacefully absorb the cauldron chi, so he had no choice but to leave the 9 cauldron space. After thinking about it, he decided to look for the Initiation Enlightenment platform, as it would allow him to speed up his understanding of lockbreaking. Lu Yin was not familiar with the Daosaur Sect's ruins, and he knocked out more than 10 people along the way to ask for the location of the Initiation Enlightenment platform. Only one person among them knew the location, and it took him a long time to find it. Lu Yin politely thanked the person before knocking him out and tossing him to the side. A few people in the periphery tried to enter the white mist, but they all quickly retreated. Lu Yin stepped into the white mist, and the same thing happened again. The mist would occasionally transform into strange attacks, and the deeper he went, the fiercer they became. Along the way, he ran into some familiar faces who were unable to move, and they all looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Lu Yin ignored them and slowly walked deeper into the mist. Gradually, Lu Yin was able to roughly determine his current location based on the strength of the mist. This was the location where he had been teleported to previously, and he was still some distance away from the Initiation Enlightenment platform. Last time, he had encountered Maiden Axayan and had only managed to enter with her help. This time, he wanted to rely on the bracers to fight his way in. Lu Yin raised his foot, and the white mist coiled around it before transforming into a python that flicked its tongue. Lu Yin punched out, and the python dissipated, turning back into mist as he continued walking. Not long after, the mist transformed into a humanoid figure that attacked him. The figure was extremely lifelike, and it was actually intertwined with star energy to form a battle technique. In terms of strength, it was comparable to experts like Autumn Frost Qing and Hong Ying, but in the end, it was still reduced to mist by Lu Yin's punch. Following that, the mist transformed into a trident that stabbed upwards towards Lu Yin's chin. The trident was very small, only about the size of a palm, but it was extremely powerful. If not for Lu Yin's speed, it would have pierced through his head. Lu Yin broke out in a cold sweat, and after shattering the trident, he frantically punched out in all directions, not allowing the white mist to get close to him. Not too far away from Lu Yin, two figures were carefully walking towards the initiation enlightenment platform. The two figures were very strange. One was very fat, weighing at least 150 kilograms, while the other was very skinny, weighing only about 25 kilograms. At first glance, the skinny one looked like the fat one's arm. The fat and skinny figures supported each other, and their expressions were solemn as they slowly and steadily walked forward step by step. Be careful with this step. Don't disturb the mist. I know, but we have to be careful. We've already encountered attacks that are close to that of a realmling. Realmlings are nothing. We're not afraid of them. We're not afraid, but they're very troublesome. Right, have you gotten fatter recently? I can't even support you anymore. You've gotten thinner. Is that so? Thanks for the compliment. You're welcome, and thank you for calling me fat. That's what I should do. You're my fat bro after all. Brother Skinny, we'll be brothers forever. Brothers. The fat and skinny duo spoke as they slowly and cautiously moved forward, afraid of disturbing the mist. Suddenly, the mist surged wildly, shocking the two. What's going on? At that moment, a fist punched out from the mist and smashed into the fat man's stomach, sending him flying. The fat man was still holding on to the skinny man, and the two were sent flying. Lu Yin walked out from the mist and looked at his fist in confusion. Did he just hit something? It was quite soft. Whatever, he decided to continue. Lu Yin relied on his fist to smash his way forward, and it was quite effective. As long as he didn't allow the mist to touch him, he was able to reduce the number of attacks. Furthermore, he was constantly punching out, which allowed him to neutralize some of the hidden attacks. The Enlightenment platform wasn't too far away, and Lu Yin was excited to continue. Inexplicably, he felt a chill run down his back, and he suddenly turned around. White mist condensed behind him to form a giant that was dozens of meters tall that stomped down. Lu Yin cursed under his breath and hurriedly dodged. The giant stomp did not affect the air or the surrounding environment, but Lu Yin knew that he would be finished if it landed. This was no joke. At this point, any attack would surpass Autumn Frost Qing's level and should not be any weaker than a Realmling's. The giant's attack range was very wide, and it covered almost all of the area in front of the Enlightenment platform. If Lu Yin wanted to enter the platform, he would have to get past the giant. However, the giant was extremely fast, and the omnipresent mist was also affected by it. It could transform into an attack form at any time, which made Lu Yin very depressed. He clenched his fist. Since that was the case, he would just punch it away. Even Hugh Phineas, a powerhouse whose power level was close to 300,000, had been forced back by a single punch, let alone this giant. This thing's power level was close to 300,000 at most, and it could not exceed that. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for even a realmling to pass through. Just as Lu Yin decided to punch out, a figure appeared behind the mist giant and struck out with a single palm. The giant was immediately scattered. It was Axian Nu. Lu Yin was astonished, but then he was overjoyed. Axian Nu. Axian Nu's appearance had exceeded his expectations. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 934. She descended, grabbed Lu Yin, and rushed out of the white fog to the beginner unravel platform. "You're here again?" she asked. Lu Yin replied, "This place is very beneficial to me. By the way, how are you? Did you break through to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker?" He regretted asking the question as soon as he finished, as even if he had broken through, she would not have come here again. She did not answer and instead looked around. "I hope you're lucky this time. You won't be able to stay here for much longer." Lu Yin hoped so as well. "By the way, how long can you stay here?" She thought for a moment. "About 10 days. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. For the rest of the time, the two waited for the gray fog to appear. The two did not interact much, and most of the time, it was Lu Yin asking questions while she answered. No one else came. At least, Lu Yin felt that she had a good temper. She seemed to be willing to stay with Lu Yin, and her entire person seemed very gentle. A few days later, a strand of gray fog appeared, and she casually tossed it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "I'll give it to you. You should break through to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker as soon as possible." She shook her head. "No need." She then pushed the gray fog away and merged it into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin closed his eyes, and it was as if he had entered another world. 2 days later, he opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. His understanding of lockbreaking had improved slightly, and this gray fog allowed him to experience the techniques of those powerful lockbreakers from ancient times. It was as if he had cheated on his path of lockbreaking, and his lockbreaking ability had continuously improved. He turned around and saw that she had her eyes closed. She should have absorbed the gray fog as well. Not long after, Maiden opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yin. "Before reaching the boundless advanced lockbreaker realm, it won't be of much help in battle. Although lockbreakers can break down battle techniques, and they can also rely on their control of star energy to create exquisite attacks that can allow them to fight above their realms, compared to some people, such as those at the realmling level. But once you step into the boundless advanced lockbreaker realm, things will be different. This is because at the boundless advanced lockbreaker realm, you can set up lockbreaking arrays that can turn something rotten into something miraculous. Although it's not as good as a secret technique, it's much more versatile, and you can even borrow the power of the weather to set up a world-destroying array. This is why lockbreakers are truly respected and feared by others. Boundless advanced lockbreakers are the true lockbreakers, and there are only a few boundless advanced lockbreakers who can set up arrays in the 6th mainland. If you're lucky enough to see a powerful lockbreaker from ancient times set up an array, it's best to remember it." Lu Yin asked, "An array? I think I've heard of it before." "Right, have you heard of True Insight?" The maiden was surprised. "You've heard of it?" It said that it's a peerless tome for lockbreakers, and it seems to be kept in the Daosaur sect. Only a few people have seen it. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the 6th mainland also had True Insight, but he did not know if it was the same as the 5th mainlands. They did not speak much, and the two of them continued to observe the fog while simultaneously increasing their understanding of lockbreaking. A few days later, the maiden disappeared. Her time was up. After the maiden left, Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his eyes widened as he began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. No matter what, he felt that reciting the Stonewall scriptures at least once, no matter where he went, might have some sort of miraculous effect. As he recited the Stonewall scriptures, the white fog around the beginning enlightenment platform surged more and more violently. Those who had entered the white fog on the periphery were met with a calamity, and the intensity of the attacks increased by quite a bit. Some of the unlucky ones, in particular, were attacked even though they had not moved at all. A strand of gray fog appeared and merged into Lu Yin's body. Soon, 2, 3, 4 strands of gray fog appeared and merged into Lu Yin's body. He absorbed a total of 7 strands of gray fog with a single recitation, and he was immediately immersed in the scenes of the ancient lockbreakers. Half a month later, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw was not the beginning enlightenment platform, but a secret room in King Zishan's palace. He had left the Daosaur sect ruins. His body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. He had merged into several scenes and seen several powerful lockbreakers in action. His understanding of lockbreaking had improved significantly, but it had also been very taxing on his mind. Still, it was all worth it, and he could see the path of lockbreaking more clearly now. He took out Senior Gu Yu's lockbreaking manual. There were many words that he had not understood in the past, but he now understood quite a bit. When he compared them, he was shocked to discover that Gu Yu's lockbreaking technique even surpassed the techniques of some of the ancient Daosaur sect's lockbreaking masters. This person was truly a heaven-sent genius. He had been in the Daosaur sect ruins for about a month, and Lu Yin had spent another half a month studying Gu Yu's lockbreaking manual. He had been in seclusion for a full month and a half before he finally left King Zishan's palace. Xenia's star was currently bustling with activity. The Great Eastern Alliance's new flight route was about to be auctioned off, and it had attracted countless people. The Great Eastern Alliance's internal flight route was not only for the Great Eastern Alliance's internal powers, but also external powers, which naturally included the Central Weaves and the Western Weaves. Lu Yin did not stop them, as the auction had to be fair. It was a competition of wealth, and he would be the one to benefit. Right now, what he wanted to do the most was to verify his own understanding of lockbreaking. He took a step forward and left Xenia's star for planet Hydrodink, as he needed a source box. He had a source box on him, a 3 stars perceptive intermediate source box that he had obtained from Butcher. Butcher had taken it out to save his life during the war front, but Lu Yin did not want to use it. The lockbreakers on planet Hydrodink had stayed in Frostwave Weave for some time now, and they had received a lot of resources. Their lives were carefree, and aside from teaching them how to control star energy, Lu Yin had not asked them to do anything else. It was time for him to pay them some rent. The Lockbreaker Society's move to planet Hydrodink had attracted quite a few people from the Outerverse. Although the number of people who signed up for the lockbreaking examination was fewer than when they had been on Source Peak Planet, it was still a significant number. These people had greatly increased the Great U Empire's economy, and source boxes had been unlocked from time to time. The lockbreakers on planet Hydrodink had contributed a lot to the Great U Empire. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, these contributions were not enough. Phelan had not taken the initiative to offer up her source box, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. The Lockbreaker Society was like a starving camel that was still bigger than a horse. Even though they had been robbed, they still had many resources stored away, including source boxes. Lu Yin did not inform anyone of his arrival on planet Hydrodink, as he wanted to check on the situation there. Planet Hydrodink had originally been home to a group of natives, but the Great U Empire had cut them off from the Lockbreakers because they were worried that they would not get along well with the Lockbreaker Society. Now, the natives had already accepted the Lockbreakers. Although the Lockbreakers were arrogant, their greatest advantage was that they were generous. Lockbreakers did not lack money, and their arrival had caused planet Hydrodink to become the most prosperous place in the entire Frostwave Weave, second only to Xenia's star. During the lockbreaking talent assessment, there were people everywhere, and the natives had made quite a fortune. Lu Yin was worried that the lockbreakers would bully the natives, but that did not happen. It was not that the lockbreakers did not want to bully the natives, but that there was no need for them to do so. Ordinary people were like ants in their eyes, and who would make life difficult for an ant? Traveling around planet Hydrodink was like a vacation for Lu Yin, and he soon arrived at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. As he neared the headquarters, Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he saw a boundless number of rune lines. They were actually at the level of an enlighter. Was there an enlighter on planet Hydrodink? It was definitely not Kai Jinxiang, as Kai Jinxiang's rune lines were condensed together and looked very fierce. However, the rune lines in front of Lu Yin's eyes were like a misty cloud that spread out. These rune lines were very familiar to Lu Yin, and his eyes widened as he remembered who it was. It was Saul, the vice president of the Lockbreaker Society. At the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, Phelan's residence, Saul sat in the garden and sipped tea while Phelan stood respectfully behind him. Lu Yin has already been in seclusion for a month and a half. It seems like he's gained something again. He's a genius, Saul sighed. Phelan respectfully replied, no matter how much he's improved, he still can't compare to you. You've already broken through to the enlighter realm. With a bang, the teacup in Saul's hand shattered, and he stared coldly at Phelan. If not for you, I would have been able to use true insight to become an enlighter. Once I mastered the sourcebox array, I wouldn't even need to fear a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 300,000, let alone a mere Lu Yin. My talent was enough to attract the attention of the Hall of Honor, and they even offered me protection. But now, I have nothing. Phelan hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Please forgive me, Vice President. Everything was done by Wei Rong, and he forced me to do it. There's also Lu Yin. If not for them, I wouldn't have dared to oppose you. Saul sneered, as he was not stupid. Phelan was one of the Lockbreaker Society's assessment mentors, so how could a mere Wei Rong dare to threaten her? Of course, he did not say anything, as there was no need to. There were actually 2 boxes in Jeffrey's secret room. Lu Yin gave one to you, and he probably kept the other for himself, Saul muttered to himself. Phelan did not dare to interrupt, and she simply knelt down. All right, get up. Everyone is selfish. You want to seize the president's position, just like I want to seize true insight. We both have our own methods, but you need to help me with something. Saul's tone was cold as he emphasized each word. Find that traitor, Deng Pu, and I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. Phelan hurriedly agreed. She and Saul had both relied on their own methods to compete, and Saul had never trusted her. He did not care about her, but Deng Pu was different. Deng Pu was his disciple and had always been obedient. Saul had done his best to nurture Deng Pu, and he had planned to raise Deng Pu to the boundless advanced realm in the future. If possible, Saul had planned to teach Deng Pu that page of true insight, but he had never expected Deng Pu to betray him. If Deng Pu had not betrayed him, Saul would have obtained true insight a long time ago. Thus, his hatred for Deng Pu surpassed everyone else. Phelan carefully asked, Vice President, 1/3 of the Outerverse is currently in Lu Yin's hands. Will I attract his attention if I send someone to search for him? Saul's eyes narrowed, as he felt a headache whenever Lu Yin was brought up. Lu Yin was a ruthless character, and even though he had broken through to the enlightened realm, he was still afraid of Lu Yin from the bottom of his heart. Secretly investigate, or you can spend money to hire an intelligence network. Don't let him discover you. Phelan agreed, and her eyes flickered. Saul's words meant that he was also afraid of Lu Yin, and she was hesitating over whether or not she should report this to Lu Yin. Don't let Kai Jinxiang get close to this place. Although he doesn't have the ability to discover my existence, it's better to be safe than sorry, Saul said. Phelan agreed once more. Book 58 Star Stomp latest Chapter 934, Secret the Hidden Person's Address. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 935. Not long after, she left the garden, feeling rather irritated. It was already bad enough that Luine was above her, but now, even a stray dog like Saul was here. She couldn't even tell anyone, which made her feel very aggrieved. Why had she schemed against him in the past? Wei Rong had also sided with Luine, which left her at a loss. She didn't even have a way out. At this moment, Wei Axian happened to pass by. She glanced at Phelan but didn't pay her any attention. Phelan was already angry, and when she saw that Wei Axian was ignoring her, she became furious. Axian, come here. Wei Axian stood in place and looked at Phelan. What's the matter? Phelan was so angry that she laughed. Master told you to come here. Don't you understand human language? Wei Axian's tone sank. Master, please watch your words. You are the acting president of the Lockbreaker Society, not a shrew. How dare you insult your master? Phelan was furious. Wei Axian sneered and walked away. Ever since she had pleaded with Phelan to no avail, she had recognized her master for who she was, and she didn't even give her the most basic respect. Now that her brother, Wei Rong, had joined the Great Yu Empire and was second only to Luine, she was even less afraid of Phelan. Phelan was trembling with anger, but she could only watch as Wei Axian left. Phelan hated Wei Rong, but she also feared him. She shivered when she thought about Wei Rong's methods. Not everyone had the qualifications to be recruited by Luine and treated as an honored guest. Wei Rong had schemed to destroy Source Peak Planet and split up the Lockbreaker Society, so Phelan didn't dare to offend him. As she watched Wei Axian's figure disappear, Phelan suddenly felt powerless. Was there any meaning in being the acting president of the Lockbreaker Society? What had she gained? Phelan was at a loss, as she couldn't even gain the respect of her own disciple. Her gadgets suddenly beeped, waking her up. She looked over, and her expression changed. She hurriedly accepted the call. Alliance Master Lu, it's me, Phelan. Luine was currently at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, and he had seen everything that had just happened. However, he hadn't come out. President Phelan, please send a few source boxes to the lockbreaking room. I'll be on my way to Planet Hydrodink. Phelan was shocked. Luine was coming. Would Saul be discovered? She hurriedly replied, yes, Alliance Master Lu. Phelan's when she ended the call ended. She quickly went to find Saul. Saul had not expected Luine to come, and he immediately retracted his aura and entered Phelan's private room to hide. Half a day later, Luine appeared at Planet Hydrodink space station and pretended not to know what had happened. Phelan respectfully welcomed him. Alliance leader Lu, welcome to Planet Hydrodink. Luine nodded. President Phelan must be doing well here. Phelan did not know what he meant, but she could only reply, thank you for your concern, Alliance leader Lu. Just tell me if you have any difficulties, Luine said casually. Phelan's heart skipped a beat, and she whispered, the lock-breaking room has already been prepared. Because all 3 source boxes are dangerous, we've separated them into 3 separate rooms that can be connected to each other. Alliance Master Lu, this way please. Luine followed behind Phelan as they headed towards the sourcebox room at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. Lockbreakers had their own specialized sourcebox rooms. Although Planet Hydrodink had not been the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters for very long, these basic facilities had still been established, and the materials used were all spiritual silk. It had to be said that the Lockbreaker Society had a deep foundation. Even with Lu Yin's current influence, it would not be easy for him to find spiritual thread, who had constructed so many secret rooms. The Lockbreaker Society had a stockpile of it. I won't disturb Alliance leader Lu any further. If there's anything you need, please instruct me, Phelan said respectfully. Her authority as the Lockbreakers Society's acting president had disappeared in front of Lu Yin. This was not only because of Lu Yin's current power, but also because Sol was on planet Hydrodink. She did not have the qualifications to display her authority. She was the Lockbreakers Society's acting president, but she could not even control her own disciple. Phelan was at a loss. Lu Yin knew what she was thinking. This woman was ambitious, but she did not have the ability or mental state to match her ambition. She was no longer suitable to be the acting president. He slowly walked into the first room. The air was filled with a sharp aura, and from time to time, there would be illusory swords streaking through the air, tearing through the void. This was the danger of a source box, and its power was no weaker than that of a cruiser's. The source box itself was like a sword's hilt, and it was not large. It was inserted straight into the box of spiritual silk, and sparks would occasionally appear in the void around it. Lu Yin was puzzled, as he could tell that this source box contained something valuable, and it was even a 3-star perceptive intermediate source box. He was surprised that Phelan was willing to take it out. Could it be that the Lockbreaker Society was running out of source boxes? He approached the source box step by step, and the swords around him flickered with killing intent. They would occasionally slash at Lu Yin's clothes, but he easily blocked them with his star energy. Every source box had its own rules. Lockbreaking relied on one's understanding of star energy, and a lockbreaking tool could increase one's lockbreaking speed by several times or even dozens of times. Many lockbreakers did the same to reach the perceptive intermediate level. For example, Lu Yin himself had relied on the serious art to modify his eyes and lockbreaking tools. But in reality, the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker test had not been as simple as it was now. If one wanted to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, they had to be able to observe the rules of the sourcebox's formation, which was the direction in which the energy on its surface solidified. Lu Yin had only found out after reading Gu Yu's letter that only boundless advanced lockbreakers could do this. There were very few perceptive intermediate lockbreakers who could do this. At the very least, Lu Yin had never heard of such a thing in the outerverse. Lu Yin stared at the sword-shaped sourcebox in front of him. He relied on his experience of absorbing the gray fog in the Daosor Sect's ruins to observe the ancient lockbreakers and Gu Yu's letter to gradually see the pattern. This sourcebox's energy gradually solidified from bottom to top, and during this solidification process, the energy within would gradually seep out, causing the killing intent to manifest. Lu Yin could even see the highest destructive power that could be achieved when the killing intent fused with the solidified energy. Lu Yin reached out and pressed his hand against the sword-shaped sourcebox as he attempted to unlock it. Since he could see the pattern of the sourcebox's formation, it would naturally be easier for him to unlock it. As he thought about it, the giant emperor's third eye appeared in his hand. Even though it was easy, it was also good that he could increase his lockbreaking speed. While Lu Yin was lockbreaking, Xenia Star's surroundings were sealed off, and the mainland's premium auction officially began. The highlight of this auction was naturally the Great Eastern Alliance's new shipping routes. These shipping routes could increase the speed of transactions within the Great Eastern Alliance, increase the efficiency of transportation, provide military support, transfer of resources, and so on. Any of these new shipping routes could increase the development of the regions involved by several times, or even more. The universe was too vast, and the greatest barrier between civilizations was not language, but rather distance. Once the distance between civilizations was reduced, the rate at which civilizations interacted would increase. If the Great Eastern Alliance's current military structure was rated at 5 points, then the new shipping routes would increase the military score to 7 points. This was the purpose of the new shipping routes. Many people knew that Endless Borders was in control of these new shipping routes, and if not for the various exploration teams that they had, they might not have been able to keep them. Even so, they would release a new shipping route every once in a while to pacify the outerverse. There were currently many shipping routes in the outerverse, and a portion of them had been released by endless borders. Now, Liu Yin wanted to auction off quite a few new shipping routes. Although the new shipping routes that he had picked out had nothing to do with the military, and they were all beneficial to the people's livelihood and could increase the speed at which civilizations interacted with each other, nobody knew about them. News of the new shipping routes being auctioned had caused a sensation for nearly 2 months, and it had attracted countless people to Xenu Star. Now, the auction was finally about to begin. The mainland's auction house had never been easy to enter, and now, it was even more difficult. Outside Xenu Star, a Mavis Bank spacecraft was shuttling back and forth, transporting star essence. Numerous luxurious spacecraft were docked at Xenu Star's space station. If Xenu Star were to explode at this time, the impact of the deaths would be enough to implicate half of the outerverse powerhouses. The 13 Imperial squadrons were on high alert, and Yigui also walked out to oversee the space station as a precaution. Actually, their worries were unnecessary. The outerverse was now almost transparent, and Liu Yin had long since known that there were any threats. He had already ordered Aegis to monitor the situation, and with the information from Qian Yan and the Amethyst Trading Company, it was impossible for anyone to infiltrate the Great Yu Empire. The assassin's attack on Xenu Star would not happen again. On planet Hydrodink, Liu Yin's expression was relaxed, and his gaze was calm. Under his hand, the solid energy surrounding the sword-shaped source box began to visibly crack before gradually disappearing. His lock-breaking speed was now more than twice as fast as it had been in the past. Now that he had found the network formed by the source box, his lock-breaking speed had doubled. This was an ability that a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker should be able to grasp. He could now even influence the range of the sourcebox's danger zone through his lock-breaking process. This was something that he had never been able to understand before. With a thump, the lock-breaking process ended, and the solid energy surrounding the sourcebox completely disappeared. A broken sword had fallen into Spiritual Thread's box. Liu Yin slowly picked it up and used a bit of strength. The blade had not been damaged, but the hilt had cracked. He did not know what material the blade had been made of, but it was extremely tough. However, this sword had not been sharpened, so it only had toughness but no lethality. Liu Yin put the sword away. When he rolled enhance in the future, he would directly break it down. He should be able to obtain something good. After he finished unlocking the first source box, Liu Yin pushed open the door to the second room. There was a second source box there, and he was going to unlock 3 source boxes today to raise his lock-breaking level. He was now a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and his true lock-breaking ability, according to the current era standards, should be at the level of a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. His experience with Gu Yu's letter and the ruins of the Daosaur sect had allowed his lock-breaking ability to far surpass that of the current era, and his perspective had changed. But in the ancient era, his lock-breaking ability would probably be at the level of a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, or at most, 3 stars. Time passed, but the era had fallen behind. The second source box also contained a similar danger zone, and Liu Yin's expression became more serious. The air in front of him occasionally turned to stone, as if it had been frozen. This was the power of his predecessors. The sourcebox's danger zone and the power of his predecessors seemed similar, but their power was different. One was formed during the solidification process, where the substance inside the sourcebox fused with the solid energy, while the other was left behind by his predecessors. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com, Wonderful House's mobile reading website, .com. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.